Chapter 574. After reading the old man's memories, Gu Fei learned that the old man was the legendary Supreme Tao Ancestor's grand disciple. The Supreme Tao Ancestor was the ancestor of the immortal Tao, the one who created the cultivation system of Tao enlightenment. He was an extreme expert of the same generation as the Buddhist Lord and the Demon Ancestor. Yet, Gu Fei killed his grand disciple. Even Gu Fei himself would never have guessed that the old man named Li Xuandao had such a powerful background. Li Xuandao's divine arts had been cultivated to the peak of perfection, forming the Three Pure One's Taoist form. Unfortunately, he hadn't truly broken through to the supreme realm of extreme experts. The Three Pure One's Taoist form hadn't been cultivated to perfection. Although he could transform the Three Pure Ones into one breath, Li Xuandao was forced to use this divine art. Although he borrowed the power of the great Tao, it was very weak. If Li Xuandao had truly cultivated the Three Pure Ones into one breath to perfection, even if Gu Fei used the secret art of ascension to increase his soul power by 5 times, he still wouldn't be a match for Li Xuandao. Li Xuandao had 2 other senior and junior brothers who were also the Tao Ancestor's grand disciples. However, they had fallen in the great turmoil that occurred in the world of death countless years ago. Countless years ago, a terrifying existence appeared in the world of death. That terrifying existence successfully regenerated flesh and blood, transforming into a perfect state. It was a realm infinitely close to the extreme realm of extreme experts. That expert led countless creatures of death into the depths of the world of death, and Li Xuandao's 2 unlucky senior and junior brothers were killed by that terrifying expert. That great battle was earth-shattering and almost destroyed this side of the world. In the end, although the quasi-extreme powerhouse who charged into the depths of the death world died in the end, it also greatly damaged the vitality of the divine race. Li Xuandao was also gravely injured and had no choice but to sleep. It could be said that Li Xuandao's death was a bit undeserved. His cultivation hadn't recovered to its former peak state, or else Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to so easily break the 3 pure ones into one breath. In these 3 days, Gu Fei read all of Li Xuandao's soul memories and erased some insignificant ones. After sorting out Li Xuandao's soul memories, Gu Fei had also completely refined the soul power that had been devoured into his body. Gu Fei's avatar's soul power had become even stronger. Gu Fei stood up. His entire body was indistinct, and there was a purple divine light enveloping his soul body. No one could recognize his true appearance. This was a soul body, which was different from a physical body. A soul body could transform into anything. Gu Fei sensed that there were many powerful divine wills probing in from outside the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, carefully sensing everything inside. Gu Fei's soul had refined Li Xuandao's soul energy, and his soul aura had changed quite a bit. No one knew that their ancestor had been killed by Gu Fei, and his soul had dissipated. He looked around and saw that the Immortal Palace, which was built with countless divine materials, was full of cracks. Half of the top of the palace was gone. Sunlight shone through the broken top of the palace. Li Xuandao's body collapsed at the foot of the wall. There was no sign of life. It was a body without a soul. Gu Fei looked at Li Xuandao's body and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Then, his soul turned into a purple divine light and rushed into the space between Li Xuandao's eyebrows, directly entering the Mud Pill Palace. Just like how the old turtle refined the indestructible martial body into an outer body incarnation in the dead city in the virtual sky world, the split spirit entered the body's Mud Pill Palace and took control of the body. After Gu Fei's spirit entered Li Xuandao's Mud Pill Palace with his own life essence, it immediately released a mighty soul power and life essence, revitalizing the body. A purple divine light flashed in the middle of Li Xuandao's eyebrows. The moment Li Xuandao's body was completely revitalized, Li Xuandao, who had fallen at the foot of the wall, sat up abruptly and opened his eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light suddenly tore through the void and shot out like divine lightning. Gu Fei took complete control of the body. He stood up and stretched out his hand. The purple gold divine sword flew into his hand. This body is not bad. Gu Fei sensed the feedback from the body and couldn't help but nod inwardly. Although the body looked old, as if it was on the verge of death, he had to admit that it was a peerless immortal body. The skinny body condensed unimaginable divine power. The immortal body shook slightly, and the void immediately shook. He felt that he could crush everything in his way with his bare hands. This peerless immortal body was absolutely not inferior to the indestructible martial body. It was also extremely powerful. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. A cultivator with such a powerful body was something he could never imagine. After reading and integrating part of Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei had no problem pretending to be Li Xuandao. Whether it was his aura, demeanor, or behavior, they were all impeccable. Absolutely no one would have thought that Li Xuandao's body already had a different soul. Li Xuandao, who was controlled by Gu Fei's spirit, walked out of the Violet Palace with the divine sword in his hand. He stood at the peak of the mountain and glanced around. No one dared to look him in the eye. Congratulations, ancestor. The hundreds of people around the mountain saw Li Xuandao walking out of the Violet Palace with a simple and unadorned purple-gold divine sword in his hand. They hurriedly bowed to Li Xuandao. No one could tell that something had happened to the ancestor of the divine race. Not only had his soul dispersed, but his peerless immortal body had also been taken over by someone else, becoming an existence akin to a clone. Everyone, disperse. Li Xuandao's old voice rang out from the peak of the sacred mountain, reaching everyone's ears. Yes. The hundreds of people from the divine race immediately dispersed. Li Xuandao's words carried an unquestionable majesty because he was the only remaining ancestor of the divine race. Li Xuandao had lived for far too long, so long that even he himself did not know how long he had lived. In the divine race, his status was supreme. It was precisely because of his existence that the inheritance of his lineage had completely suppressed the inheritance of the other two lineages, making it difficult for the other two lineages to raise their heads. The people of Li Xuandao's lineage were overjoyed. With the purple-gold divine sword, an extreme holy weapon, their lineage's foundation was even more solid. Gu Fei's spirit controlled Li Xuandao's physical body and used immortal arts to store the purple-gold divine sword into his body. He then turned around and walked into the Violet Divine Palace. Although half of the palace had been destroyed, the other side was still intact. Gu Fei found a clean place and sat down cross-legged. He wanted to familiarize himself with his physical body as soon as possible, so that his spirit and this body could be completely integrated. He wanted to cultivate this body into his second incarnation. By the time Saintly returned to the palace, Gu Fei's original body had already completely recovered the part of the essence that was taken away by the split avatar. The power of his martial body had also been restored to its peak state. Saintly did not stay in the palace for long. After talking with Gu Fei and the old turtle for a while, he left the palace again. Even his little disciple, Li Ran, was nowhere to be seen. In the pavilion in the courtyard of the palace, Gu Fei and the old turtle were talking. At the same time, the old turtle and Gu Fei used the power of heaven and earth to isolate a part of the void. It was as if the void in the pavilion had been separated from the world. Unless one was an extreme powerhouse, no one could sense the existence of Gu Fei and the old turtle. He Tian was chased out of the pavilion by Gu Fei. Gu Fei asked him to stand guard outside the pavilion because what Gu Fei and the old turtle were talking about was too important. If the people of the Shen clan knew about it, they would probably die without a burial place. What did you say? The old thing in the Violet Divine Palace is your avatar? The old turtle's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. He almost jumped up in shock from Gu Fei's words. Why would I lie to you? It doesn't benefit me to lie to you. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle and said proudly. He could be proud of himself for destroying a terrifying existence that was close to an extreme powerhouse. If not for the fact that Gu Fei was in his soul form, even if he had an extreme holy weapon, Li Xuandao could kill Gu Fei 1,000,000 times with just one finger. This kind of existence that was close to an extreme powerhouse could destroy a large number of immortals and break a part of the world with a raise of a hand. It was almost the embodiment of Tao. How can you say that, kid? Are you going to lie to me because there's something in it for you? The old turtle said unhappily. Hee hee. Gu Fei chuckled and said, if there's something in it for me, I'd be happy to buy an old turtle like you, let alone lie to you. Brat, are you itching for a beating? The old turtle fiercely waved his fist at Gu Fei. All right, let's get down to business. Gu Fei stopped smiling and said with a solemn expression. At this time, they had to think about their next step. From Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei learned that the origin of this world was in the sacred land of the celestial race. Moreover, there were extremely powerful seals and prohibitions there. Even an existence like Li Xuandao, who was close to an extreme powerhouse, would find it difficult to get close, let alone refine the origin of the world. Gu Fei also found the answer to the prophecy of the celestial race in Li Xuandao's soul memory. Human, deity, demon, Buddha, and demon, appearing at the same time and reopening the world. In fact, it meant that the road to the origin of the world must be opened by gathering the four extreme holy weapons of human, demon, deity, and Buddha. The supreme Buddhist weapon left by the Buddhist Lord was used to protect the true demon's bone in the Naraka realm to prevent the rebirth of the true demon and chaos in the world. To take away the supreme Buddhist weapon in the sealed land of the demons was a great risk. Moreover, demonic chi gathered there, and terrifying demonic souls wandered from time to time. If the supreme Buddhist weapon was taken away, it was possible that the scattered demonic souls would have a chance to reunite. Once the demonic souls were reunited, the true demon might be resurrected. Therefore, the prophecy of human, deity, demon, Buddha, and demon appearing at the same time in the Naraka realm was not impossible. Moreover, the person who made this prophecy was the legendary Supreme Tao Ancestor. Chapter 575. In the depths of the world of death, there was an extremely terrifying and strange place. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was shrouded in pitch-black demonic aura at all times. There was a faint demonic aura lingering between the heavens and the earth, but it could cause all the undead creatures that entered the area to be demonized. Over the countless years, this area had become a demonic domain. There was only one type of creature in the demonic domain, and that was the sinister and terrifying demonic creatures. The land of sealed demons was a taboo in the world of death. Apart from demons, no other creatures would be interested in the land of sealed demons. There was only one outcome for undead creatures that mistakenly entered the land of sealed demons, and that was to be demonized into a terrifying demonic creature that only knew how to kill. This was the demonic origin of the world of death. All the demonic creatures in the world of death originated from the land of sealed demons. Many powerful demons had once walked out of the land of sealed demons. This was a paradise for demonic creatures, but it was also hell for all living creatures. In the middle of the land of sealed demons, there was a towering mountain that pierced the ground, reaching the endless darkness of the sky. A peaceful aura dispersed the demonic aura in the vicinity. At this time, two figures appeared outside the land of sealed demons. The one in front was a young monk dressed in a white moon robe. He looked like a statue carved from jade. Behind the young monk was a thin old monk with sunken eyes. These two bald people were the little monk that walked out of the tomb of the Lord Buddha, and the old monk on the black mountain outside the hell path. One old and one young fella stood outside the land of sealed demons, looking at the mountain in the depths of the land of sealed demons, as if they were observing the towering mountain in the demonic clouds. Mighty Fan Xiao, do you really want to do this? The old monk behind the little monk suddenly said. Even though they were very far away, the old monk could feel the trace of Buddhist aura that originated from the mountain peak. The Three Realms Buddhist lamp has already been snatched by that damned old demon. This is the only way we can do it. Although the little monk Fan Xiao looked young, he was more mature than most adults. Fan Xiao's gaze was incomparably firm, and he directly strode into the land of sealed demons. Sigh! The old monk behind little monk Fan Xiao let out a long sigh helplessly. His face was miserable, as if someone owed him something. He shook his head and followed them. In the central region of the land of sealed demons, there was actually a mountain peak that exuded a peaceful Buddhist aura. It was truly unbelievable. Moreover, no matter how one looked at it, this mountain peak was like an incomparably large saber that had been inserted into the earth. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk walked toward the mountain peak of the land of sealed devils one after the other. However, their journey towards the mountain didn't go very smoothly. Not even 10 miles into the land of sealed devils, they encountered a demonic creature. Without any suspense, a battle broke out. The little monk Fan Xiao's body shone with endless Buddhist light. He was like a Buddha descending to the world as he charged toward the demonic creature that was blocking his way. Roar! The demonic creature roared and propped its 4 limbs on the ground. Whoosh! He turned into a streak of black light, stirring up a strong demonic wind as he flew toward little monk Fan Xiao. Buddha is merciful. Little monk Fan Xiao chanted the name of Buddha and threw the purple gold alms bowl in his hand. The alms bowl quickly grew in size and emitted a dazzling Buddhist light. It produced a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the demonic creature into the alms bowl. The purple gold alms bowl vibrated continuously. There was a swastika circling the alms bowl, and the Buddhist light inside it flickered wildly. The shrill cries of the demonic creature could be faintly heard. Soon, the alms bowl regained its calm. The little monk casually destroyed a ferocious and terrifying demonic creature and continued forward. The old monk silently followed behind little monk Fan Xiao. Soon, another incomparably powerful demonic creature jumped out, and the battle began again. Just as little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk entered the land of sealed demons and fought against the demonic creatures, Gu Fei and the old tortoise also slipped out of the divine clan's sacred mountain on a dark and windy night. At this time, all the experts of the divine clan came out. It seemed that they were going to exterminate the primordial demonic dragon that was wreaking havoc outside the divine clan's sacred mountain. The Purple Mansion Immortal Palace on the sacred mountain had been repaired by the experts of the divine clan. Li Xuandao, whose peerless immortal body was occupied by Gu Fei's avatar, stood aside and watched the experts of the divine clan repair the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. He did not help. With Li Xuandao's supreme status in the divine clan, he did not need to do anything at all. There would be others who would take care of things properly. Li Xuandao could not leave the sacred mountain at will, but Gu Fei and the old tortoise could. Gu Fei and the old tortoise had obtained everything they wanted to know from Li Xuandao. Even He Tian was left in St. Li's palace by Gu Fei and the old tortoise. He was not allowed to follow them. Gu Fei and the old tortoise had to be careful. This was the divine clan's sacred mountain. Once the divine clan knew of their plot, they would die without a burial place. In the tens of thousands of miles of the divine clan's sacred mountain, there was a strange mountain range. This was the forbidden area of the divine clan, a place that the divine clan had guarded for generations. Even the divine clan did not dare to set foot here. Although it was a place guarded by the divine clan for generations, there were no divine clan experts guarding it. This was because this was a place of great danger. Even the unparalleled divine kings of the divine clan would be in danger of dying if they entered the depths of this mountain range. For countless years, many unparalleled divine kings of the divine clan had entered the depths of this mountain range in order to break a certain seal in the mountain range. In the end, not only could the seal not be broken, but many divine kings had also fallen inside. From Li Xuandao, Gu Fei learned of a secret of the world of death. In the past, the dead creature that was reborn from flesh and blood was lured into this mountain range by the divine clan and never came out again. Taking advantage of the night, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise converged their light and silently appeared outside the mountain range. They stood high in the sky. Although it was dark, the endless mountain range in front of them was presented in front of them. My goodness, it's actually the terrain of 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. After seeing the mountain range in front of them, Old Tortoise could not help but exclaim. On the land in front of them, there were 9 huge mountain ranges winding out from the middle of the mountain. It was like 9 dragons lying on the ground with the dragon's head on the inside and the dragon's tail on the outside. The heads of the 9 giant dragons formed a huge circle around the city. It was a place that was sunk deep into the ground, like a bottomless devil's cave. 9 dragons fighting for a pearl? When Gu Fei saw the 9 mountain ranges in front of him, he could not help but frown. The terrain in front of him really looked like 9 dragons fighting for a dragon pearl. I didn't expect to see the legendary terrain. Old Tortoise muttered to himself as if he was really shocked by the terrain in front of him. He had a look of disbelief. What's so special about this terrain? Is it a terrain created by the heavens? Gu Fei asked. He could not help but ask when he saw that Old Tortoise was actually very afraid of the so-called 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. Chapter 576. The divine race's holy land was very vast, spanning thousands of miles. The area where the falling Saint Mountain was located was only a part of the Holy Land. The origin of the Hell Dao was located in an extremely ominous place. When Gu Fei and the old turtle arrived outside that ominous place, they were immediately stunned by the terrain. The old turtle recognized that this terrain was actually the legendary peerless ominous place, the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. Even almighties would have a headache in such an ominous place. The 9 dragons competing for a pearl was the origin of the world. The realm pearl. It was a sphere, like a primal chaos embryo magnified countless times. It was the foundation of the world's existence. Controlling the realm pearl meant controlling a world. But in the area where the realm pearl was located, there was an ominous place like the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. The 9 dragons were 9 earth dragon veins. The essence energy of the entire death world came from these 9 earth dragon veins. They were the earth ancestral roots nurtured by the world. This ominous place was almost indestructible. It was no wonder that the divine race had been unable to refine the realm pearl for millions of years and completely control this death world. What should we do? Gu Fei was dumbfounded after learning the origin of the 9 dragons competing for a pearl. If the divine race couldn't break this ominous place, how could the two of them? The old turtle rubbed his chin and thought for a while before saying, "Let's go in and take a look, but don't go too deep. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting us, we shouldn't be completely defenseless." "Are you sure? Are we really going in?" Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a bit scared. This 9 dragons competing for a pearl terrain was so powerful. If they jumped in, they wouldn't even be able to cause a ripple. Gu Fei didn't want to take the risk of entering such an ominous place. "With the mountain and river cauldron, what are you afraid of?" The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said disapprovingly, "Let me tell you, the mountain and river cauldron is the nemesis of this 9 dragons competing for a pearl terrain. Otherwise, do you think I'm tired of living?" The mountain and river cauldron contained primordial chaos energy that could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth. It was the nemesis of the earth dragon veins. Gu Fei's expression changed several times. Finally, he glanced at the old turtle and sighed. "In that case, let's go in." "Hee, I won't hurt you." Old turtle patted Gu Fei's shoulder and said with a smile. No matter how he looked at it, this guy seemed to be up to no good. Gu Fei looked at the evil smile on Old Tortoise's face and felt a chill in his heart. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise landed on the ground. "Why don't you just fly in?" Gu Fei asked. This was the first time he had heard of a terrain like the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. He knew nothing about it. Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei and said expressionlessly, "If you want to die faster, you can fly in directly." "What?" Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly looked towards the sky above the 9 dragons vying for the pearl terrain. There were no energy fluctuations, no dangerous aura. The clouds were calm and the wind was gentle. Sometimes what the eyes see isn't reality. Old Tortoise saw Gu Fei's bewildered expression and then explained to Gu Fei. With that, Old Tortoise grabbed a boulder and threw it into the sky above the 9 dragons competing for the pearl terrain. The moment the boulder entered the sky above the terrain, it disappeared without a sound, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. Gu Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The rock seemed to have disappeared into thin air. What was going on? What had happened in that instant? There were no energy fluctuations. That was what shocked Gu Fei the most. This kind of attack was unpredictable and sudden. It was impossible to guard against it. That's an invisible killing light condensed from a peerless danger zone. You absolutely can't fly into a killing situation like the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died, said Old Tortoise. The 9 dragons vying for the pearl was a killing ground in both the sky and the ground. The sky above seemed calm without the slightest murderous aura, but it was actually the most dangerous. That was because of the invisible killing light. Gu Fei's experience had been broadened. The invisible killing light was invisible and traceless. It was enough to make anyone who rashly entered suffer a grievance. This peerless danger zone was actually so dangerous. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling anxious. If the mountain and river cauldron couldn't suppress these 9 dragons, wouldn't that be terrible? Under Old Tortoise's guidance, the mountain and river cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian and floated above the two of them. Strands of primordial chaos chi fell from the mountain and river cauldron, enveloping Gu Fei and Old Tortoise below. Then Gu Fei and Old Tortoise carefully walked into this peerless danger zone. It had to be said that the divine race truly did have the ability to change the world. During the day, the sun fixed in the sky had now turned into a moon, sprinkling down hazy moonlight. The moonlight was like water, and the land was empty and quiet. This kind of silence was extremely oppressive, because apart from silence, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could no longer sense anything strange. The black and red soil under their feet seemed to be soaked in blood. There were plants in some places, and bare stones in other places. The entire danger zone was covered by the thin, smoke-like moonlight. The shadows of the trees in the distance danced, as if there were evil spirits hiding in the dark, peeping at them. Walking on the black and red sand, although they were protected by the primordial chaos chi of the mountain and river cauldron, they still did not dare to let their guard down. Very soon, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. How could this be? Old Tortoise suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. "What's wrong?" Gu Fei was startled by Old Tortoise. He was already very nervous, and almost jumped up from the ground. His heart contracted. We seem to be walking in place." Old Tortoise looked ahead, and then turned to look behind him. His expression became very ugly. Gu Fei was shocked. He hurriedly used his divine vision to look around. Sure enough, they were less than 30 miles away from the entrance of the 9 dragons fighting for pearls to rain, and the black and red sand was also under their feet. This. Gu Fei was completely dumbfounded. With their leg strength, even if they were walking on the ground, they could cross dozens of miles in an instant, but they seemed to really be trapped. This result made Gu Fei's hair stand on end. At this time, they realized that they were actually standing on a huge pattern of a skull. Although the black and red sand seemed to be scattered messily on the ground, if one looked down from the sky, they would form a huge pattern of a skull. How unlucky. It's obvious that a great figure has fallen here. His power hasn't completely dissipated, and he's trapped us here. Old Tortoise carefully observed the surrounding terrain before saying such words. Let's try again and see if we can get out of this damn place, said Gu Fei. Okay. Old Tortoise nodded, and then took large strides with Gu Fei, running forward as if they were flying. After running for an estimated 100 miles, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise stopped. However, as soon as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise stopped, the scenery around them changed in an instant. They found that they had returned to the pattern of the skull, and they still hadn't walked out. This is incredible. Gu Fei was stunned. When they ran, he realized that they were moving away from the pattern of the skull formed by the black and red sand, but once they stopped, they found that they were actually walking in place. This time, even the knowledgeable Old Tortoise was a little disappointed. Chapter 577. Quick, think of something. Gu Fei was anxious. What had just happened was too strange. The power of a terrifying figure that had died countless years ago hadn't dissipated. It had formed an unfathomable force field that distorted space and interfered with the void, trapping them in an area no more than a few hundred meters wide. This caused Gu Fei's hair to stand on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine. I'll try to see if I can break the force here. Even if I can't, I can disturb the force here, said the Old Tortoise after carefully observing the huge skull pattern beneath his feet. The Old Tortoise still had the ability to disturb the force of a part of the world. This kind of force, formed after the death of an almighty, wasn't unbreakable. Although the people trapped inside weren't in danger for the time being, they were trapped inside and couldn't get out no matter how hard they tried. If they could never get out, then they would be trapped for the rest of their lives. This kind of situation was the most terrifying. Demigods and immortals, to a certain extent, could be said to have immortal bodies. But to be imprisoned alive in a place was probably the most terrifying punishment in the world. The reason for the formation of this force wasn't deliberate. Instead, it was formed naturally after the death of an almighty. It was almost equivalent to changing the natural laws of this world, turning this area into a place where one could only enter and not leave. They had just entered the 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl layout, but they had already encountered such a predicament. Both Gu Fei and the Old Tortoise were shocked. This 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl layout was truly a peerless killing layout. It was hard to imagine just how dangerous the place where the 9 Dragons competition for the Pearl was. Even the God race, with their incomparably deep foundation, couldn't do anything about this peerless danger zone. At this time, the Old Tortoise and Gu Fei didn't want to continue exploring. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. They knew that if they went too deep into this danger zone, even with the protection of the sacred items, their lives would still be in danger. They would never set foot in this place again until they gathered the 4 ancient treasures of the human, god, demon, and Buddha realms. Old Turtle began to carve ancient demonic patterns on the ground. Purple demonic patterns were imprinted on the ground. Each demonic pattern had Tao rhymes circulating, displaying Tao rhymes and condensing power. The great Tao was the same as the divine marks of the immortal Tao. They were both a form of manifestation of the Tao, a manifestation of the great Tao. The great Tao was formless, but it could be manifested through divine marks and demonic marks. It could communicate with heaven and earth and borrow the power of the great Tao. Soon, an array diagram intertwined with ancient demonic markings appeared on the ground. When the Old Tortoise carved the last ancient demonic markings, the entire array diagram suddenly emitted a bright divine light. There was a flow of Tao power, and the ancient demonic markings seemed to be alive, swimming on the ground. Gu Fei sensed that the surroundings had begun to change. Old Tortoise's array diagram emitted a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation directly affected the nearby aura, causing the nearby spiritual energy to become chaotic. Old Tortoise's array had finally triggered an anomaly. The earth trembled slightly, as if something had been startled and was about to rush out of the ground. The array was gathering spiritual chi from all directions, affecting the momentum of heaven and earth nearby. Rumble! The huge skull pattern on the ground emitted a black-red evil light. Like dirty blood, it swept back from all directions to the center. The pungent smell of blood was nauseating. This kind of filth could make spiritual treasures lose their spiritual energy and turn divine weapons into scrap metal. It could pollute everything. If one were to be pounced on by this bloody light, one's spiritual soul and physical body would probably be devoured. Gu Fei and the old tortoise's bodies bloomed with divine light, blocking all the evil blood-red light that surged over from all directions. Dark blood began to seep out from the ground. The evil and terrifying skull pattern on the ground seemed to come to life and began to emit waves of faintly discernible soul fluctuations. How is this possible? That terrible existence that has fallen for countless years has not completely perished. The old tortoise was shocked, and then grabbed Gu Fei with one hand and quickly retreated. Boom! There was a loud noise and blood shot into the sky. A part of the ground instantly collapsed. If the old tortoise had not reacted in time, the two would have fallen into the blood-red cave below. The momentum of heaven and earth was broken by the old tortoise's array. Endless blood rushed out of the ground, and the array that the old tortoise had carved was tainted by the bloody light. The ancient demon patterns were forcibly erased and disappeared into the void. The old tortoise's array broke the momentum of heaven and earth, but at the same time, it was also tainted by the blood and collapsed. The ancient demon patterns with the Tao flow dissipated into the void. Go! The old tortoise shouted and directly rushed out with Gu Fei. Then, the two rushed out of the 9 dragons competing for pearls without looking back. At this time, behind them had become a sea of blood. Bloody mist steamed and waves of blood surged. It was hard to imagine that in just an instant, the world had become a bloody purgatory. The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei and the old tortoise sent down strands of primordial chaos chi to protect the two of them, protecting them from the evil bloodlight. Gu Fei was still shaken. He sat on the ground in shock, gasping for breath. As for the old tortoise, his expression had also become very unsightly. It had been a bad start. 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Is this deadly trap really unbreakable? The old tortoise muttered to himself, his expression changing several times. They had just entered the 9 dragons competing for pearls area, but they had almost been trapped to death. Let's go back first, said the old tortoise. He called out to Gu Fei and left the mountain range. He didn't want to stay here for long. This danger zone made him feel a great deal of pressure. They had just entered the 9 dragons competing for pearls area, but they had already encountered danger. This made Gu Fei and the old tortoise realize just how terrifying this danger zone was. By the time Gu Fei and the old tortoise returned to the god race's sacred mountain, the land of sealed devils had long since descended into chaos. The stone peak that was like an incomparably large divine blade stabbed into the ground was violently shaking. To be more accurate, the entire land of sealed devils was shaking. Dust billowed, demonic chi surged, and countless devils howled. The entire land of sealed devils was like a horde of devils dancing. The stone blade that was tens of thousands of meters tall was constantly cracking apart. Large chunks of stone fell off, revealing an incomparably resplendent light. A peaceful aura filled the world, making the land of sealed devils seem a bit more peaceful and tranquil. These were 2 diametrically opposed auras. The violent demonic nature and the peaceful Buddhist nature were clashing. The true blade was revealed. The sharp and peerless Buddhist weapon was like a green divine jade. Rays of green Buddhist light flowed on it. This was its true appearance. The green jade ring blade that was tens of thousands of meters tall finally shattered the earth and the void. It soared into the sky, turned into a long rainbow, shattered the void, and disappeared from the land of sealed devils. After the green jade ring blade disappeared from the land of sealed devils, the land of sealed devils seemed to have lost its suppression. The weak demonic nature began to gradually strengthen. On this day, the remnant devil souls wandering in the world of sealed devils converged toward the land of sealed devils. Many of the undead creatures felt that a major change was about to take place in the hell realm. In the void hundreds of miles away from the land of sealed devils, there was an inner world that was shrouded in Buddhist light, just like the Western paradise. This inner world was shrouded in Buddhist light, and it was full of vitality. The Buddhist land and immortal flowers were competing with each other in beauty. They were bright purple and red, sparkling and translucent, flowing with all kinds of brilliance. The fragrance of the jade grass was lush and green. In the central region of the inner world, A little monk in a white monk robe was sitting cross-legged in the air, holding a purple gold alms bowl in his hand. At the moment when the green jade ring blade disappeared, the little monk opened his eyes and stretched out his right hand, shattering the void. He directly grabbed a green divine light from the shattered void. The green jade ring blade condensed in the little monk Fan Xiu's right hand. The Buddha knife that was tens of thousands of meters long became the size of an ordinary sword. The green jade ring blade flowed on the surface of the little monk Fan Xiu's blade, and a holy and pure Buddhist nature was emitted from the blade. It vibrated in the little monk's hand, as if it wanted to fly out of his hand. However, no matter how it vibrated, even if thousands of Buddha lights burst out from the blade, it could not hurt the little monk Fan Xiu's little hand. It was firmly held by the little monk's pink hand. The green jade ring blade that was guarding the land of sealed devils was taken back by the little monk Fan Xiu. Finally, he grabbed the green jade ring blade fiercely, and thousands of Buddha lights rushed into the blade. The green jade ring blade no longer struggled, and slowly calmed down. Congratulations, Venerable Fan Xiu, for obtaining the Buddha Lord's sacred weapon. A skinny old monk respectfully put his palms together and bowed to the little monk Fan Xiu. Although the little monk Fan Xiu was young, his wisdom was definitely at the level of an old monster. He nodded silently, and then gently flicked the green jade ring blade. The blade immediately emitted a crisp and sweet sound, like the roar of a dragon from the 9 heavens, reverberating in this Buddhist land. Then, the green jade ring blade turned into a divine light, and sank into his body. At the same time, the little monk Fan Xiu's eyes became incomparably deep. At this moment, his body seemed to have turned into the sky, and he was like a supreme Buddha looking down on the world. "It's time," the little monk Fan Xiu said calmly. "Is it the last moment?" asked the old monk. The old monk's face, which was as calm as an ancient well, also showed a hint of excitement. The little monk Fan Xiu nodded, and then directly opened up his inner world, and walked out with the old monk. 3 days later, the little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk arrived in front of an inconspicuous ancient temple in the depths of the Hell Realm. When the little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk chanted Buddhist incantations, faint chanting sounds came from the ancient temple, echoing with them. In the ancient temple, there seemed to be a senior monk chanting. A wave of divine Buddhist power rippled gently between heaven and earth, dispersing the dark clouds and fog in this area. In this dim world of death, the divine Buddhist power was very obvious and special. This Buddhist power seemed to be guided by the little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk. Many of the undead creatures in the vicinity were immediately affected by this Buddhist power, and the evil souls were immediately purified and dispersed. In the end, the dilapidated ancient temple emitted a brilliant golden light, and the whole body of the Buddhist light flowed, becoming bright, as if daytime had descended into hell. This ancient temple had existed for countless years, and some places had decayed. However, as the chanting continued, the ancient temple began to become extraordinary. The walls, tiles, and even the ground were all flowing with the brilliant Buddhist light like the morning glow, causing the ancient temple to be enveloped in a layer of golden divine splendor. Endless Buddhist power was rippling out from the ancient temple. The little monk Fan Xiu was like a Buddha that had descended, and his little face was filled with peace and serenity. Surrounded by the Buddhist light, his small body was incomparably divine, making it inviolable. He continued chanting Buddhist incantations, and it was as if there was a heavenly voice of the great Tao reverberating between heaven and earth. The little monk seemed to have become the incarnation of Buddha, and he slowly walked forward, walking into the ancient temple. The old monk put his palms together, and followed behind the little monk Fan Xiu, walking into the ancient temple. When the little monk Fan Xiu and the old monk entered the ancient temple, the chanting from the ancient temple instantly became louder. The entire ancient temple began to have swastikas appearing, and a vast Buddhist power spread between heaven and earth. The golden Buddhist light illuminated the dim world, and the undead creatures that were illuminated by the golden Buddhist light were all disintegrated. The Buddhist light was originally the nemesis of the undead creatures. The ancient temple was empty, and there were no furnishings at all. Maybe there were some in the past, but now, there was nothing left, and everything had decayed. The floor of the ancient temple was covered in a thick layer of dust, and there was a Buddha statue that was 10 feet tall at the entrance. This was the only Buddha statue left in the entire ancient temple. However, at this moment, this Buddha statue was emitting boundless Buddhist light, and the chanting of 100,000 Buddhas was coming from the Buddha statue. Everything was destroyed in the passage of time, leaving nothing behind. In the entire ancient temple, there was only a Buddha statue left. This Buddha statue emitted a powerful Buddha nature, like a Buddha Lord descending to the world, preaching the Tao and preaching the scriptures. The reason why this ancient temple didn't collapse was probably because of the existence of this Buddha statue. Even though everything inside had decayed, the Buddha statue and the ancient temple were still standing tall in the world of death. Fan Xiao and the old monk came to the front of the Buddha statue and sat down cross-legged. They chanted Buddhist incantations, resonating with the Buddha statue in front of them. Pali, Pali, Pali. In the end, when the Buddha's divine Buddha nature that surged out from the Buddha statue reached its peak, the Buddha statue actually cracked. With a bang, the cracked Buddha statue instantly turned into a cloud of dust. From the dust, 3 balls of golden sun-like brilliance rushed out. 2 of them entered the little monk Fan Xiao's body, and the last one entered the old monk's body. Immediately, a vast Buddhist power surged from the bodies of Fan Xiao and the old monk. An illusory figure appeared from their bodies, holding a flower and smiling, and flowing with endless Buddhist nature. The illusory image that appeared from the bodies of Fan Xiao and the old monk was actually a Buddha. Could it be that the relics that Fan Xiao and the old monk obtained were actually the relics left behind by the Buddha? Chapter 578. In the Buddha statue of the ancient temple, there were 3 divine Buddha relics left behind by the fallen Buddhist Almighty. After obtaining the divine Buddha relics, the entire ancient temple lost the power that it relied on to exist. The Buddhist light instantly dimmed and turned into dust. Amidst the flying dust, 2 masses of Buddha light flickered like golden suns. Auspicious Buddha nature rippled between heaven and earth. The dead land actually showed signs of rejuvenation. Endless Buddha power surged from the bodies of little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk. It was as if Buddhas had descended to the mortal world, blocking the dust that was drifting in the sky. Roar! At this moment, a demonic roar came from afar. The rolling demonic sound dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. A demonic shadow brought with it a monstrous demonic aura and rushed over from afar. In an instant, it came close and a terrifying demonic aura spread between heaven and earth. The demonic nature and the Buddha nature were colliding. Then, a pitch-black demonic hand that was as big as a mountain stretched out from the demonic clouds and directly grabbed little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk. Rumble. It was as if an ancient demonic mountain was descending. That huge demonic hand emitted endless terrifying demonic power. The void was collapsing and heaven and earth were being torn apart. The little monk Fan Xiao stood up from the ground. His body shone with the light of Buddha and a golden Buddha shadow appeared on his body. With a smile on his face, he dispelled the overwhelming demonic aura. Then he pressed his palm upwards. The Buddha phantom that appeared on little monk Fan Xiao's body followed little monk Fan Xiao's action and also waved his palm. Boom! The entire heaven and earth shook violently. Endless golden Buddha light surged out from little monk Fan Xiao's palm. In an instant, it condensed into a huge golden hand that emitted endless Buddha power and went up to the demonic hand that was bombarding down. It was a golden Buddha hand. In the middle of the Buddha palm, there was a golden swastika spinning, emitting endless auspicious and holy aura. Rumble! The golden Buddha palm collided with the black demonic hand. It was as if 2 ancient divine mountains were violently colliding. The vast and mighty power shook the entire world. The golden Buddha's light illuminated the dark earth. Many undead creatures were instantly killed by the Buddha's light. The power of Buddhism had always been the nemesis of evil. Once the Buddhist light appeared, all evil would bow down to it. This was a head-on confrontation between demonic power and Buddhist power. The 2 extremely powerful forces seemed to be equally matched, and neither could suppress the other. The golden Buddha palm and the black demonic hand dissipated in the sky at the same time. Heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed, as if a hole had been punched out. The mighty aftershock caused the earth to undulate violently like waves. Several hills nearby collapsed, and the bones buried under the ground were also overturned. The world of death was the graveyard of all living beings. Dried bones could be seen everywhere. Who knew how many bones were buried under the ground? Even the true bones of immortals and the great devil bone physique could be seen sometimes. Swoosh! The little monk Fan Xiao held the purple gold alms bowl in his hand and soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of Buddha's light broke through the layers of demonic aura and rushed into the depths of the demonic clouds. At this time, the old monk also stood up from the ground. There was also a Buddha's shadow looming on his body. However, compared to the Buddha's shadow on the little monk Fan Xiao's body, The shadow on the old monk's body was much dimmer. He raised his head and looked up. His face was calm and serene. It seemed that he didn't intend to attack the demonic shadow but was just watching. The demonic soul has been reunited so quickly? The old monk looked up at the sky, at the demonic shadow that was fighting endlessly with the little monk Fan Xiao, and muttered to himself. After taking away the green jade ring blade that was suppressing the true devil's bone, there is indeed a possibility for the true devil to be resurrected. The old monk said. He seemed to have recognized the origin of the demonic shadow. The demonic shadow that was fighting with the little monk Fan Xiao in the sky seemed to be a powerful demonic soul that came from the land of sealed demons. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk entered the land of sealed demons and took away the green jade ring blade, allowing a part of the demonic soul to be reunited. The prophecy of the god race seemed to be coming true. However, the demonic soul hadn't recovered to its peak state. It was just an incomplete demonic soul. There was still the remnant soul of the true devil wandering in this world of death. However, it didn't seem to be far from reassembling the demonic soul. The little monk Fan Xiao wanted to kill the demonic soul while it was still weak. Otherwise, if the remnant soul of the true devil was successfully reassembled, the ancient true devil would once again descend on this land. This was something that no one wanted to see happen. Swoosh! A dark green saber light flashed in the sky. In an instant, the dark world was split into two. The void was split in an instant, and a pitch-black spatial crack appeared. The saber light that contained auspicious Buddha's power also split the demonic soul in half at the same time. The little monk Fan Xiao used the green jade ring blade. It was a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the Buddha Lord. It was incomparably powerful. If he could unleash its full power, it would be comparable to the descent of the ancient Buddha Lord and could destroy 3,000 worlds. With just one slash, the demonic soul was severely injured. The demonic soul that was split in half by the green jade ring blade turned into a cloud of black gas and dissipated in the void. However, it was difficult to kill such a demonic soul in one go. The little monk Fan Xiao didn't think that he could kill the demonic soul with just one slash. He held the purple gold alms bowl in his left hand and the green jade ring blade in his right. His divine eyes pierced through the void and swept in all directions. Sure enough, a faint black shadow reappeared 10 miles away. Although the demonic soul had reassembled, it was dim and lifeless. It was as if it could dissipate at any time. The demonic soul that came out from the land of sealed demons felt the threat of the green jade ring blade. It roared and rode the monstrous demonic aura, turned around and fled into the distance. The green jade ring blade was stabbed by the Buddha Lord into the corpse of the true demon. It sealed the bones of the true demon, causing the immortal demonic soul to wander in this world of death. The power of heaven and earth wore down the power of the demonic soul day and night. He wanted to use this to destroy the immortal demonic soul. This little monk Fan Xiao was a Buddhist venerable who walked out of the tomb of the Buddha Lord. He actually knew the way to break the seal set by the Buddha Lord and took away the green jade ring blade that was used to seal the bones of the true demon. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk had expected such an outcome. However, they didn't expect that the remnant soul of the true demon, which had wandered in the world of death for countless years, would reassemble a part of it so quickly. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before the ancient true demon returned to this world. With the green jade ring blade in hand, the little monk Fan Xiao turned into a golden rainbow light and chased after the demonic soul. Upon seeing this, the old monk also rushed into the sky and chased after the little monk Fan Xiao. They had no choice but to stop the reassembly of the devil soul. After all, the green jade ring blade that had sealed the true devil's skeleton for countless years was a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It was obvious that the true devil from ancient times had been killed and sealed in the world of death by the Buddhist Lord. If the true demon was reborn, the first people that the true demon would look for were the Buddhist venerables like the little monk Fan Xiao. The demonic soul had begun to reassemble. The prophecy that humans, deities, demons, Buddhas, and demons would appear together in the continent of death was gradually becoming a reality. In the sacred mountain of the divine clan, Gu Fei and the old turtle had been living in St. Li's palace ever since they returned from the 9 dragons competing for pearls. They didn't want to act rashly for the time being to avoid arousing the suspicion of the divine clan. Li Xuandao's physical body, which was controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, was still sitting in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Even when the descendants of Li Xuandao's lineage came to see him, he was too lazy to respond. After a few days, Gu Fei learned that the divine clan seemed to have suffered a great loss in the battle against the demonic dragon. Some people had already thought of asking Li Xuandao to go out and fight the demonic dragon. Moreover, the divine clan actually suffered casualties in the battle against the demonic dragon. How could this be? The entire divine clan only had a few hundred people. It could be said that the death of one person was one less. Therefore, the number of people asking the ancestor to fight gradually increased. In the end, the big figures of the divine clan gathered at the peak of the holy mountain and asked the ancestor to fight. F***ck, these bastards. Gu Fei's avatar could not help but curse these guys who were trying hard to get him to fight. He was not the real Li Xuandao. He was just using Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body. If he really fought against the demonic dragon, even if he could use the peerless immortal body to fight against the demonic dragon, he was afraid that there would be a risk of being seen through. However, under such circumstances, it was not Gu Fei's choice. The demonic dragon led countless demonic creatures to besiege the divine clan's holy land and constantly attacked the seal. However, the seal was too strong and difficult to break. Otherwise, the divine clan's holy land would have been flooded by countless demonic creatures. However, the demonic dragon attracted the true devil's blood from somewhere. It wanted to use the power of the true devil contained in the true devil's blood to defile the 9 divine pillars, break the seal, and enter the divine clan's holy land. The divine clan was originally safe and sound hiding in the seal. However, the bloodline of the innate gods and devils born between heaven and earth was too strong. The true devil's blood seemed to be able to defile the divine pillars and even corrode the power of the great Tao. In this way, the divine clan had no choice but to fight. With the golden divine sword in hand and Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, Gu Fei was confident that he could compete with the primordial demonic dragon that was reborn from flesh and blood. If that's the case, then let's go play with the primordial demonic dragon. Gu Fei walked out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace and saw a group of divine clan disciples kneeling in front of the gate of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Ancestor, please make a move. Ancestor, please make a move. Ancestor, please make a move. The kneeling divine clan disciples immediately shouted when they saw Li Xuandao, who was controlled by Gu Fei, walking out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Good. I'll go meet the demonic dragon. In fact, it's not bad to be a dragon slayer, Gu Fei said, then directly rushed into the sky and disappeared into the void. For the past few days, Gu Fei had been digesting the soul memory of Li Xuandao. Controlling Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was like controlling a divine body with unparalleled combat power. This was because Gu Fei found that this peerless immortal body could still use the divine techniques of the immortal path. The divine techniques of the immortal path were really broad and profound. Moreover, there seemed to be no obstacles when he used the divine techniques of the immortal path. In other words, the divine techniques of the immortal path that Li Xuandao could use, so could Gu Fei. Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was not crippled just because he changed his soul. With a teleportation, Gu Fei's avatar appeared hundreds of miles away. After teleporting a few times in a row, Gu Fei heard the fierce sounds of fighting. Outside the seal, the demonic aura was monstrous. A huge black dragon the size of a mountain was fighting against 3 divine clan cultivators. Gu Fei did not recognize any of the 3 divine clan cultivators. However, the aura exuding from the 3 divine clan cultivators was more powerful and terrifying than Li Xiang. These 3 people were definitely the super cultivators of the divine clan, who dared to compete with the demonic dragon. However, Gu Fei found that the 3 super cultivators of the divine clan were completely suppressed by the primordial demonic dragon that had been reborn. Although it was 1 against 3, the primordial demonic dragon still had the upper hand and was incomparably fierce. This book. Chapter 579. The ancestor is here. Gu Fei's arrival delighted the 3 divine race super experts. They did not notice anything amiss, nor did they notice anything strange about Li Xuandao. No one could tell that Li Xuandao was no longer the Li Xuandao of the past. It was no wonder. Li Xuandao was gravely injured in the battle back then and needed to hibernate for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was rare for outsiders to see him. Moreover, Li Xuandao had a supreme status in the divine race. Everyone in the race was his junior. Everyone was cautious and respectful in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. Who would pay attention to his words, actions, and other minor details? Therefore, Gu Fei did not have to exert too much effort to impersonate Li Xuandao. Gu Fei did not say a word. He directly conjured a divine incantation of the immortal path. Strands of divine power surged between his hands, and a door immediately appeared on the seal in front of him. Endless divine runes curled around the door, and the aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. Gu Fei, with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique, emitted a divine aura of the immortal path. With one step, he walked through the door on top of the seal and arrived outside the seal. An extremely fierce murderous aura immediately assaulted his face. The aura of death filled the air, and dark clouds floated in the distant sky. Gu Fei felt as if he had gone from a world full of vitality to a world of death. It was like heaven and hell at the same time. Roar! A demonic howl came from the demonic aura in front of him. Then, a skinny figure walked out from the surging demonic aura, pressing towards Gu Fei. It was a demonic corpse shrouded in thick demonic aura. Its blood-red eyes swept over Gu Fei, and its violent aura made one's heart palpitate. Old ancestor, be careful! One of the 3 Protoss super experts who besieged Mo Long hurriedly shouted at Gu Fei. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Were these demonic creatures really not afraid of being killed? How dare this kind of weakling make a move on him? Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body contained boundless divine power of the immortal Tao. How could this little demonic corpse resist it? The power of Gu Fei's soul emerged from Li Xuandao's Naiwan palace and spread throughout his immortal body. Then, he casually pointed a finger. Chi! With a soft sound, a beam of divine light immediately shot out from the tip of his finger. It directly shattered the void and instantly pierced through the head of the demonic corpse. The evil corpse that was rushing towards Gu Fei silently fell down from the evil cloud. This terrifying evil corpse was directly killed by the power of Gu Fei's supreme immortal physique. Back off! Gu Fei said coldly. The 3 God Race super experts surrounding the demonic dragon immediately dispersed. In their opinion, only this demonic dragon was qualified to be their ancestor's opponent. Roar! The demonic dragon roared, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. An endless amount of demonic energy surged out from its mountainous body. Its eyes instantly shot out 2 destructive beams that pierced towards Gu Fei. This demonic dragon took the initiative to attack. Gu Fei sneered. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed the destructive demonic light, and then pointed out with his finger. Chi! A ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger and pierced the dragon's head. Damn it, the Tao ancestor successor, you underestimate me too much. The demonic dragon's voice reverberated between the heaven and earth. It saw the scene of Gu Fei killing the demonic corpse. Now that it saw Gu Fei using the same method to kill the demonic corpse to deal with it, it couldn't help but feel annoyed. It felt that it was being underestimated by Gu Fei. Rumble! The gigantic demonic dragon moved quickly in the sky. It directly stretched out a dragon claw and crushed the piercing beams of divine light. Then, it opened its mouth and a demonic flame, like the Milky Way hanging upside down, rushed towards Gu Fei. The demonic flame burned the sky and the void trembled. In an instant, it shrouded this part of the world and blocked all of Gu Fei's escape routes, forcing him to confront the demonic dragon head-on. Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was nourished day and night by the divine power of the immortal path. After countless years, even a mortal body would eventually become a divine body. Gu Fei gently shook his body, and a gust of immortal force immediately surged out from his body, blocking the demonic sky-scorching fire that swept towards him from all directions. The divine power of the immortal Tao surged violently inside the peerless immortal's body. Gu Fei's hands emitted a dazzling divine light. As he waved his hands, crescent-shaped blades of light spun and flew out like hazy moonlight, directly slashing into the raging demonic fire around him. The hazy moonlight blade, although inconspicuous, had great power. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and a large area of the black demonic flame was extinguished. This is... The demonic dragon was shocked. This method was too terrifying. To use the divine light condensed from the divine power of the immortal path to extinguish the sky-burning demonic flame. Perhaps only the Tao ancestor back in the day had this ability. The demonic dragon felt a little uneasy. This descendant of the Tao ancestor was very powerful and had exceeded his imagination. Although he had successfully regenerated his flesh and blood, he had not yet recovered to his previous peak state. The hazy light blade directly broke through the sky-burning demonic flame and slashed out. The void was destroyed. The demonic dragon knew how powerful it was and quickly retreated. The Cleave of Moon Deities. I didn't expect the ancestor to have cultivated this divine technique. The three super experts of the Shen clan who were watching the battle from afar were inexplicably shocked when they saw Gu Fei display this supreme divine technique. In the Shen clan, there was a saying that if the moon deity's slash was cultivated to the highest level, it could even destroy the three corpses of greed, anger, and infatuation in the body to prove the supreme Tao. This is a supreme secret technique among the divine techniques of the immortal path. I didn't expect someone to actually cultivate this secret technique. A super expert of the Shen clan said excitedly. 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon. The demonic dragon shouted loudly. His body emitted endless demonic light and terrifying demonic power. Then within the demonic light, 9 dragon shadows appeared out of thin air. The 9 dragon shadows were all changing rapidly. When the light dissipated, 9 terrifying figures appeared in the void. To be precise, they were 9 monsters with monstrous demonic aura. These 9 monsters were all tyrannical and incomparably ferocious. Some had dragon heads and human bodies, some had fleshy wings on their backs, some had horns on their heads, some were 2-headed beasts covered in scales, and some were demonic people with 3 pairs of arms on their backs. These were simply 9 ferocious and terrifying demons. Humph! Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations? In my eyes, you are just a small loach. No matter how you transform, you will not be my opponent. Gu Fei strolled in the void and said coldly. Roar! The 9 demons roared angrily and instantly turned into 9 demonic shadows, instantly surrounding Gu Fei. You will regret looking down on me. The voice of the demonic dragon sounded in the void. Is that so? Even though Gu Fei was surrounded by the 9 demons created by the demonic dragon, his expression was still calm without the slightest trace of nervousness. The Tao rhymes on his supreme immortal body flowed calmly without a trace of murderous intent. It was as if a supreme immortal king had descended to the mortal world and was not engaged in a battle of life and death. This supreme immortal body was Li Xuandao's body, so it naturally exuded Li Xuandao's aura, completely overshadowing Gu Fei's aura. 9 heavens 10 earths, God extermination and immortal execution. The demonic dragon roared. Then, the bodies of the 9 demons suddenly emitted a dazzling demonic light. At this time, Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. The positions of the 9 demons. Gu Fei's heart shivered as he silently cursed. However, it seemed that it was a bit too late. The bodies of the 9 demons instantly exploded and turned into 9 demonic runes that emitted endless demonic lights. The 9 demonic runes connected with the heaven and earth and gathered an endless amount of worldly power, completely sealing the space where Gu Fei was at. Gu Fei only felt that the space around him had suddenly solidified, and his body was imprisoned. A terrifying power surged as the 9 demonic runes attracted a great force, seemingly wanting to strip this space away from the Tao of Hell. Ancient absolute kill demon formation, I was too careless. Gu Fei groaned inwardly. Li Xuandao's soul had memories of this demon formation. To use this type of absolute killing formation, one had to pay a great price. This demonic dragon was risking his life. The so-called Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations was only a pretense. This absolute killing formation was the true killing technique of the demonic dragon. Such a cunning guy. Gu Fei was enraged. Haha. I have to say that you are stronger than me, but so what? The one who will die now will be you. The demonic dragon laughed heartily. Laughing heartily. The 3 super experts of the god race who were watching the battle from a distance suddenly changed their expressions. Their old ancestor had actually fallen into the opponent's killing formation. What should they do? Hee hee. Do you think you have one? Gu Fei's face revealed a strange evil smile as he stared coldly at the demonic dragon that walked out of the void. At this time, the demonic dragon transformed into a black-haired middle-aged man whose eyes were like 2 bottomless black holes. He had just used a secret technique to escape into the void, and even Gu Fei did not notice him. At this time, you should accept your fate. The middle-aged man that the demonic dragon transformed into said coldly. The 9 demonic patterns drew in the power of Tao, and formed beams of demonic light that shrouded the surroundings. As long as he willed it, these terrifying killing lights could cut Gu Fei into millions of pieces. His divine soul would also be shattered by the condensed power of the Great Path, and his soul would scatter. You are the one who should accept your fate. Gu Fei suddenly shouted. Swoosh. With a swoosh, A purple divine light rushed out from his hand and broke the demonic formation as easily as crushing dry weeds. It destroyed the demonic patterns and split the middle-aged man that the demonic dragon transformed into outside the formation in half. Gu Fei had been accumulating power for a long time. He suddenly attacked at an extremely fast speed without any warning. The purple gold divine sword destroyed everything in its way. Not only did it break the demonic formation, but it also severely injured the demonic dragon. Pang! The demonic dragon's body exploded, and endless demonic aura instantly enveloped the world. This part of the world suddenly fell into absolute darkness. Swoosh! The purple divine light was as vigorous as the divine dragon. It turned in the void and flew back to Gu Fei's side. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the purple gold divine sword in his hand. I said, you are no match for me. Gu Fei stared coldly at the surging demonic aura somewhere. In the demonic aura, the shadow of a dragon appeared. This book. Chapter 580. This level of attack did not directly kill the demonic dragon. At this level of existence, it was difficult to completely destroy it with simple attacks. Special methods were needed. Form destruction. Gu Fei immediately unleashed Li Xuandao's divine technique of the immortal Dao. A dazzling divine light rushed out from his Naiwen palace, slashing towards the dragon that was materializing in front of him. It was an offensive divine technique of the immortal Dao. Wherever the divine light passed, the void would be annihilated. Terrifying immortal god force condensed into a destructive light that pierced through the layers of demonic aura and landed on the dragon. Immediately, demonic blood splattered everywhere and scales scattered. Amidst a miserable roar, the demonic body that coiled like a mountain ridge exploded, leaving behind a mangled skeleton. A rain of blood poured down from the sky, and the demonic flesh and blood of the mystic dragon sprinkled down from the sky. The soil that was stained with the demonic blood made a sizzling sound, and black smoke immediately rose from it. The demonic dragon's skull emitted a horrified spiritual fluctuation. Gu Fei's attack had shaved off its flesh, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Gu Fei's attack had directly destroyed the demonic dragon. Boom! Sensing the threat of death, the demonic dragon directly broke through the void, wanting to escape. At this time, the demonic dragon had long since lost the ferocity it had when it fought against the three divine race experts. It had used a secret art, sacrificing its own cultivation as the price to activate the absolute devil formation. The demonic dragon's vitality had been greatly damaged, and now it had been struck by Gu Fei's violet gold divine sword. The demonic dragon knew it couldn't contend against Gu Fei, so it decisively retreated. However, Gu Fei didn't want to let it go. You want to leave? Not a chance. With a light shout, Gu Fei pressed his left palm forward, and a wave of divine light rippled out in all directions. Universe stabilizing. Boundless divine light shrouded the entire world in an instant. The void was sealed by the unfathomable power of the immortal Dao. The demonic dragon had already burrowed into the shattered void, but it was fixed high up in the sky, motionless. The shattering void was frozen. Gu Fei's left hand surged with immeasurable divine power of the immortal Dao, freezing this part of the world. Everything that was enveloped by the divine light was frozen. In this absolutely still world, even the wind was frozen. Only Gu Fei could still move. To be precise, only Li Xuandao could still move. Gu Fei's soul and Li Xuandao's physical body. This combination was still able to display unparalleled battle prowess. This was because Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique was too powerful. Gu Fei froze in the void and walked slowly in the void. In an instant, he arrived in front of the demonic dragon. Then, he raised his sword and slashed down, directly chopping off the mountain-like dragon head. Soul severing. Sealed by the great power of stabilizing heaven and earth, the heavily injured mystic dragon had no power to fight back. The soul fire in its skull was directly crushed by the soul force that shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. The soul shattered and the divine sense extinguished, leaving only the rippling soul force. This was the purest form of power. Whether it was an immortal god or a great devil, soul power was the foundation of their existence. Even if their divine soul was shattered, their soul power would not disappear so quickly. Before the soul power dissipated, if a cultivator could devour this soul power, their soul would also become stronger. No wonder this demonic dragon wasn't as terrifying as those legendary creatures that could regenerate their flesh and blood. So it was just a simple rebirth. Gu Fei thought. The soul in the skull was still in the form of a soul flame. This wasn't a true rebirth of flesh and blood, nor was it a perfect transformation. It was just regrowing flesh and blood. But even so, this demonic dragon's strength was enough to run amok in this world of death. Unfortunately, it encountered Gu Fei, so it was destined to be a tragedy. The demonic dragon's skull emitted a bit of soul force. This was a great supplement, so Gu Fei couldn't let it go. He quickly circulated his Xian Qi and absorbed the scattered soul force into his body. Then it gathered in his Naiwen palace. The avatar he separated from his main body was still too weak. He could use the demonic dragon's soul force to increase his soul force in order to better control this peerless immortal physique. Gu Fei withdrew the power of universe stabilizing. Rumble. Under the effect of the power of heaven and earth, the shattered void quickly reformed and repaired itself. The huge headless dragon skeleton fell from the sky, and with a boom, it smashed onto the ground, causing smoke and dust to fill the air. The moment the demonic dragon was killed, the countless demonic creatures that had gathered outside the seal to attack the divine race's holy land seemed to have lost control and began to disperse. Several powerful demonic creatures directly soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Swoosh! 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 The three divine race experts immediately rode on their escape lights and chased after the powerful demonic creatures. They didn't put the countless fleeing demonic creatures in their eyes at all. After Gu Fei withdrew the great divine art of universe stabilizing, he stopped the dragon's head in front of him and kept the purple-gold divine sword into his body. Then, Gu Fei directly sat in front of the dragon's head and began to absorb the demonic dragon's soul force. The soul force that seeped out from the demonic dragon's skull constantly gathered in between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The demonic dragon's soul force was extremely powerful. As it was constantly refined, Gu Fei gradually felt that his soul was expanding, and his soul force became stronger. However, it seemed that someone wasn't willing to let Gu Fei quietly devour the demonic dragon's soul force. The three divine race experts who went to kill the powerful demonic creatures quickly rushed back from afar. Everyone's faces were filled with inexplicable shock. They were panic-stricken, as if they had encountered something terrible and were fleeing back. Just as the three divine race experts returned, a terrifying demonic howl came from afar. The surging demonic sound reverberated between heaven and earth, and the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed by the sound waves. Hearing this demonic howl, the expressions of the three divine race experts immediately changed. Who is it who killed my demonic pet? A powerful soul wave pierced through the void, ignoring the barriers of distance and space-time, and directly sounded in Gu Fei's heart. Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. A ruthless character had arrived. The voice was still lingering in his heart when an illusory figure shrouded in black gas appeared on the distant horizon. Damn it, you actually dared to kill my magical pet. All of you will die. Powerful spiritual fluctuations rang out once more. Then, the figure that appeared on the horizon took a single step forward, directly crossing the endless void and appearing nearby. That person was shrouded in black gas, and it was impossible to see his appearance. It was also unknown whether he existed as a soul, or a terrifying expert with flesh and blood. Die to accompany my devil pet in death. That person suddenly appeared in front of a god race expert. He reached out and grabbed that expert's neck. It was too fast. That mysterious person's movements were so fast that no one could react at all before he was caught. Then, a hair-raising scene appeared. The flesh and blood of that god race-level powerhouse rapidly withered away. His essence, energy, and soul were quickly stripped away. In an instant, he became a dried corpse that was only skin and bones. Hiss! The other two god race experts couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. They subconsciously retreated towards where Gu Fei was. Such an existence was no longer something they could contend against. A superpower house actually didn't even have the power to fight back and was sucked dry by the other party. The difference was too great. If this mysterious person wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Little fellow who has taken over the nest of a magpie, hurry up and devour my demonic pet soul. That way, your soul will become even more delicious. Kakik. A chilling soul wave came from the mysterious person's body. He didn't directly attack Gu Fei. He was waiting for Gu Fei to refine and devour the demon dragon's soul before devouring Gu Fei's soul. It was as if Gu Fei was already a dead thing. But what truly shocked Gu Fei was that the mysterious figure shrouded in black gas seemed to have seen through him and Li Xuandao's secret. However, The two divine race experts didn't understand the mysterious person's words. Roar! I'll fight you to the death. The two divine race experts made up their minds. Immortal divine power erupted from their bodies like a volcano. Rays of divine light rushed out of their bodies and illuminated the entire dusky world. Then, the two divine race experts roared and pounced towards the mysterious figure. Chaotic and powerful forces shook the entire world. The sky seemed to be collapsing. The two divine race experts knew that they were no match for the mysterious person and that they couldn't escape. They decisively used a forbidden technique to perish together with the enemy. They burst out all the immortal divine power in their bodies, wanting to destroy the enemy together with them. Endless divine light rushed out of their bodies. Their 7 orifices were spewing out divine splendor like divine fire. The aura of destruction rippled between heaven and earth. Hee. You want to self-destruct? That's a pity. Don't self-destruct. The mysterious person seemed to reach out his hand and pressed forward twice. The two god race powerhouses who had been madly rushing over were immediately frozen in the void as if someone had cast a body-fixing spell on them. The chaotic energy that had erupted from their bodies was forcibly suppressed by an unfathomable force. The 3 divine race experts immediately turned pale with fright. The mysterious person was too powerful. He was so powerful that he could control their life and death at will. The forces that burst out of their bodies were suppressed and sealed inside. In front of this mysterious person, even if they wanted to self-destruct, they couldn't do it. Who are you? One of the divine race experts asked in despair. Who am I? The mysterious figure shrouded in black cheese slowly walked towards the two divine race experts who were imprisoned in the void. Yes, it's been too long. I can't even remember who I am. But who I am isn't important. What's important is that I know who my enemy is. The mysterious man came to the side of the two god race experts, then stretched out his faint palm and pressed it on the head of one of the god race experts. Roar! The god race expert screamed in fright. An unfathomable power shrouded him, and a cold aura seeped into his body from the demonic hand that was pressing on his head. Then, the immortal Tao divine force and even the essence of his flesh and blood gathered towards his head. They were all devoured by the demonic hand on his head. This was an expert's essence, chi, and soul being forcibly stripped away. The divine race expert's flesh and blood were visibly shriveling up. His eyes were sunken and his gaze gradually became lifeless. His life force was rapidly draining away. Very soon, the divine race expert's body was completely drained of all life essence. His vitality was severed. In the end, even the soul nourished in his mud pill palace was devoured. The divine race expert met a tragic end. His soul scattered. The other divine race expert was not spared either. His life essence was stripped away by the mysterious person. His soul was devoured, and he was turned into a dried corpse. From then on, Gu Fei didn't make a sound. He coldly watched everything unfold. He knew that after the mysterious person dealt with the 3 divine race experts, it would be his turn. This demon dragon was actually the mysterious person's familiar. Could it be that this mysterious person was an ancient true demon that had fallen in the world of death countless years ago? After the mysterious person devoured the life essence and soul of the 3 divine race experts, his figure shrouded in black gas had actually become much more corporeal. Kid, you have a good eye. This body is very powerful. Once I devour you, this body will be mine. I was just worrying about not having a proper body, said the mysterious person shrouded in black gas. He seemed to be a soul without a body of flesh and blood. He could only converse with Gu Fei in the form of spiritual fluctuations. Gu Fei didn't say anything. When he finished refining the last strand of the demon dragon's spiritual strength, he calmly stood up from the void. Seeing Gu Fei so calm, the mysterious person was a little surprised. This kid was so calm. Could it be that he still had something to rely on? I'm very curious. How did you see through me? Gu Fei said indifferently. In truth, he was already extremely nervous in his heart. However, he knew that if he revealed the slightest trace of panic or nervousness, the other party would mercilessly attack him. Li Xuandao was only a soul split from Gu Fei's main body. Even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't hurt the main body that was still in the holy mountain. However, if Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body was lost, it would make Gu Fei's heart ache. After all, this peerless immortal body was a powerful existence comparable to the indestructible martial body. What's so difficult about it? My consciousness can sense your soul fluctuations. No matter how deep your soul is hidden, it won't be able to hide in front of me. Chapter 581. The sudden appearance of the mysterious man, who was so powerful that it made one's heart palpitate, killed 3 divine race experts with a wave of his hand. This made Gu Fei feel a great threat. You are still so calm in the face of death. I really want to know, are you not afraid of death, or do you really have something to rely on? The mysterious man slowly approached Gu Fei. Something to rely on, I do have it. I want to give you a sudden fatal blow when you get close. Gu Fei said with a faint smile. He still maintained a calm appearance, but he was secretly channeling the ascending secret art. If Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique were to use the ascending secret art, Gu Fei was looking forward to how many times this divine body could increase his strength. Hearing this, the mysterious man stopped in his tracks, then said with a smile, "You're quite interesting, kid. I originally wanted to let you live, but who told you to kill my magic pet, so I can only kill you?" The mysterious man did not seem to believe that Gu Fei had anything to rely on. Gu Fei found that this mysterious man was really mysterious. Even in front of him, with Gu Fei's eyesight, it was still difficult to see this person's face clearly. However, it was not that Gu Fei did not notice that this mysterious man shrouded in black energy was not actually flesh and blood, but an incomparably powerful divine soul. The mysterious man stretched out the terrifying demon hand that had already taken the life force of the 3 divine race experts and slowly grabbed towards Gu Fei. He seemed to want Gu Fei to suffer before death. Gu Fei looked at the mysterious man in front of him and suddenly smiled. The mysterious man was obviously stunned. At this time, this kid could still smile? Was he scared silly? This was too abnormal. However, the mysterious man did not retract his hand and continued to grab towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was still smiling. Then, at the moment when the terrifying demon hand was about to touch Gu Fei's clothes, there seemed to be a ray of light flashing in front of Gu Fei's body. The mysterious man's hand stopped. Time seemed to have stopped. Gu Fei and the mysterious man seemed to have turned into stone statues. No one moved. Silence, a silence that made people panic. Then, the first half of the mysterious man's outstretched arm gradually dissipated in the void. What just happened? No one knew, because there were only the 2 of them high up in the sky. Between the 2 of them, there seemed to be a flash of light. However, it was really too fast, and it was almost impossible to catch it. It was also unknown whether it was a flash of light. Swoosh! Gu Fei moved, disappearing from his original location. After that, the mysterious man also moved. Roar! A shrill roar shook the entire world of death. Boundless black chi surged out from his body, enveloping the entire world. Mysterious man dominates the world in the endless darkness. An incomparably dazzling light burst out. Even the hell Tao that was refined by the Buddhist Lord couldn't withstand it. The void around the mysterious man collapsed in an instant. Under the rage of that mysterious person, endless soul force burst out, shattering the void within a radius of 10 miles. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc, violently surging. Even the seal of the holy land of the Shen clan in the distance was impacted. The divine pillar that reached into the sky shook violently. Endless divine patterns lingered above the divine pillar, flowing with the aura of the great path. The seal that separated the holy land of the god race from the world of death was incomparably powerful. Even if that mysterious person had great magical power that could destroy the world, it was still difficult for him to break it. I said I had something to rely on, but you didn't believe me. Gu Fei's voice resounded through the void. Although the spatial shattering energy was incomparably powerful, it couldn't destroy a peerless immortal physique. Moreover, Gu Fei had already used the Heaven Ascension secret art. Disliking Li Xuandao's decrepit appearance, he used his immortal Dao's power to alter the immortal physique's appearance. The peerless immortal physique that had changed its appearance was now 9 feet tall. His entire body seemed to be cast from steel, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. The clothes on his upper body were in tatters, and the upper half of his body was almost completely exposed. His bronze skin flickered with a brilliant light, giving others a sense of his power and terror. His long black hair draped over his chest and back. His resolute cheeks looked as if they had been carved by a knife. His deep and cold eyes were currently blooming with a cold light that could frighten the soul. With the peerless immortal physique as the center, there was a nearly primal world. The destructive power of the shattered void couldn't harm him in the slightest. Damn it, you dare to plot against me? The mysterious person was enraged. Two terrifying black rays shot out from his head as he coldly stared at Gu Fei. I told you, I have something to rely on. I will take advantage of your approach to deal a fatal blow to you. How is this a sneak attack? Have you ever seen such an open and above-board sneak attack? Gu Fei said in a somewhat annoyed tone. Go to hell. The mysterious person had suffered a great loss. In his rage, he directly reached out to grab Gu Fei. His outstretched hand instantly became as large as a mountain, covering the heaven and earth. He wanted nothing more than to crush Gu Fei to death. Buzz! A clear sword chime resounded as a violet divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The violet gold divine sword appeared. Gu Fei grabbed it in his hand and directly slashed at the incoming hand. There was no energy fluctuation, no radiant sword light. There was only a violet sword light, the radiance of the violet gold divine sword. That sword light directly split open the mysterious person's hand. Afterward, Gu Fei took a step forward and directly crossed several thousand meters. In an instant, he appeared above the mysterious person's head. His sword aura didn't change as he slashed down on the mysterious person's head. This is... The mysterious person seemed to be very surprised. He didn't receive this sword and instantly shifted several miles away, leaving behind an afterimage in his original position. I didn't expect to see this divine sword again. Very good, very good. The mysterious person seemed to recognize the origin of the violet gold divine sword. His body emitted an endless murderous aura, causing the temperature of the heaven and earth to drop rapidly. Gu Fei held the violet gold divine sword and rushed towards the mysterious person. He didn't have much time. Only 3 minutes. If he couldn't defeat the mysterious person within 3 minutes, then he would be the one to die. Kill! Gu Fei bellowed. Boundless resplendent light illuminated the heavens and the earth. A terrifying sword light shot out from the violet gold divine sword and slashed towards the mysterious man. Humph humph humph. The mysterious man sneered. True devil world. The mysterious man shouted loudly as a strange fluctuation surged out from his body. Then, the thousands of resplendent sword beams that were slashing towards the mysterious man suddenly disappeared into the void, as if they had slashed into another void. Seeing that, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but thump. He was incomparably shocked. Could it be that this mysterious person had actually refined his inner world? If that was the case, then this mysterious person was already in an invincible position, using strength to break all laws. Gu Fei directly waved the violet gold divine sword with his supreme divine power, breaking through the true devil world and charging towards the mysterious man. The mysterious man was shocked. How did this brat become so powerful? He had actually used his supreme divine power to break through the true devil world and kill his way in front of him. That was not all. When he rushed to the front of the mysterious man, Gu Fei's eyes suddenly burst out a bright light, as if 2 stars were fixed there. Ah! The mysterious person roared, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out of his eyes. His appearance was frighteningly malevolent. He was shocked to discover that his divine soul was being attacked by spiritual strength. Gu Fei's eyes shone with the power of his divine soul. That was his own divine soul and the sword soul of the violet gold divine sword. Despicable ant! You've infuriated me! Roared the mysterious person. He was a soul body, and the sudden spiritual strength attack had greatly impacted his soul. Swish! In an instant, the mysterious man's body transformed into a myriad of demonic shadows that appeared around Gu Fei, surrounding Gu Fei tightly. Countless attacks blasted towards Gu Fei from all directions. Every demonic shadow was real. Gu Fei brandished the violet gold divine sword and continuously fought against the demonic shadows. However, there were just too many of them. When they swarmed over, the entire sky was filled with demonic shadows. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, let alone countless hands. Bang! Gu Fei's back was struck by a fist. This fist's power was unfathomable, and it directly sent Gu Fei flying dozens of miles away, almost splitting him into 2. Even his peerless immortal physique was injured, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The mysterious man naturally wouldn't let Gu Fei go. Countless demonic shadows chased after Gu Fei. Their murderous aura shook the heaven and earth, and the vast and terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the void. Preposterous! Gu Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and directly sat down in the void. Then, his hands formed an immortal Dao divine art, and immortal Dao divine runes surged out from his hands. Countless immortal Dao divine runes split into two. One flew into the sky, and the other entered the earth, disappearing without a trace. Heavenly thunder. Gu Fei pointed a finger at the sky. A beam of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger and disappeared into the heavens. Then, a terrifying force descended from the heavens. Rumble! Thunder roared from the 9 heavens. Bolts of lightning slithered through the sky like silver snakes, giving off deafening rumbles. Gu Fei had attracted the power of lightning in the world. Boom! 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 In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the countless demonic shadows that were charging over. The power of the lightning shook the heavens and the earth, causing the demonic shadows to disperse. Gu Fei used the power of his immortal Dao inscriptions to connect with the heavens and earth, gathering the might of the heavens and earth, drawing in the power of lightning and thunder. This was no longer a martial art, but a divine art of the immortal Dao. Gu Fei had read Li Xuandao's soul memories and gained control of Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique. Naturally, he had also inherited Li Xuandao's immortal energy and cultivation method. He was using Li Xuandao's skills to attack the mysterious man. Earth Fire. Gu Fei shouted again and pressed his palm towards the ground. A divine firebrand appeared on his palm, and then countless divine runes that radiated divine fire appeared on the ground. In the next moment, there was a loud boom, and a monstrous fire burst out from the ground. It went against the sky, and like fire dragons, it pounced towards the countless demonic shadows. Gu Fei had connected with the heaven and earth, summoning heavenly lightning and earth fire to disperse the demonic energy. The demonic shadows disappeared under the interweaving of the heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Rumble. Chapter 582. Humph. A cold laugh came from within the formation of heavenly lightning and earthly fire. Then, those demonic shadows that hadn't been dispersed by the heavenly lightning and burned into black smoke by the earthly fire quickly rushed towards a hazy figure and disappeared into that figure. The figure ignored the threat of the lightning and fire and stood inside the formation. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so capable. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the sky, beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously seeping from his forehead. He only had 3 minutes, but judging from the current situation, it was absolutely impossible to eliminate this fellow within 3 minutes. When Gu Fei thought of this, the thought of retreating rose in his heart. He might be able to fight against this mysterious powerhouse for 3 minutes. But what about after 3 minutes? The Heaven Ascension secret law couldn't allow Gu Fei to maintain his peak condition indefinitely. This peerless immortal physique was truly powerful. Using the Heaven Ascension secret law with his immortal physique actually increased his power by 10 times. One could imagine just how powerful this mysterious expert was. Only with a 10-fold increase in strength could Gu Fei contend against him. Of course, this supreme immortal physique strength was far more than this. However, with Gu Fei's avatar, he could only activate a portion of the immortal divine force contained within the immortal physique. Since he couldn't win, he could only retreat. Gu Fei immediately formed divine incantations and unleashed waves of divine runes towards the heavenly lightning earth fire grand formation. Countless divine runes interweaved with each other outside the formation, creating all sorts of abstruse patterns. They channeled the power of the heaven and earth and gathered the energy of the world from all directions to lay down a heaven-sealing formation. The mysterious expert seemed to have noticed something was amiss. The formation laid down by Gu Fei wasn't a powerful offensive formation. Instead, it was an attempt to gather the power of the heaven and earth to trap him. The mysterious expert was not stupid and immediately realized that Gu Fei was about to run away. How preposterous! Break for me! The mysterious figure roared, and a boundless amount of soul energy surged out of him. That soul energy condensed into countless demonic runes that wove together to form numerous demonic diagrams. An unfathomable power surged out of him, disrupting the momentum of heaven and earth. The immortal Dao runes that laid down the heavenly lightning earthly fire formation trembled again and again. After that, those runes actually collapsed and dissipated. With the collapse of the runes, the heavenly lightning earthly fire formation collapsed on its own. The lightning energy that gathered in the sky scattered in all directions. The divine flame that surged out of the ground also disappeared into the ground. The worldly phenomena vanished completely. This guy was truly monstrous. Just a demonic soul alone was already this powerful. If he was at his peak, wouldn't he be able to compete against the legendary Buddhist lord and demonic forefather? Gu Fei then recalled the divine race's prophecy. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and demons will appear at the Death Continent at the same time. Could the demon in the prophecy be this guy? Boom, 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 boom. The heavenly lightning earth-fire grand formation had already been broken by the mysterious expert. He was currently attacking the grand formation laid down by Gu Fei. I should retreat first. Gu Fei knew that 3 minutes were about to pass. He hastily used his Dao runes to carve out a great void teleportation formation around him. Then, he activated the formation. With a whoosh, a light flashed, and Gu Fei disappeared into the void. Then, the divine inscriptions used to set up the formation also disappeared into the void. Boom! Just as Gu Fei disappeared into the void, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The entire world shook violently. The mysterious person had broken through Gu Fei's sealing heaven and earth entrapment formation, and rushed to where Gu Fei had disappeared in an instant. Roar! The mysterious expert roared at the sky. In just a short moment, Gu Fei had already been teleported to an unknown place. The mysterious expert roared unwillingly, but there was nothing he could do. Brat, consider yourself lucky. If we meet again, I'll definitely tear your corpse into 1,000 pieces and extract your soul. I'll suppress it in purgatory so that you'll never be reborn. The mysterious expert only calmed down after a while. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and looked towards the depths of the Death Continent. Truly, vengeful souls won't disperse. Wait until I successfully reform my devil soul and reverse life and death. The first people I kill will be you two little baldies. The mysterious expert then disappeared into the void. He had directly teleported away. Not long after the mysterious expert left, 2 rays of golden light appeared in the dusky sky of the Death Continent. The golden light came very quickly. It had only just appeared when it arrived in the vicinity in the next moment. 2 figures were wrapped in the golden light. The one in the lead was a young monk who was holding a purple gold alms bowl. He had not completely shed his childishness yet. The person behind the young monk was a skinny old monk. This fair-skinned little monk was the little monk Fan Xiao who had entered the land of sealed demons and taken the green jade ring blade from the true demon skeleton. The old monk was naturally the mighty Buddhist who was guarding the hell path outside the hell path. The little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk stopped in the air above the battlefield where Gu Fei and the mysterious expert were fighting. As the light faded away, the 2 Buddhist almighties were like Buddhas descending to the world. A peaceful aura immediately filled the world. I can sense its aura. Fan Xiao stood in the void, his body flowing with auspicious Buddhist light. His pair of Buddhist eyes scanned the surroundings. There's also the aura of the god race here. The old monk put his palms together and stood behind Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao and the old monk were almighty Buddhist. Buddhism was the inheritance passed down by the ancient Buddha. They naturally knew many secrets about the hell path. It's obvious that the demon and the god race had a great battle here. Fan Xiao said in a low voice when he saw the broken ground and felt the energy fluctuations that had not completely calmed down. The demon is getting stronger and stronger. The old monk's tone revealed a rare trace of worry. Fan Xiao thought for a while and said, as long as the demon has not truly gathered the broken devil soul that was scattered by the Buddha in the past, we still have a chance to seal it or even kill it. This was something he had caused. If he had not set his eyes on the supreme Buddhist weapon that suppressed the true demon's bone in the land of sealed demons, this would not have happened. He could only try his best to deal with the aftermath. The old monk nodded and did not speak again. Soon, Fan Xiao sensed something strange with his enlightened Buddha heart. Then, he and the old monk chased in the direction that the mysterious person had left. The countless demonic creatures that besieged the god race's holy land dispersed because of the death of the demon dragon. The outside of the god race's holy land was restored to peace. The 9 heavenly pillars stood outside the god race's holy land, completely isolating it from the outside world. People who were not part of the god race could not enter or leave the god race's holy land. Gu Fei's clone with the peerless immortal body set up a great void teleportation formation and teleported himself out. Gu Fei did this because the teleportation formation could erase all auras and get rid of the mysterious person's pursuit. If he used the teleportation technique to escape, The mysterious person might be able to lock onto Gu Fei's aura and similarly break the void to chase after Gu Fei. Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the sky above the world of death. The void rippled like water. Then with a swoosh, a figure fell out of the void. Then the void regained its calm. The guy who fell out of the void was looking around with a blank expression. Where is this? The person murmured to himself, trying hard to search his mind. This guy was Gu Fei, who had gotten rid of the mysterious person but didn't know where he was teleported to. Yes, it should be Gu Fei's clone. This Gu Fei was different from Gu Fei's original body. This Gu Fei was 9 feet tall. His entire body seemed to be cast from divine iron. He gave off an incomparably powerful feeling, much more imposing and domineering than the original body. This Gu Fei was a clone of the original body, so he could be called Gu Air. The original body was Gu de Gu De was currently at the god race's holy mountain, leisurely and carefree. As for Gu Air, he had just experienced an incomparably exciting killing tribulation. Gu Air stood in the sky. Although the sky was dark and the nether mist was surging, he could still see everything within a radius of several hundred miles with his eyesight. Gu Air looked around and saw a few towering mountains in the distance. After a quick count, there were actually 9 mountains, vaguely forming some sort of formation. Gu Air was confused. Then, he seemed to suddenly think of something and his expression changed with a whoosh. Fuck, why am I so unlucky to actually come to this damned place? Gu Air muttered with a long face. As it turned out, this place was also a place of danger. Furthermore, this place of danger was second only to the 9 dragons vying for the pearl where the origin of the Hell Realm was located. From the information that Li Xuandao had found in his soul memories, these 9 mountains seemed to be a formation laid down by a certain vicious person. It seemed to be used to suppress something. Gu Air calmed down very quickly. There was no need for him to be afraid of this place of danger, because the most dangerous place was the region surrounded by the 9 mountains. Although the region surrounded by the 9 mountains was also dangerous, it was relatively safer than the region within the 9 mountains. Just what is being suppressed there? Li Xuandao's soul memories did not indicate what the vicious person was suppressing in that place of danger. Chapter 583. When Gu Air was advancing towards the fearsome grounds, a hazy figure shrouded in black gas walked into the nether blood sea that was thousands of miles away from the 9-mountain fearsome grounds. Then, not long after that mysterious person entered the nether blood sea, the entire nether blood sea gradually boiled, as if the smelly seawater formed from fresh blood was quickly evaporating, forming a monstrous fog that shrouded the entire nether blood sea. The unusual movement in the nether blood sea was immediately known by the other forces. Then, many forces sent out experts into the blood sea, but those experts never returned, disappearing into the blood fog. The undead clan's white skeleton that was on good terms with Hei Tian also appeared outside the nether blood sea. It paced around outside for a long time, but in the end, didn't enter the blood sea, but chose to retreat. The nether blood sea made the true experts stop. No one knew what happened in the nether blood sea. The sky full of blood fog finally soared high into the sky, surging and rolling, as if the blood sea's seawater was evaporated. This situation didn't last long, because in the blood fog, 13 huge blood-colored vortexes appeared, spinning crazily. The endless blood fog was quickly swallowed by the 13 huge blood holes. In the end, the blood fog above the nether blood sea disappeared. The 13 huge blood holes actually swallowed all the blood fog. The nether blood sea's seawater also disappeared, revealing the dry seabed. The nether blood sea that had never dried up for countless years, no longer had a drop of blood. On the seabed, there was a thick layer of withered bones. High up in the sky, a shadow shrouded in black gas was roaring at the sky. 13 blood holes were distributed around his body. In the end, the evil blood holes disappeared, turning into 13 bright and almost evil drops of blood. The entire nether blood sea's seawater actually only turned into 13 drops of blood. It was really unbelievable. The 13 drops of blood fused into the hazy soul shadow, and then, the human shadow actually gradually solidified, no longer giving people a faint and unreal feeling. In the end, the figure emitted a dazzling light. The bloody light illuminated the world, and the world was filled with bloody light. However, in just a moment, the blood-red light disappeared and disappeared into the figure. The 13 drops of blood made the figure glow with infinite vitality, and there were faint signs of flesh and blood rebirth. I've retrieved the 13 drops of true demon blood. It's time to take back that thing. The black chi on the mysterious man had dissipated at this time, and a black-haired youth with a cold face appeared. That young man then charged into the sky, surging with a vast and tyrannical baleful aura, shattering the void, instantly traveling 1,000 miles, flying towards the depths of the dried-up netherworld Blood Sea. Very soon, the young man arrived at the lair of the Blood Fiend Azura clan, above Azura Island. The members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan immediately charged out of Azura Island and stared in terror at the terrifying godlike figure in the sky. The members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan were naturally aware of the strange movements of the netherworld Blood Sea. However, the moment the bloody fog rose, they were trapped on Azura Island. All the Blood Fiend Azuras who dared to leave Azura Island and enter the Blood Sea that was shrouded in the bloody fog had all disappeared. Not a single one had returned. Among those Blood Fiend Azuras that had disappeared, there was an Emperor Realm expert among them. Today, the bloody fog had finally dispersed. The Blood Fiend Azuras on the island thought that everything was fine, but suddenly, a mysterious expert had descended on Azura Island. This caused all the members of the Blood Fiend Azura clan to be extremely nervous. The black-haired youth stood in the void and looked down. He was like a high and mighty god, looking down at the world and the common people. My blood actually gave birth to such a lowly creature? A trace of disgust appeared on the black-haired youth's face. He then extended his right hand, and a ball of bloody light appeared in his palm. With a soft pop, the ball of bloody light in the youth's hand suddenly exploded, turning into countless rays of light that shot downwards. Miserable screams rang out everywhere. The bloody threads that descended from the sky danced among the Blood Fiend Azuras, reaping their lives. Very soon, all the Blood Fiend Azuras on Azura Island were slaughtered by the countless bloody threads. The Blood Fiend Azura clan had been annihilated. After the bloody threads had killed all the Blood Fiend Azuras, they all shot up into the sky from the island and gathered toward the black-haired youth in the sky, entering his body. Then, the black-haired youth rushed down from the sky and flew into the depths of Azura Island. Very soon, a loud sound rang out from the depths of Azura Island. The entire Azura Island began to shake. Hideous cracks spread out from the depths of Azura Island. The entire Azura Island was cracking open. An hour later, the black-haired youth rushed out from the depths of Azura Island. In an instant, he disappeared from the dusky world. After the black-haired youth left, 2 rays of golden light appeared in the distant sky, arriving above Azura Island. The golden light dissipated, revealing the figures of little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk. "We're a step too late again," the old monk said helplessly. The sky above Azura Island was filled with the stench of blood. The corpses of the Blood Fiend Azuras lay on the island. When little monk Fan Xiao saw this, his little face tensed up. "Damn it!" Little monk Fan Xiao said in a low voice. "That demon's strength has increased again." The old monk looked down at Azura Island and said in an incomparably heavy voice. The stronger the demon was, the more difficult it would be to reseal or kill that demon. If that demon was reborn, then the one being hunted wouldn't be the demon, but them. "Continue chasing. I don't believe we can't catch that cunning fellow," little monk Fan Xiao said. He once again used the illuminated Buddha heart to sense the world. Very quickly, he once again sensed the black-haired youth's aura. Little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk quickly chased in the direction that the black-haired youth had disappeared. Just as the black-haired youth and little monk Fan Xiao were playing hide-and-seek, Old Gu had already reached the top of the 9 mountains. Along the way, he actually didn't encounter any danger. Could it be that my luck has changed? Old Gu thought to himself. However, the true danger zone referred to the inner region of the 9 mountains, not the outer region. Therefore, it seemed reasonable that he didn't encounter any danger. When Old Gu sneakily reached the peak of one of the mountains and looked inside, he couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of him. The inner region of the 9 mountains was a huge lake, and in the middle of the lake stood 9 stone men who were as tall as 10,000 feet. Each of the 9 stone men was holding a large, pitch-black iron chain, and at the end of the 9 chains was a half-broken black saber. That half-broken black saber wasn't connected to the hilt, but to the tip of the saber. The half-broken black saber was actually 1,000 feet long, and it was tightly wrapped by the 9 black iron chains, suspended in the air above the lake. No. How could this be? Old Gu's second muttered to himself as if he was dumbfounded. He was extremely shocked. The layout of the lake seemed familiar. Peerless saber. Old Gu's voice trembled. The scenes he experienced in the virtual sky world appeared in his mind. Back then when he was training in the virtual sky world, Gu Fei mistakenly entered an absolute formation and met the old tortoise who had been sealed by the absolute formation for 10,000 years. Later, they found a broken black saber in the center of the absolute formation. That black saber was a peerless saber. Although it was only half, it was used by the old tortoise's sworn enemy as a sacred object to suppress the absolute formation's eye. When the absolute formation was broken that day, that half-broken saber turned into a dragon and flew away. However, Old Gu's second thought he would actually see the other half of the saber in the Hell Realm. Although Old Gu's second thought was only Gu Fei's clone, the memories he carried were no different from Gu Fei's. If there was a difference, it would be that Gu Fei was the main body, while Old Gu's second was a clone. Originally, Old Gu's second thought of entering the area surrounded by the 9 mountains to take a risk, but when he saw the half-broken black saber in the air above the lake, which was wrapped by the 9 stone men holding black iron chains, he gave up on this idea. That ruthless person had probably laid down this killing formation in order to suppress this half of the fierce saber. If it wasn't for the sake of suppressing this half-broken saber, but other ferocious objects, Old Gu's second would not have dared to enter this place. Old Gu's second left the 9 mountains decisively. Although he was very curious and wanted to know what was being suppressed in this place that was second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, this did not mean that he was willing to risk his life for it. After leaving the vicinity of the 9 mountains and determining the direction of the God Clan's sacred land, Old Gu's second teleportation technique was used to travel thousands of kilometers in an instant, heading towards the sacred land of the God Clan. Not long after Old Gu's second left, a black-haired young man also arrived at the 9 mountains and ascended to the peak of one of the mountains. He stood on the peak and looked in. The black-haired young man stood on the peak for a long time. He did not enter the area surrounded by the 9 mountains and eventually retreated as well. The 9 mountains' ferocious grounds was second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl among all the great ferocious grounds in the world of death. Even supreme almighties would have a headache if they came to such a place. The 9 mountains' ferocious grounds were not like the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. There were many man-made places in the ferocious grounds. An extreme powerhouse must have used the terrain here to set up the 9 mountains' ferocious formation, turning the 9 mountains into a forbidden land. Not long after the black-haired young man left, 2 rays of golden light flew over from the horizon. An auspicious aura spread between heaven and earth. It was as if Buddha had descended to the world, turning the ferocious grounds of death into a peaceful place. They were none other than little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who had been chasing after the black-haired young man. They had followed the demon they mentioned to the 9 mountains. When they saw the layout of the 9 mountains, even little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk could not help but be moved. They descended from a distance and did not dare to fly directly to the 9 mountains. Instead, they obediently ascended one of the mountains one step at a time. The mountain that little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk ascended was the mountain that the black-haired young man had just stayed on. When they arrived at the peak and saw the layout of the 9 mountains, little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were shocked. They thought to themselves at the same time, "What's the demon doing here? Is he here to retrieve the item that's sealed here?" Chapter 584. The origins of the 9 mountains were mysterious. Even Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the divine clan, only knew that the 9 mountains was a death trap set up by an extreme expert in the past. It seemed that the 9 mountains had already stood on the continent of death when the Naraka realm existed. For countless years, this peerless death trap, second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, had buried countless powerful creatures of the dead. Even a divine king of the divine clan had fallen inside. Although the death trap set up by an extreme expert had gone through the baptism of countless years, it still existed. Not only would its power not weaken with the passage of time, but it would also become more powerful and terrifying as time went by. The death trap gathered the power of the world and was difficult to destroy. It would only become stronger, fiercer, and more dangerous. Unless an extreme expert came personally, almost no one could break it. The 9 mountains was a taboo in the world of death. Even the super experts of the divine clan dared not set foot in it. Gu Fei's avatar, Li Xuandao, found half of the peerless blade in the 9 mountains. After leaving the 9 mountains, he directly returned to the divine clan's sacred mountain. At this time, the divine clan's sacred mountain was gloomy. Of the 5 most powerful experts of the divine clan, 3 had fallen in one day. The celestial race was shaken. The branches of the 3 celestial race superpower houses were even more miserable. Without the existence of a supreme celestial king, their strength was greatly reduced. Among the 3 supreme divine kings that had fallen was an ultimate god from St. Li's branch. The other 2 branches also lost 1 ultimate god each. St. Li's branch only had 1 ultimate god, and the other branch only had 1 ultimate god. Li Zun's branch, however, had 3 ultimate gods. In this way, Li Zun's branch still had 2 ultimate gods. Within the divine clan, Li Zun's branch was unshakable. Without the deterrence of the ultimate gods, the other 2 branches of the divine clan could not compete with Li Zun's branch. They had almost lost their right to speak in the divine clan. When Gu Fei's avatar Li Xuandao returned to the divine race's sacred mountain, the patriarch of the divine race, Li Jingxia, was in the Violet Divine Palace, gathering all the experts of the divine king realm and above to discuss the divine race's current predicament. Only when the god race faced a great calamity, only the god race patriarch had the authority to summon the god king level and above powerhouses of the god race into the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace to discuss how to resolve the great calamity they were facing. When they saw Li Xuandao barge in, everyone in the Violet Manor Immortal Palace stood up and looked at Li Xuandao in shock. Li Xuandao saw that everyone's eyes were on him, and he couldn't help but be startled. He didn't think that there would be 7 or 8 divine race experts gathered in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Why are you all looking at me? Gu Fei's second clone hurriedly puffed out his chest and said calmly. That arrogant posture, that transcendent aura, it was as though a supreme being had descended. However, Gu Fei's second clone immediately noticed that something was amiss. He had already changed Li Xuandao's supreme physique, so it was no wonder why these people were surprised. However, Gu Fei's second clone wasn't worried about giving himself away because he knew that changing one's appearance was a piece of cake for the god race's experts. A person's appearance could be changed, and even their body could take on a myriad of forms. However, it didn't matter how they changed because a person's aura wouldn't be easily changed. Sure enough, Li Jingxia's group didn't sense anything different about their distant ancestor, nor were they able to see through his secret. Sensing the sudden change in Li Xuandao's aura, Li Jingxia's group couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Not good. We saw the ancestor's panicked expression just now. Li Jingxia's group thought that they saw the ancestor losing his composure, so they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. After hearing Li Xuandao's words, Li Jingxia quickly led the group of divine race experts to salute ancestor. Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, pretended to be an otherworldly expert and nodded arrogantly before asking, "Why are you all gathered here?" Ancestor, the 3 ultimate gods we sent to encircle the demonic dragon have fallen. We are discussing how to get through the current crisis, Li Jingxia said respectfully. The only surviving distant ancestor of the god race, Li Xuandao, was the ancestor of Li Jingxia's bloodline. Although Li Jingxia was the god race clan leader, he dared not neglect the ancestor. 3 ultimate gods? Gu Fei's second clone immediately thought of the 3 unlucky god race experts who were sucked dry by the mysterious expert. Ancestor, did you not see our 3 ultimate gods? Li Jingxia asked in surprise when he saw Li Xuandao's strange expression. I saw them, Sai. This is a great loss to our clan. Gu Fei's second avatar put on a pained expression and let out a long sigh. May I ask, Ancestor, how did our 3 ultimate gods fall? A burly black-haired middle-aged man walked out from behind Li Jingxia and asked Gu Fei's second clone. Yes. Even the demonic dragon who was reborn from flesh and blood may not be able to kill our 3 ultimate gods in one go. What happened at that time? Could there be some hidden story behind this? The other god race experts in the Purple Mansion Divine Palace were discussing in low voices. They were the most powerful divine king realm experts in the god race. Some of them even secretly pointed the spearhead at Li Jingxia's bloodline. Gu Fei's second clone saw everyone's expression and could not help but feel a little surprised. He did not expect the god race to be so disunited. Shut up, all of you. Gu Fei's second clone suddenly shouted coldly as 2 beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and swept across those people like a sword. A great wave of coercion emanated from Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao. Everyone in the Purple Mansion Divine Palace suddenly felt their bodies sink as if a mountain was suddenly pressing down on them. The ancestors' anger was no small matter. Those people were suddenly shocked as cold sweat broke out on their foreheads and dared not make a sound. I've killed the demonic dragon. Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, said indifferently. His second clone had killed the demonic dragon and devoured its soul power, making his second clone a lot stronger. However, Gu Fei's second clone, Li Xuandao, was not happy because he had killed the demonic dragon and provoked a terrifying and powerful existence. "It's all your bastard's fault." Gu Fei's second clone cursed in his heart. If these guys had not forced Li Xuandao to attack, he would not have offended the demonic dragon lord. Provoking that damned pervert was going to be troublesome. Gu Fei's second clone groaned inwardly. The mysterious man was just too powerful. He had to use the Ascension secret technique to contend with that guy. The secret technique of Ascension had a time limit of 3 minutes. After that, it could not be used again within the next 48 hours. Forcibly using it would cost one's life force. The demonic dragon was killed by the ancestor? Li Jingxie and the others were shocked at first and then overjoyed. As soon as the demonic dragon was killed, the situation of countless demons besieging the god race's sacred ground was resolved. What's there to be happy about? How do you think the 3 ultimate gods of my clan died? Gu Fei's second clone said angrily. How did they die? Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They then looked at Gu Fei's second clone nervously. They wanted to know how the 3 ultimate gods died. The demonic dragon had a master. 3 ultimate gods died in the hands of the demonic dragon lord. Gu Fei's second clone glanced at everyone and said solemnly. The demonic dragon lord? Everyone was shocked. Even Li Jingxie's expression changed. If the demonic dragon was so powerful, wouldn't its master have a terrifying strength that defied the natural order? Could it be that the true demon has returned? An old man beside Li Jingxie muttered. Everyone present was a god-king realm expert. Although the old man's voice was soft, everyone clearly heard what he said. True demon has returned? Everyone's expression changed. These god race experts all knew that there was a place called the Land of Sealed Demons in the world of death where the skeleton of a true demon was sealed. Legend had it that the master of the primordial demonic dragon was a true demon born from heaven and earth. This kind of innate divine demon was extremely powerful and was comparable to a divine being. The true demon rode on the demonic dragon and killed his way into the Naraka realm. He collected countless souls and refined the true demon's indestructible demon body. In the end, the Buddhist lord took action and fought with him for 10 days and 10 nights before finally killing him. The indestructible demon body was sealed in the Land of Sealed Demons by the Buddhist lord with a supreme Buddhist weapon. The true demon's demon soul was scattered by the Buddhist lord and turned into countless remnant souls that drifted in the world of death. Is the prophecy coming true? The group of god race experts couldn't help but look at each other in shock. The prophecy of the god race had been passed down for countless years. No one had thought that the prophecy would come true one day. How could I not think of it? That mysterious person said that the demonic dragon is his demon pet. Doesn't that mean that he is the true demon that has fallen for countless years and was sealed by the Buddhist lord? Gu Fei's second avatar's expression changed. Humans, gods, demons, Buddhas, and demons. The 5 major races appearing in the world of death at the same time wasn't impossible. A miracle was likely to happen because the human race, divine race, demon race, and demon's race had all appeared. Only the Buddha was left. If the Buddha also appeared, would he really be able to revive this world of death and restart the flow of time? All right, all of you get lost. Go do what you need to do. Gu Fei's second avatar waved his sleeve, ordering Li Jingxie and the others to leave. The Violet Immortal Palace was Li Xuandao's place of seclusion and slumber. This place had already become his temporary residence. In fact, he was already the master of this place. Li Jingxie and the others hastily excused themselves from the Violet Immortal Palace. Seeing Li Jingxie and the others obediently leave, Gu Fei's second avatar wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and sighed in relief. This Li Xuandao was too difficult to impersonate. His frivolous nature was definitely a challenge for Gu Fei's second avatar. Chapter 585. After Gu Fei's second avatar returned to the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, he slipped out of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace that night. With Li Xuandao's cultivation base, no one could find out that he had left the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. Inside St. Li's palace, St. Li was not there. The people from St. Li's branch had been summoned by the divine king-level experts in the clan. Their branch's ultimate gods had fallen. It was a huge matter. The huge palace was deserted. The divine pearls that were dotted all over the palace bloomed with a soft brilliance, giving the entire palace an illusory feeling. Spiritual energy lingered and rays of light flickered. At night, All the palaces on the Holy Mountain were lit up like a paradise on earth. The dreamy sacred mountain at this time, Gu Fei, Old Tortoise, and He Tian were gathered in a guest room in the palace, whispering to each other. The ceiling of the room was also inlaid with a divine pearl, illuminating the entire room as if it was daytime. The room was not big, but the furnishings were simple. Everything was made of jade. There were jade chairs, jade tables, and a few futons woven from divine grass. Everything in the room, including the floor, was covered with a layer of spiritual jade that was as smooth as sheep-fat white jade. It could reflect a person's appearance. If it was in the Tanglong continent, everything in this room would be rare treasures. They were extremely precious materials, and some could even be called divine materials that could be used to refine legendary fairy weapons. However, here, these divine materials seemed so ordinary and were used by the people of the Shen clan to build the palace. The entire room was covered with ancient demon markings by Old Tortoise, isolating all the aura in the room. They were not worried that someone was spying on them. In addition to engraving the ancient demon markings, Old Tortoise and Gu Fei had released the inner world energy to cover a part of the void. Unless it was a mighty figure, no one could spy on them. The other half of the peerless blade is sealed in the Naraka realm? How is this possible? Old Tortoise suddenly exclaimed, extremely excited. There was a mysterious connection between Gu Fei and his second avatar. Gu Fei was able to know everything that his second avatar experienced at the first moment. It could be said that the connection between the clone and the main body was not broken because of the distance. In other words, whatever the clone experienced, it could immediately appear in Gu Fei's heart. This feeling was extremely mysterious, and even Gu Fei could not understand why it was like this. The divine soul fission martial arts technique did not seem to be a simple splitting of the soul consciousness. It was an incarnation of Gu Fei, as if Gu Fei was there in person. It was too miraculous. If Gu Fei's martial soul was strong enough, he could really have thousands of incarnations and form a terrifying army made up of his divine clones. Gu Fei's second clone saw half of the peerless ominous blade being sealed by the 9 great stone men in the 9 mountain savage land. Gu Fei also sensed it and knew everything. Why is it impossible? Do you know the origin of the peerless ominous blade? Gu Fei asked. The peerless ominous saber was incomparably ferocious. Although he only saw half of the blade connected to the hilt in the virtual sky world, that half of the ominous saber was already the holy weapon with the heaviest murderous aura among all the holy weapons of extreme Tao Gu Fei had ever seen. It was really hard to imagine how powerful this ominous blade was when it was intact. However, what Gu Fei could be sure of was that the complete peerless ominous blade was definitely the #1 ominous weapon in the 3 realms and 6 realms. This. Old Tortoise suddenly became a little hesitant. Do you really know the origin of the peerless ominous blade? Gu Fei did not want to let Old Tortoise go and continued to ask. This Old Tortoise definitely knew something. He Tian also looked at Old Tortoise. 2 beams of spiritual light shot out from his eye sockets and swept towards Old Tortoise. The fire of the soul in his skull was beating. In the past few days, whenever he had time, He Tian would ask Gu Fei to let him enter the inner world and cleanse his yin and yang bone with the water of the divine spring of life. After absorbing the endless life essence, some changes actually happened to He Tian's yin and yang divine bone. Inside the bone, there were traces of red lines that looked like blood vessels. The changes that happened to He Tian's body shocked Gu Fei and Old Tortoise. This He Tian seemed to really be able to regenerate flesh and blood. This guy definitely mastered some kind of secret technique that could regenerate flesh and blood. It was not impossible to reverse life and death and be reborn from death. The mysterious Almighty who walked out of the Tai Chi Yin and Yang diagram was a good example. Both Gu Fei and Old Tortoise wanted the secret technique very much because mastering the secret technique meant that even if they died, they would have a chance to be reborn. No one wanted to die and turn into a pile of yellow soil. However, even those extreme experts who had already comprehended the Tao in ancient times had the possibility of dying. Mastering the secret technique of regenerating flesh and blood and reversing life and death, one day, they could return to the earth again. However, no matter how Gu Fei and Old Tortoise threatened or tempted, He Tian refused to tell them about the heaven-defying secret technique that could reverse life and death. Moreover, this guy insisted that he did not have any heaven-defying secret technique that could regenerate flesh and bones. The reason for this phenomenon in his bone body was only a sign that his bone body was undergoing a transformation. Of course, Gu Fei and Old Tortoise did not believe the ruffian skeleton's words. Old Tortoise wanted to directly detain He Tian's soul fire and directly read He Tian's memory. However, Old Tortoise did not do so in the end. However, ever since he learned that Hei Tian could regenerate flesh and blood, Old Tortoise looked at Hei Tian with blazing eyes. It was as if a 1,000-year-old hungry ghost had seen a sumptuous meal and could not wait to swallow Hei Tian. Old Tortoise stammered and his words were evasive. In the end, this guy did not directly answer Gu Fei's words, however. Seeing Old Tortoise's appearance and expression, Gu Fei was sure that this guy definitely knew some secrets about the peerless ominous saber. Was there any connection between the virtual sky world and the Naraka Dao? Gu Fei made a bold guess, but no one could answer him. This involved a great secret of heaven and earth. Only the great figures of ancient times might be able to guess some clues. Old Tortoise seemed to know too, but he was unwilling to say it. Gu Fei would never let Old Tortoise deal with it like this. He was about to continue asking, wanting to dig out what he wanted to know from Old Tortoise's mouth. However, at this moment, a figure appeared silently outside. Gu Fei had a subtle feeling in his heart and said to Old Tortoise, "Open the restriction. Li Xuandao is here." "That's your second clone?" Hei Tian was surprised. He was a strong cultivator of the Shen clan when he was alive, so he naturally knew who Li Xuandao was. However, he was not dissatisfied with Gu Fei because of this. That was because Hei Tian had nothing to do with the Shen clan. Even if the Shen clan was exterminated, he would not care so much. After experiencing life and death, Hei Tian was indifferent to everything. The person he cared about the most was himself. "Hee hee boy, you're even more ruthless than me." Old Tortoise laughed. He had merely refined an indestructible body into a clone, which was a dead thing without a soul. Chapter 586. The room where Gu Fei and the others were in was sealed by the Old Tortoise's ancient demonic runes. Even someone as strong as Li Xuandao could not break through the power condensed by the demonic runes and enter the room. The Old Tortoise opened the seal of the demonic runes and let Li Xuandao in. A silhouette silently appeared in the room, as if it had walked out of the void. The silhouette was faint and illusory, but it quickly solidified. A 9-foot-tall black-haired middle-aged man with a mighty appearance appeared in the room. This person was Li Xuandao, who had changed his figure and appearance. The peerless immortal body appeared in front of Gu Fei and the others. Although they were mentally prepared, the Old Tortoise and Hei Tian were still extremely shocked. Only Gu Fei's expression did not change. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. He was very satisfied with this peerless immortal body. It was a killing machine with unparalleled combat power. Although the peerless immortal body in front of them, controlled by Gu Fei's avatar, did not emit any energy fluctuations or powerful aura, it still made the Old Tortoise and Hei Tian feel great pressure. The natural Tao rhyme of this peerless immortal body made them feel suffocated. It was as if they were facing an unreachable ancient divine mountain. It was evident how terrifying this ancestor of the Shen clan was. Even if it was a physical body left behind, it was still enough to intimidate the Old Tortoise and Hei Tian. The Old Tortoise condensed the demonic runes again with his demonic power and sealed the room. "Kid, this physical body doesn't seem to be any worse than the indestructible body." The Old Tortoise's eyes flashed as he glanced at Li Xuandao from head to toe. Swoosh! Without warning, the peerless immortal body controlled by Gu Fei's avatar suddenly attacked. The 5 fingers of his right hand were like iron hooks as they grabbed at the Old Tortoise's chest. Above the 5 fingers, there was a hazy brilliance flowing, sparkling like divine jade. The void was shrouded by the seemingly divine 5 fingers and collapsed. "Brat, what are you doing?" The old turtle was startled. He didn't expect Gu Fei to suddenly take action. Gu Fei's peerless immortal physique suddenly attacked him. Old Tortoise was indeed a creature that had dominated the world since ancient times. He reacted quickly and flipped his right hand. A stone tortoise shell appeared in his hand, and he used it to block the incoming wind. Bam! The 5 fingers of the supreme immortal physique collided with the stone tortoise shell, causing a muffled explosion. The 5 fingers flashed with a divine light, but they couldn't penetrate the stone tortoise shell. 2 powerful forces surged out. A layer of demonic runes appeared around the room, on the floor, and on the ceiling, blocking the surging energy waves and preventing them from spreading. At the same time, the supreme immortal physique waved his left hand and unleashed a light barrier that protected Gu Fei and Hei Tian. Rumble! It was as if thunder was rumbling inside the room. The old turtle staggered back 5 steps as his back almost hit the wall with demonic runes. Meanwhile, The supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar was as unmoving as a mountain. Its black hair fluttered in the wind while its eyes were like the stars, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. The old turtle's mind was shaken. He couldn't help but be astonished. This supreme immortal physique was too powerful. Its immortal power was boundless, and it actually forced him back. The terrifying energy waves surged in the room but didn't leak out. After a while, it finally calmed down. The demonic runes that appeared also disappeared into the room. If it were not for the old tortoise's demonic divine runes, the residual power of the two's attack would have destroyed St. Li's entire palace. Brat, what is the meaning of this? The old turtle was very annoyed and angrily shouted at Gu Fei, who was standing behind the supreme immortal physique. Earlier he suffered a small loss, so the old turtle was very angry. Haha. Nothing much, I just wanted to test the strength of this immortal physique. Gu Fei touched his nose and smilingly said. Under the protection of the supreme immortal physique, Gu Fei and He Tian didn't receive any impact. $. Humph. You want to teach me a lesson, don't you? The old turtle's anger did not subside. This brat was too much of a bastard to actually sneak attack him. Okay. Boss and senior, please speak less. Now is not the time for us to quarrel. Erebus hastily advised upon seeing the situation. Old turtle, I was only joking with you. It's not like you can't handle it, right? Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle with a smirk. Humph. I won't lower myself to your level. The old turtle walked over and then sat down on a futon on the ground. However, the anger on his face had not completely dissipated. Earlier, when the old turtle and the supreme immortal physique collided, the terrifying power released directly shattered all the furnishings in the room and turned them into dust. Only a few futons woven from divine grass were not destroyed. There was still a faint spiritual light circulating above the futons. They were not ordinary items. The supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar had already retreated to the side. With Gu Fei's main body present, there was no place for the avatar to speak. He Tian stared at the peerless immortal physique and suddenly said, Boss, your avatar inside this immortal physique is too weak. I'm afraid it won't be able to unleash even 1/10 of this immortal physique's power, or even 1/100th. The avatar is too weak? What is going on? Tell me in detail. Gu Fei's eyes lit up after hearing this. This peerless immortal physique was actually this powerful? Yes. He Tian pondered for a moment and then said, Let me put it this way. The current state of Boss's immortal physique is like a child wielding a giant hammer. Not only can it not exert the hammer's power, but it might even hurt itself if it's not careful. Smelly brat. In short, your avatar is too weak. If I were to refine this body into an outer body avatar, then destroying the god race would be as easy as turning my hand. The old turtle stared at the supreme immortal physique and said such words. Gu Fei couldn't help but curse in his mind. This old turtle was too greedy to actually want this supreme immortal physique. Gu Fei then said, Old turtle, you have already refined an indestructible physique, so you should be satisfied. Humph. This body falling into your hands is simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. The old turtle retorted. How can you say such things? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? With the supreme immortal physique, Gu Fei indeed had the power to challenge the old turtle. I am speaking the truth. The old turtle said. Humph. Do you really think that I don't know the weakness of this supreme immortal physique? Gu Fei sneered. Today, I will let you open your eyes. Having said that, Gu Fei directly sat in a meditative pose on the praying mat. Then, the supreme immortal physique immediately moved. It walked in front of Gu Fei and also sat in a meditative pose. Gu Fei closed his eyes. Then, a purple flame seal appeared on his forehead, and a powerful soul force surged out from this seal. When the old turtle and He Tian saw this, they quickly retreated and looked at this scene in surprise. They didn't know what Gu Fei wanted to do, so they were a bit nervous. At the same time, the supreme immortal physique controlled by Gu Fei's avatar sitting in front of Gu Fei also released a powerful soul force. The soul force contained in the avatar came out from the supreme immortal physique's Naiwen palace. A similar purple flame-shaped soul seal appeared on the supreme immortal physique's forehead. Gu Fei's martial spirit and the avatar resonated with each other, and the mighty soul force fluctuations became more and more powerful. In the entire room, the soul force surged violently, forming rays of divine light that lingered around Gu Fei and the Supreme Immortal Physique. The purple flame seal on the Supreme Immortal Physique's forehead emitted a bright purple divine light, like a ball of divine flame burning. What a powerful soul force! He Tian sensed the mighty soul force fluctuations from the Supreme Immortal Physique and couldn't help but be moved. The soul flame in his skull was fiercely pulsing. Powerful my ass, this daddy can disperse this soul force with just one finger. The old turtle scolded. He seemed to be still angry. Martial spirit against the heavens, myriad incarnations, soul return. Gu Fei shouted in a low voice. The divine soul light on the Supreme Immortal Physique's forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. It was as if a sun had rushed out from the Supreme Immortal Physique's forehead. A powerful soul power directly shook the void, and the demonic Tao divine runes that were hidden in the surroundings of the room emerged from the void under the impact of the soul power. The terrifying soul force from the soul divine light forced He Tian to retreat again and again. Only the old turtle remained calm without any expression. That ball of soul divine light, which looked like a purple sun, wrapped around a purple figure. That figure looked exactly like Gu Fei, except that it was a miniature version of him. Swoosh! The small figure broke through the void and directly rushed into the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows and instantly fused with his martial spirit. Then, a vast soul force gushed out from Gu Fei's body. The soul force fluctuations from the purple flame seal on Gu Fei's forehead suddenly increased several times. After the martial spirit fused with the divine avatar, its soul force increased greatly. It was several times stronger than before it split into a second soul. Although Gu Fei was mentally prepared, he was still startled. His soul force had increased by at least 3 times. Even he couldn't believe it. He didn't think that splitting the soul and then fusing it again would increase his soul force so quickly. This was simply a heaven-defying soul-refining technique. The immortal Tao cultivates the Tao core, Tao nascent soul, and finally, they shed their mortal body to become a true immortal. However, martial artists directly cultivate the soul to reach the supreme realm of an immortal body and eternal soul. Chapter 587. Even if one possessed a peerless immortal physique that contained endless immortal Tao's divine power, if one entered the Naiwan Palace of the peerless immortal physique, the avatar controlling the immortal physique would be too weak and would not be able to exert the power of the immortal physique. Before killing the demon dragon, Gu Fei's avatar was already able to make the peerless immortal physique exert unparalleled combat power above the hierarch realm. After killing the demon dragon and devouring its huge soul power, Gu Fei's avatar became a lot stronger and could make the peerless immortal physique exert combat power comparable to a mighty expert. However, the true demon's soul was too powerful. Even after being worn down by the world of death for countless years, it still had the terrifying strength of a mighty expert. The soul of an ordinary creature was very weak. After leaving the body, it would quickly be worn down by the world of death and completely disappear from the world. The soul of a cultivator was much stronger than that of an ordinary creature. Even after death, the soul would not easily dissipate. However, the soul power of the soul would gradually weaken under the wind and sun. If there were no accidents, even a cultivator's soul would be worn down by the world of death and eventually disappear from the world. The true demon was a connate demon born from the evil energy of the world. The demon's soul was difficult to destroy. Even the Lord Buddha could not directly destroy the demon's soul. He could only seal the demon body and disperse the demon's soul, causing the world of death to wear down day and night in an attempt to use this method to finally kill the true demon. Unfortunately, little monk Fan Xiao did not have to think about the supreme Buddhist artifact that sealed the true demon's body in the land of sealed demons. Unfortunately, his 3 realms lamp was snatched away by the old tortoise. Without the supreme Buddhist artifact in hand, even the reincarnation of a Buddha would find it difficult to enter the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl to refine the origin of the hell realm, the realm pearl. However, no one would have thought that the true demon's soul that had been worn down by the world of death for countless years was still extremely powerful. The demon's soul was about to reform. The prophecy of the true demon's rebirth seemed to be irreversible. Although the divine race had solved the crisis of the endless demonic creatures attacking the divine race's sacred land, another major crisis had emerged. The demon's soul was reforming. That legendary true devil would definitely attack the divine race's sacred land because the hell path's origin was within the boundaries of the divine race's sacred land. There was only one way to leave the hell path, and that was to refine this death world. Just as the experts of the Shen clan were thinking of ways to resolve this crisis, Gu Fei was in St. Li's temporary imperial residence, carrying out a bold attempt. After the avatar returned to the main body and fused with the martial soul, Gu Fei came up with a way to maximize the combat power of this peerless immortal body left behind by the god race's ancestor, Li Xuandao. Gu Fei was inspired by the great battle in the spirit world in the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. At that time, Li Xuandao had condensed all the immortal Dao god power in his body, and his soul had left his body and directly entered the purple gold divine sword. After devouring Li Xuandao's soul, Gu Fei learned about the secret art Li Xuandao used. It was a divine art called the 9 Secrets of the Immortal Dao. The 9 Secrets of the Immortal Dao were 9 secret arts created by the legendary Supreme Dao ancestor. Each secret art possessed a heaven-defying power. What Li Xuandao used that day was one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, Spirit Plunder. Even Li Xuandao had only learned 2 of the 9 arts. One was Spirit Plunder, and the other was the 3 pure ones that could borrow the power of the Grand Dao. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao were incomplete after the disappearance of the Supreme Dao ancestor and his disciples. Li Xuandao only obtained 2 of the art's cultivation methods. Are you really going to use this secret art? Even the old turtle was moved to hear Gu Fei say that he wanted to use the Spirit Plunder to fully stimulate the potential of the peerless immortal body. The old turtle was an almighty figure of the demon race in the primordial era. He could move unhindered between the heavens and the earth with few opponents. He had naturally heard of the 9 heaven-defying secret arts created by the Supreme Dao ancestor. Yes, the true devil outside is too powerful. If we don't do this, I'm afraid we'll all be killed by it, said Gu Fei gravely. It's just a devil's soul. Could it be more powerful than the primordial fire demon that appeared in the northern land? Old Tortoise had heard from Gu Fei about the true devil soul that suddenly appeared when the devil dragon was killed. However, the old turtle didn't think so. How strong could a devil's soul be? Back then, a great expert took action, but now Gu Fei had a bad premonition. There were no great experts in the Hell Dao. If Li Xuandao's soul hadn't been devoured, then Li Xuandao's cultivation and power wouldn't have been any weaker than a great expert. However, Li Xuandao's soul had been devoured, leaving behind only a shell. This shell contained an endless amount of immortal energy. If they could fully unleash the potential of this peerless immortal physique, they still had a chance to fight against the true demon. Since you've already made up your mind, there's no need for me to say anything more. Just be careful, said the old turtle. He opened his inner world and sucked Hei Tian inside. No one knew what would happen if Gu Fei used the divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. If Hei Tian was still in the room, he might also be in danger. The old turtle circulated his demonic energy and used it to condense demonic divine runes. He then spread the runes around the room to reinforce the power of the seal. After doing all this, the old turtle left behind several dazzling stones around the room and entered his inner world. The dazzling stones could transmit the scene in the room to the old turtle's inner world. After the old turtle and Hei Tian left, Gu Fei used his divine power to guide the peerless immortal body to sit in front of him. Whoosh! Gu Fei circulated his soul power, and the soul brand between his eyebrows immediately appeared. The soul power of a peak demigod surged out. It was majestic and boundless. Divine snatch! Gu Fei let out a low shout and suddenly opened his eyes. 2 terrifying rays of light rushed out from his eyes. 2 dazzling rays of divine light tore out like 2 5-colored lightning bolts, making people unable to look straight at them. A purple figure rushed out from the soul brand between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Surrounded by divine light, it rushed into the peerless immortal body's Naiwen Palace. At this moment, the 2's Naiwen palaces were connected. The dazzling soul force was like 2 divine bridges connecting heaven and earth, connecting the 2 bodies. Blazing divine light shone between the 2 bodies. When the soul force that rushed out from Gu Fei's Naiwen Palace entered the peerless immortal body's Naiwen Palace, the divine light shining from Gu Fei's eyes completely dimmed. His eyes lost their spirit. At this time, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the divine snatch, did not stop. Rays of divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body and entered the peerless immortal body. That was the vast Yuan Qi contained in Gu Fei's martial body. After the soul entered the opponent's Naiwen Palace, the power contained in Gu Fei's body was also driven. It continuously rushed out from his body and poured into the peerless immortal body. Endless divine light completely enveloped the 2 bodies. At this moment, in Old Tortoise's inner world, Old Tortoise and Erebus were nervously watching everything that was happening in the room with the glare-sweeping shadow technique. The supreme divine technique created by the Tao ancestor is truly heaven-defying. This is simply exchanging lives. The old turtle was dumbfounded by the astonishing scene in the room. Transferring one's own life to the other. It was hard to believe that there was such a divine technique in the world. Exchanging lives? He Tian immediately became excited, the soul fire in his skull pulsing violently. If I can master this divine technique, then wouldn't I be able to constantly exchange lives and live forever? The old turtle couldn't help being startled. He glanced at He Tian and then said thoughtfully, "In theory, this life-saving method should be feasible." Then He Tian and the old turtle both sank into contemplation. No one knew what they were thinking, but it could be seen that these two were absolutely interested in Gu Fei's divine technique. The demon path divine inscriptions that the old turtle had set up in the room were all activated by the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from the two bodies. Countless demon path divine inscriptions were faintly discernible. Each of the demon path divine inscriptions had Taoist rhymes circulating above them, sealing the mighty energy fluctuations in the room. The conversion of Yuan Qi continued for a full 2 hours. When Gu Fei's body released the last strand of Yuan Qi, he fell to the ground with a putong sound. He remained motionless, as if he had lost all signs of life. Meanwhile, the supreme immortal physique facing Gu Fei shone brilliantly. It was as if it had been reborn in defiance of the heavens and obtained a new lease of life. A terrifying immortal Tao divine power surged out, causing the entire room to violently shake. Whoosh! The supreme immortal physique opened its eyes, shooting out 2 rays of divine light that swept through the surroundings. At the same time, the supreme immortal physique flickered with rays of divine light that lingered around its body. The immortal Tao divine physique was flawless and emitted a terrifying and powerful aura. Then, the supreme immortal physique suddenly stood up. Divine seizure. Soul seizure. Using one's own soul to seize another's body. This was a heaven-defying technique. It was not an ordinary seizure, but a direct seizure of another's Tao fruit. While inheriting all of the other's power, one's own power would also enter the other's body. Soul seizure was just a divine sense rushing out and occupying the other's body. Soul seizure was much more dangerous than soul seizure. If the other's soul was stronger than one's own, then there would be the danger of having one's soul scattered. Gu Fei did not simply use his divine sense to rush out of his Naiwan palace. His entire martial spirit rushed out and took away all of the original life essence of his body. He used his soul to drive all of the essence and power of his body out of his body and into the supreme immortal physique. At this moment, his body was empty without anything left. His soul and power had been completely transferred into the supreme immortal physique. Chapter 588. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the divine snatch, allowed Gu Fei's soul and even his power to enter the peerless immortal body. The peerless body shone brilliantly, and the bronze-colored body condensed unimaginable combat power. Gu Fei felt that although his soul power was still at the peak of the demigod realm, he could already exert more than half of the power of this peerless immortal body. He had never felt so powerful before. The divine snatch secret technique allowed his soul and power to fuse with the peerless immortal body. At this time, Gu Fei was Li Xuandao, and Li Xuandao was Gu Fei. Gu Fei not only inherited the power and cultivation method of Li Xuandao, but he also inherited everything that belonged to Li Xuandao. When Gu Fei's martial spirit completely entered Li Xuandao's Naiwan palace, a powerful soul power poured out of the Naiwan palace and penetrated the peerless immortal body. He wanted to carefully examine this peerless immortal body in order to better control this immortal body with unparalleled combat power. As the soul power spread throughout his body, all the subtle things on this peerless immortal body were reflected in Gu Fei's mind. He found that the location of this peerless immortal body's dantian was different. For cultivators, the dantian was the violet palace in the human body. It was the place where the Tao core was born, and then the Tao core turned into a Tao nascent soul. For immortals like Li Xuandao, he had long shed his mortal body and achieved an immortal body. The immortal body of the immortal god was actually the growth of the Tao nascent soul. It shed its shell and ascended, condensing the immortal body. The Tao nascent soul transformed into a connate immortal body. It was the foundation of immortal enlightenment. Li Xuandao was no exception. His peerless immortal body actually gradually grew from the initial Tao nascent soul. The peerless immortal body was the same as the mortal body. It also had a dantian. However, Li Xuandao's dantian was different. Li Xuandao's Dantian was connected to a vast world. It was the inner world that Li Xuandao had opened up. When Gu Fei discovered the inner world of Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, he was extremely shocked. Li Xuandao's inner world was actually in the Dantian. Gu Fei's inner world, on the other hand, was in the Naiwen Palace, which was connected to the inner world. Was this the location of the inner world refined by the cultivators of the immortal Tao? The inner world of the cultivators of the immortal Tao was in the Dantian? Evolved from the Purple Mansion? Gu Fei searched through the memories of Li Xuandao's soul that had merged with his own. Soon, he understood how Li Xuandao had refined his inner world. Gu Fei's conjecture was not wrong, but there were some discrepancies. The inner world refined by the mighty figures of the immortal Tao was usually at the position of the Dantian, which was connected to the inner world. However, the location of the inner world was not necessarily in the Dantian. Some people's inner worlds were in the Mud Pill Palace like Gu Fei's. The inner world could be anywhere in the body. After discovering Li Xuandao's inner world, Gu Fei immediately operated his soul power and gathered it in his Dantian. Soon, he found that Li Xuandao's Dantian was like a black hole connected to another world. As his soul power seeped in, a bright world appeared in Gu Fei's mind. This was a world that was like a fairyland. The spiritual energy here was dense, and there were several spiritual peaks standing tall. There were clouds lingering above the spiritual peaks, and flowers were blooming all over the mountains and plains. The air was filled with an intoxicating fragrance. The spiritual spring that flowed down from the peak of the mountain formed dozens of connected hot springs on the mountainside. Each hot spring was like a pearl, dotted among the flowers that covered the mountains and plains. Gu Fei found that this inner world had a radius of thousands of miles, and he sensed at least 3 or 4 breaths of the heavenly spring of life. No wonder this side of the world was full of vitality and spiritual energy. Li Xuandao was really generous. Where did he find the rare heavenly spring of life? Moreover, there were 3 or 4 mouthfuls of it. There was a palace on the largest spiritual peak in this part of the inner world. Gu Fei felt that the palace was a little familiar. It seemed to be very similar to the Purple Palace on the sacred mountain of the God Clan. Both were built from countless divine materials and were shrouded in multicolored light. Even the real immortal palaces in the heavenly realm couldn't compare to them. Gu Fei's soul power probed the palace. Without any obstruction, Gu Fei's soul power entered the palace. I've struck it rich. The instant his spiritual strength entered the palace, Gu Fei felt spiritual energy charge out like a tide. The light inside was so bright that he couldn't open his eyes. He couldn't help rejoicing. These are all treasures. Gu Fei couldn't help being excited when he saw the things inside the palace. This was a treasure palace. This was definitely where Li Xuandao hid his treasures. The palace was filled with dazzling light. Treasures shrouded in immortal spiritual energy were placed everywhere, giving off a dreamy feeling. A golden halberd emitted endless baleful energy. Shrouded in golden light, it floated in the air with boundless killing intent. Gu Fei was shocked to find that this halberd hadn't been sealed in the air by Li Xuandao's immortal Tao energy. Instead, it floated in the air on its own. There was a power circulating around the halberd, allowing it to float in the air. A crimson blood divine saber was placed by the wall. A layer of blurry bloody light shone from the blade, as if there was divine blood flowing on it. Waves of divine power emanated from it. A wind-fire palm leaf fan surging with the power of wind and fire was suspended there. Occasionally, astral winds and blazing flames would blow in all directions. Each of the immortal weapons was extraordinary, flickering with all kinds of divine splendor and spiritual light. Each of them had a vast energy fluctuation. Although they couldn't be compared to the supreme treasures, each of these immortal weapons was a precious treasure. These were divine weapons and artifacts collected by Li Xuandao. He was a distant ancestor of the divine race, an almighty immortal cultivator. Anything that caught his eye couldn't be bad. But after the initial shock, Gu Fei quickly calmed down. Although these were great treasures, they were worlds apart compared to the mountain and river cauldron and the violet gold godly sword. All the treasures stored in this palace hall were not as precious as half an extreme sacred weapon. After carefully inspecting this inner world, Gu Fei's spiritual force withdrew from it. Then, he stood up from the ground. His peerless immortal body glowed with light, as if it could shatter the world with a single tremble. His body contained an extremely great power, and Gu Fei felt that he could crush all obstacles with his bare hands. The divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, was truly heaven-defying. He truly seemed to be in complete control of Li Xuandao's body. If I meet that true devil again, I should be able to contend against it. I can't wait. Gu Fei's confidence soared. He directly opened the inner world of his peerless immortal physique and put his own body into it. Gu Fei's inner world was located in his main body's Naiwen Palace. After leaving his main body, Gu Fei's soul couldn't open his refined inner world. It turned out that the inner world couldn't be opened at any time unless it was separated from the body. Otherwise, the only way to control the inner world was to unite the body with the spirit and body. At this time, Gu Fei could only make use of Li Xuandao's inner world. Li Xuandao's inner world was countless times better than Gu Fei's. Even the old turtle's inner world couldn't compare to the one Li Xuandao had refined. At this time, the old turtle opened his inner world and walked out with He Tian. To their surprise, they could no longer sense Gu Fei's presence. There was only Li Xuandao's presence in the room. It was as if Gu Fei had completely transformed into Li Xuandao. Even if Li Jingxie and the others were to carefully observe, they wouldn't be able to find any flaws. Chapter 589. The 9 esoterics of the immortal path contained 9 secret arts, each of which possessed heaven-defying divine might. Gu Fei used one of the 9 esoterics, the divine snatch, to successfully seize Li Xuandao's fruit of the way. Li Xuandao had cultivated for countless years, but in the end, he ended up with the tragic fate of working for someone else. Even in death, his physical body became Gu Fei's tool of battle. There was no doubt that Li Xuandao, who had completely mastered the supreme immortal physique, was comparable to a great expert. If he used the other secret art of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, heaven ascension, then Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique would definitely be able to display a terrifying combat strength at its peak. Are you willing to give up your original body? After the old turtle walked out of the inner world, he directly put away the demonic Tao divine runes around the room and asked Gu Fei. The old turtle was very curious. Would Gu Fei abandon his original body and forever fuse with the supreme immortal body left behind by Li Xuandao? What do you think? Gu Fei asked back with an enigmatic smile on his face. How would I know? Am I not asking you? However, this body of yours is a bit awkward no matter how I look at it. It's not as pleasing to the eye as your original body. The old turtle looked up and down at Gu Fei's body and then frowned. I will not abandon my original body. Gu Fei put away his smile and said indifferently. Although this supreme immortal body was powerful, Gu Fei did not intend to fuse with this body forever. This supreme immortal body had lost its room for improvement and could only stop here. In the future, no matter how hard Gu Fei cultivated, the cultivation of this body would not advance even an inch. This was the side effect of the supreme divine snatch, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. While seizing the Tao fruit of others, it also ruined one's own path forward. No one was willing to ruin their path forward. No one could endure the reality that their cultivation could not advance even an inch and would never be able to reach the supreme Tao. A true powerhouse would never give up the hope of advancing towards the supreme Tao. However, even though the divine snatch of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao had this flaw, there was a way to resolve it. It was to use the supreme secret technique, soul snatch again, and the soul and power would return to the body. Moreover, the returning soul would also bring the supreme immortal power of the supreme immortal physique. This was the heaven-defying power of the divine plunder, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. It was a technique that could seize the Tao fruit of others and refine their power into one's own. The godly snatch secret technique isn't that simple, Gu Fei told Old Tortoise. What? Is there something I don't know? The old tortoise was very interested in this divine art because, in his opinion, this divine art could simply change one's life. However, the old tortoise was unwilling to give up his physical body because of this. Divine snatch is to take everything from the opponent, not to give everything to the opponent. Do you understand now? Gu Fei analyzed. This is seizing the Tao fruit of others. Old Tortoise's eyes brightened and he excitedly exclaimed, Brat, hurry and teach this divine art to me. He Tian, who had been silent up until this point, was also extremely excited. The soul flame in his skull throbbed violently. Seizing the Tao fruit of others, this divine art was too heaven-defying. Both Old Tortoise and He Tian were extremely envious of this divine art. If he could grasp this divine art, then he wouldn't need to use his clone at all. He could directly seize the supreme divine power contained within it. At that time, wouldn't he be able to return to his peak state? Old Tortoise's body began to tremble at this thought. If he could return to his peak state, then who in the world would be his match? Tian was the same. If he could seize other people's Dao fruit, his own cultivation level could also improve quickly. Flesh and blood rebirth would not be a dream anymore. You two are really black-hearted. How could Gu Fei not know what they were planning? Hurry and teach me that divine art. Old Tortoise's voice trembled. After he escaped from the virtual sky world, what he wanted to do most was to restore his former cultivation level. In that case, I'll teach you this supreme divine art. But I have to say in advance that if something goes wrong, don't blame me. Gu Fei said. He and the old tortoise had gone through trials and tribulations together. Passing this supreme divine art to the old tortoise was actually not a big deal. However, the old tortoise was a monster, and this divine art was a supreme cultivation technique in the path of immortals. No one knew whether the path of monsters and the path of immortals would conflict. Got it. The old tortoise couldn't wait any longer. Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He then stretched out his right hand and pointed his index finger directly at the old tortoise's glabella. A purple divine light emerged from Gu Fei's fingertip and went into the old tortoise's glabella. This was a technique imprinted directly into the old tortoise's mind through divine thought, allowing him to directly master the cultivation method of this divine art. It couldn't be more simple. It's indeed marvelous. It's indeed worthy of being one of the 9 heaven-defying secrets. Haha. The old tortoise laughed. He quickly comprehended the cultivation method of this divine art and knew its true meaning. However, he didn't try it immediately because it was not the time yet. This was the sacred land of the Shen clan. If the Shen clan noticed something unusual, they would be in trouble. The relationship between them and the Shen clan was actually a relationship of mutual benefit. When Gu Fei and the others learned the truth of the Shen clan's prophecy, they realized this. The Shen clan needed to gather the 4 ultimate sacred weapons of the human, God, demon, and Buddha realms. Only then could they use the power of the sacred weapons to suppress the dragon veins of the earth and break the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. After breaking the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, the Shen clan could obtain the realm pearl and refine the entire hell realm. At that time, the Shen clan would truly become the masters of the hell realm. At that time, the life and death of all the creatures in the hell realm would be under the control of the Shen clan. With a single thought, the Shen clan could decide the life and death of any creature in the hell realm. Of course, Gu Fei and the others wouldn't let this happen because no one was willing to put their lives in the hands of the other party. Boss, can you also pass this divine art to me? Tian said excitedly. Divine Snatch could seize the other party's Dao fruit. This gave Tian hope. This was definitely a shortcut to a heaven-defying rebirth. How do I know if you're still on the same side as the Shen clan? Gu Fei glanced coldly at Tian and said indifferently. This Tian had been a member of the Shen clan when he was alive. No one knew if this fellow would still remember the past and not let go of the Shen clan. Gu Fei didn't want to be stabbed in the back at a critical moment. Boss, I have nothing to do with the Shen clan. Why would I care about the life and death of the Shen clan? The moment I died, I was no longer a member of the Shen clan. Tian quickly said. It doesn't matter if I pass it to you. This was originally a secret art of the Shen clan. Gu Fei thought about it and suddenly said. Tian was instantly overjoyed when he heard that and hurriedly thanked him. Gu Fei pointed again and a ball of purple light immediately flew out of his finger and entered Tian's skull. Gu Fei had really passed the divine snatch secret art to Tian. Kid, why did you pass this divine art to him? This guy who is neither yin nor yang can be trusted. The old turtle transmitted to Gu Fei. He was very puzzled by Gu Fei's actions. I passed this divine art to him so that he can deal with the Shen clan. Only by seizing their Dao fruit can he be reborn. Gu Fei transmitted back to the old turtle. In the world of death, only the god race was a living being with flesh and blood. All other living beings were creatures of the dead. If Erebus wanted to be reborn in the hell realm, the only way was to seize the god race's fruit of the way. I'll first return to the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. Then I'll have the Shen clan gather the various races of the Death Realm and attack the 9th mountain, said Gu Fei. He wanted the peerless blade that was sealed by the 9 stone golems in the 9th mountain. Regardless of what monsters were suppressed in the 9th mountain wretched ground, Gu Fei had to attack the 9th mountain just to break the 9 dragons' struggle for the pearl. The more extreme Tao sacred weapons he had, the better. If he had 9 of them, then he could suppress the 9 dragon veins and completely break the 9 dragons' struggle for the pearl. All right, let's do that. Just let me know when we set off, said the old turtle. But then he suddenly said, what if Sagely comes back and doesn't see you? Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This was also a problem. Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said to the old turtle, I've got it. I'll use Li Xuandao's identity to order Sage Li to wait at the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. That way, he won't be able to return. Yes, that's the only way. The old turtle nodded. What about Li Ran? Hei Tian suddenly asked. Sage Li had brought them back to the Divine Race's sacred mountain. Many people in the Divine Race knew of their existence. How troublesome. It looks like I'll have to attack the 9th mountain as soon as possible, said Gu Fei. As long as the Divine Race was exhausted, they wouldn't have time to pay attention to the old turtle and the others. The old turtle guessed Gu Fei's intentions, so he didn't say anything else. Afterwards, Gu Fei directly used teleportation to return to the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. At this time, his identity was Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the Divine Race. Very quickly, several rays of divine light flew out from the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace and entered several halls on the Divine Mountain. Then, several figures emitting powerful auras rushed out from those halls and flew towards the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace at the top of the mountain. Afterwards, several more figures flew into the sacred mountain from a distance and disappeared into the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. Very quickly, the news of the Divine Race attacking the 9th mountain spread from the Violet Mansion Immortal Palace. Sage Li and the others left the sacred mountain that very night and walked out of the Divine Race's holy land. They went to gather the major races in the world of death and prepared to unite all the creatures of death in the world of death to attack the 9th mountain together. Gu Fei and the others already had the mountain and river cauldron, the violet gold divine sword, the earth stabilizing pillar, the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, and 4 supreme sacred weapons in their hands. As long as they obtained one more, they would have the confidence to break through the most powerful killing formation in the world, the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Chapter 590. A storm was brewing in the world of death. The news that the God Clan had issued a divine order, summoning all the races in the world of death to attack the 9th mountain quickly spread throughout the Naraka realm. Even the outer regions of the world of death received the news. No one dared to ignore the divine order issued by the God Clan. A storm that would engulf the entire continent of death was bound to happen. It was inevitable. After receiving the divine order from the God Clan, the death races in the inner regions of the world of death were observing. No one wanted to stand out. 2 of the most powerful races in the inner regions of the world of death had been exterminated. The demonic dragon clan was destroyed by the God Clan, and the blood fiend Azura clan was destroyed by the true demon soul. Now, there were only 3 powerful death races in the depths of the continent of death. They were the Undead Skeleton Clan, the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Clan. The other death races, big and small, were attached to these 3 races. Before these 3 races made their stance clear, no race dared to oppose or submit to the God Clan. This situation didn't last long, because the Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan first agreed to ally with the God Clan, the 9th mountain, which was second only to the 9 dragons for the pearl. Then, the Netherworld Clan and the Corpse Clan also allied with the God Clan. In the depths of the Undead Skeleton Clan's territory, strange soul fluctuations began to spread out. Undead skeletons walked out of the world of death, gathering in the depths of the Undead Skeleton Clan's territory. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan was summoning all the creatures of the Undead Skeleton Clan. Whether they were humanoid skeletons or other strange skeletons, they were all summoned by the Supreme Emperor and walked into the depths of the Undead Skeleton Clan's territory. Looking at the situation, the Undead Skeleton Clan was going to use all their strength to attack the 9th mountain. The same situation was happening in the territories of the Netherworld Clan and the Corpse Clan. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan was also summoning thousands of evil souls. In the Corpse Clan's corpse nurturing ground, countless evil corpses that had been absorbing corpse energy broke out of the ground and stood in front of their Supreme Emperor like soldiers receiving inspection. When the God Clan summoned all the races in the continent of death to attack the 9th mountain, the true demon soul didn't intervene. He just hid and watched coldly. The true demon soul wandered on the continent of death, constantly searching for the true demon remnant souls that were scattered between heaven and earth, and then fusing with the remnant souls, causing the demon soul to gradually reform. While the true demon soul was continuously reforming the demon soul, the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were still chasing after the demon's soul. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that the demon's soul had not completely reformed to seal it. However, little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were still one step behind the true demon's soul. The true demon's soul was getting stronger and stronger. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk felt uneasy. Suddenly, a monstrous demon chi surged out from a mountain range in the depths of the Death Continent, and a huge demon shadow loomed in the demon chi. Roar! The demonic figure raised its head to the sky and roared. The demonic voice reverberated through the world, shaking the world. The mountains trembled, and even the dark clouds in the sky scattered. The demonic figure was over 1,000 feet tall and stood between the heavens and earth. Boundless soul force rippled from it as a terrifying demonic nature radiated from the illusory figure. The baleful aura radiating from it caused the heavens and earth to pale in comparison. Swish! Swish! 2 rays of golden light pierced through the sky. Immediately, a peaceful aura appeared between the heavens and earth, contending against the baleful aura emitted from the demonic figure. One good and one evil, the 2 forces collided and competed against each other. When the golden light dissipated, 2 figures emitting auspicious Buddhist light appeared above the mountains. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk had arrived. "We're a step too slow." The nameless old monk put his palms together when he saw the terrifying demonic figure standing in the mountains. His voice was incomparably heavy. "You two are really annoying. Let me send you to see your Buddha Lord." A cold voice came from the demonic figure. Then, the 1,000 feet tall demonic figure stretched out a hand and slapped towards little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were standing in the void. Rumble! It was as if a primordial demonic mountain was moving. The demonic figure's huge hand emitted boundless demonic power and smashed the void. The destructive power enveloped little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk. "Humph!" Little monk Fan Xiao sneered. Then, a green divine light rushed out from his body and turned into a dark green Buddhist commandment blade, slashing forward. Swish! The green blade light rushed thousands of feet, like a heavenly blade, slashing towards the demonic hand that was slapping over. On the blade light, endless Buddhist power surged, and a swastika Buddhist seal could be vaguely seen. There was a soft chi sound. Without any suspense, the green jade commandment blade directly broke the demonic hand, and its momentum did not decrease at all. It continued to slash towards the demonic figure in front of it. The supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddha Lord displayed great power. It was as if even the heavens and earth were split in half by this blade. Sky-devouring demonic diagram. The demonic figure shouted. In the endless demonic aura, a demonic diagram surrounded by demonic light rushed out. The diagram quickly unfolded, covering the sky like a huge demonic cloud. It emitted a terrifying demonic power and blocked the green jade commandment blade that was slashing towards it. The peerless blade light of the green jade commandment blade slashed onto the demonic diagram, making a sound like cloth being torn apart. The diagram shook repeatedly, but the green jade commandment blade didn't break it. The supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddha Lord was blocked by the demonic diagram. However, that demonic diagram didn't seem to be complete, and its power didn't seem to be fully displayed. In the end, the green jade commandment blade still managed to cut a hole in it. This. Little monk Fan Xiao couldn't help being incomparably shocked. Half a demonic diagram had actually blocked an attack from the green jade commandment blade. This was definitely a supreme devil tool that could contend with a supreme divine weapon. Damn it. Just wait until I get the other half of the diagram. I'll teach you a lesson then. The demonic figure roared and then disappeared into the void. The demonic diagram also flew back, its monstrous demonic aura receding into the distance like a tide. The true demon's soul knew it wasn't a match for little monk Fan Xiao, who had a supreme Buddhist weapon like the green jade commandment blade, so it decisively retreated. Where do you think you're going? Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk hastily chased after it. Very quickly, the demonic aura disappeared into the distance. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk, who had been chasing after the true demon's soul, also disappeared into the horizon. Once the true demon's soul, little monk Fan Xiao, and the nameless old monk had all left, a person suddenly walked out of the void above the mountain. Chapter 591. How did those 2 baldies become so powerful? It's like the reincarnation of the Buddha. The man who came out of the void looked in the direction where little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk disappeared and muttered to himself. This person was 9 feet tall, and his whole body seemed to be cast from steel, giving people an extremely powerful feeling. The skin outside his clothes was shining brightly, making people feel his strength and terror. His long black hair was scattered on his chest and back, and his resolute cheeks were as if they were carved by a knife. His eyes were deep and cold. He was Li Xuandao. To be precise, it was Li Xuandao's physical body and Gu Fei's soul. Gu Fei seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit with the 9 secrets of the immortal path, and completely controlled this peerless immortal body. However, with the soul power of Gu Fei's peak demigod realm, although he had completely controlled Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, he could not fully exert the power of this immortal body. His divine soul was still not strong enough compared to the peerless immortal body left by Li Xuandao. Just now, when little monk Fan Xiao fought with the true demon soul, Gu Fei hid in the void with the immortal path's divine technique and saw everything that happened. The true demon soul was extremely powerful. Although it had not been completely reorganized, it was definitely not inferior to a real mighty figure. This little monk Fan Xiao could actually suppress the true demon soul, which really surprised Gu Fei. During the time he entered the depths of the Naraka realm, could it be that this little baldy also had a fortuitous encounter? Gu Fei thought about it and really did not understand why little monk Fan Xiao's strength would rise to a terrifying level comparable to that of the Buddha. Even if he seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit, he was afraid that he could only be on par with this little baldy. Could it be that he had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha in the depths of the Naraka realm? Gu Fei also noticed the nameless old monk who did not make a move. The old monk's strength seemed to have risen to an unimaginable level, and there was a faint shadow of the Buddha on his body. This made Gu Fei very afraid. He faintly thought that the Buddha mentioned in the prophecy of the god race would probably come true with the little monk Fan Xiao and the mysterious old monk. The 1,000-year-old Buddha Lord probably still had some tricks up his sleeve. Gu Fei felt uneasy. However, he quickly retracted his thoughts. Right now, the most important thing was to attack the 9 mountains. Gu Fei did not want to deal with the little monk Fan Xiao and the true devil soul right now. Once he breached the 9 mountains and obtained the other half of the peerless ominous saber, he would then attempt the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. If he could refine the realm pearl and control this world, wouldn't the life and death of all the creatures in this world be in his hands? As Gu Fei thought of this, he withdrew his gaze. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a sense of alarm in his heart. All the pores on his body instantly stood on end. Like a civet whose tail had been stepped on, he abruptly turned around to look behind him. He didn't know when, but there was a hazy figure shrouded in devil chi standing behind him. Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but contract. "It's you." Gu Fei's eyes were like stars, flickering with a dazzling divine light. The immortal Dao's divine force surged from his body. Rays of divine light rushed out from his body and lingered around him. An extremely powerful energy fluctuation emitted from Gu Fei's body, causing the entire world to slightly tremble under this power. The power contained in this peerless immortal physique was too great. The aura leaking from Gu Fei's body caused the world to lose its color. It was incomparably terrifying. "I'm not here to fight you." The black energy disappeared into the figure. The illusory figure actually became more solid, no longer giving off a feeling of unreality. This was a young man with a pale but cold face. His eyes emitted a demonic black light. This young man's eyes had no pupils. They were pitch black with a faint black aura lingering around them. They were like 2 devil caves connected to a bottomless abyss, causing people's hearts to palpitate. "How did you get away? And how did you get rid of those 2 little baldies so quickly?" Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. This black-haired youth in front of him was the true devil soul that had just escaped. The black-haired youth said indifferently, "What's so difficult about that? If I didn't even have this ability, I would have been killed by that damned Buddha long ago. How could I have a chance to be reborn? What do you want? If you want to fight, then fight. I'll accompany you," Gu Fei said coldly. His body emitted a rainbow-like battle intent, his long hair fluttering without any wind. This devil could actually sense him hiding in the void. How did he do it? Gu Fei was secretly startled and didn't dare to take it lightly. I didn't expect you to be able to activate at least 50% of this physical body's power in just a few days. Not bad." The black-haired youth looked up and down at Gu Fei. Gu Fei only felt that in front of this true devil soul, he didn't seem to have any secrets to speak of. This guy seemed to be able to see through him with a single glance. It's enough to fight with you, said Gu Fei sternly, his eyes tightly staring at the true devil soul. You seem very nervous. There's no need to be like this. I have no ill intentions, said the black-haired youth calmly. He didn't reveal the slightest killing intent. This terrifying devil didn't seem to intend to attack Gu Fei. Humph, last time I almost died to your hands, said Gu Fei. He didn't believe this devil's words at all. A devil's words couldn't be trusted. The black-haired youth thought for a moment and then said, You might as well listen to why I'm looking for you. Then you can decide whether or not you want to continue being enemies with me. Gu Fei couldn't help furrowing his brows when he heard this. He wondered in his heart, what is this demon trying to buy? What did he want? Speak. Gu Fei was also a bit curious. I want to join hands with you, said the black-haired youth. What? Gu Fei was taken aback when he heard this. This demon wants to join hands with me? Did I hear wrong? Was this even possible? No need to be surprised. I know that you also want to leave this damned place. I also want to leave, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult for either of us to break the Buddhist Lord's trap. But if we join hands, although I can't say for certain that we'll be able to break the trap, we should have at least a 50% chance of success. The black-haired youth slowly explained the reason why he wanted to join hands with Gu Fei. There was no other reason. Their goal was the same. Furthermore, Gu Fei controlled the entire divine race. Now he had issued a divine decree to summon all the death creatures to attack the 9 mountains. Joining hands with a devil was simply digging one's own grave. Gu Fei directly rejected the black-haired youth's suggestion and was prepared to attack at any time. He no longer needed to fear this devil. With his current strength, he could definitely fight against this devil. If he used the Heaven Ascension secret art, he might even be able to kill this devil. Don't be so quick to refuse. I know what you're worried about. I'm a devil, and the reputation of devils isn't very good. But that doesn't mean that all devils have to be enemies with the world, said the black-haired youth calmly. He didn't seem to have any emotional fluctuations. There's no point in talking so much. Let's fight first. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on this fiendish demon. He directly punched out, boundless divine power of the immortal Tao surging from his fist. His entire fist instantly erupted with dazzling golden light, as if a golden sun had suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful force directly shook the entire world. After saying so much, he still had to fight in the end. Boom! The black-haired youth's body suddenly erupted with devilish qi. The surging devilish qi instantly enveloped heaven and earth, seeming capable of devilizing all life forms. I don't want to fight with you. If we join hands, we'll have a chance to break the Buddhist Lord's trap. The black-haired youth's figure vanished into the surging devilish qi. Rumble! Gu Fei's fist really did seem to transform into a golden star that descended from the sky. Heaven and earth trembled, and boundless devilish qi dissipated under Gu Fei's fist. You might as well consider my proposal. The devil soul's voice rang out from all directions. It was indistinct, and it was difficult to pinpoint its exact location. The devilish qi was about to dissipate. The monstrous demonic aura was directly dispersed by Gu Fei's punch, but the black-haired youth that was the demonic soul had already disappeared. Heavenly eye, open! Gu Fei shouted, and a divine eye appeared on his forehead. It shone with resplendent light as it swept through the surroundings. The immortal Tao heavenly eye had the power to pierce through the void and see through all illusions. Under the sweeping gaze of the heavenly eye, nothing could hide. Gu Fei vaguely saw a blurry figure disappear into the distance. That fiendish devil had actually retreated just like that. Gu Fei's heavenly eye had captured that fiendish devil's figure as it disappeared. What a powerful escape art! Gu Fei couldn't help being startled. Only the immortal Tao heavenly eye had been able to capture that fiendish devil's figure. If he didn't use it, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't have been able to detect it. The immortal Tao heavenly eye was a grand immortal art Li Xuandao had cultivated. Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Tao fruit, so in theory, he had inherited everything Li Xuandao had. So Gu Fei could also use the divine immortal arts Li Xuandao had cultivated. The heavenly eye shining with divine light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows and then disappeared under his skin, as if it had never appeared. He really runs fast. No wonder he was able to shake off those 2 baldies to find me, thought Gu Fei. Just at this time, Gu Fei suddenly sensed something. He turned to look at the horizon and saw two rays of golden light in the dusky sky. Chapter 592. Swoosh! Swoosh! Golden light flashed and golden flowers fell from the sky. An auspicious aura spread across the world. The lifeless world seemed to be filled with life as two figures with golden light descended from the sky. It was as if a golden Buddha had descended. Auspicious signs filled the sky and Buddhist light shone. The auspicious Buddhist power dispersed all the dark clouds and mist. The world was clear and there was a faint sound of Sanskrit lingering in the world. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were like Buddhas who walked out of the legendary Western paradise. They appeared in the void with smiles on their faces and golden lotuses surged from the ground. What a cunning demon! He actually used an avatar to hide from our Buddhist senses. It seems like the day when his demonic soul completely reassembles is near. The nameless old monk put his palms together and said calmly with a compassionate expression. There was a peaceful Buddhist nature in his words as if the sound of Sanskrit lingered in the world. This demon's soul power is getting stronger and stronger. He is a connate earth element original demon born from the evil aura of heaven and earth. He has earth element demonic power and is best at escaping. It seems like it will be very difficult to suppress him again. Little monk Fan Xiao, who was holding the purple gold alms bowl, said emotionlessly. Then, what should we do? The nameless old monk asked. Little monk Fan Xiao thought for a moment and said, the demonic soul's reassembly is irreversible. The approval left by Lord Buddha is coming true. We can't waste time on this demon. Little monk Fan Xiao's body was surrounded by auspicious Buddhist light and there was a golden wheel behind his head. This was a phenomenon that only almighty Buddhists who had attained Buddhist Tao fruit would have. That's right. We should enter the 9 dragons fighting for pearls as soon as possible and refine the realm pearl to regain control of the Naraka realm. By then, no matter how powerful that demon is, he will be suppressed again. The old monk nodded and said, let's go. Little monk Fan Xiao looked in the direction where the demonic soul disappeared and turned to leave. The nameless old monk followed closely behind. At this moment, 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei walked out of the void. Those two baldies have obviously received the inheritance of Buddha. It's as if Buddha has descended. I'm afraid the prophecy will come true. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was no trivial matter. Humans, demons, gods, Buddhas, and fiends were born at the same time. Heaven and earth would be reopened. However, the prophecy left behind by the Tao ancestor did not mention who would be the one to reopen heaven and earth. Whether it was a human, a demon, a god, a Buddha, or a devil who reopened the world, no one knew. In other words, it was still full of variables as to who would control this world of death. Of course, Gu Fei wanted to refine this death world by himself. However, his opponents seemed to be extremely strong. Humans, demons, and gods were no longer a concern. However, the Buddha and the devil were two huge obstacles. The little monk Fan Xiao and that demon would definitely not watch him refine this world without doing anything. This death world must be reopened by his own hands. He must not let anyone else have it. Even if he couldn't obtain it, even if he had to destroy this world, he must not let the other party have it. Gu Fei made up his mind. Then, he began to condense the immortal Tao's divine energy. In the void, he carved immortal Tao's divine runes. He was setting up a void-shifting array. Very soon, an array that was completely formed by interweaving immortal Tao's divine runes appeared in the void. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly walked into the array and activated it. Divine light surged. Swoosh! With a swoosh, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. The immortal Tao's divine runes that were set up in the array also dissipated. At the peak of the God Race's sacred mountain, on the plaza in front of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, there was a huge altar that was completely black. At this moment, the altar suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light. Immortal Tao's divine runes appeared on the altar, intertwining with divine light. The ancient array on the altar lit up and emitted a vast wave of divine power. The aura of the great Tao lingered around it. Every rune that formed the array had Tao rhymes circulating around it. Within the divine light, a figure appeared. Swoosh! 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 A few figures rushed out from a few palaces scattered on the sacred mountain and flew towards the peak. At this moment, the ancient altar began to calm down. The countless immortal Tao's divine runes that appeared on the altar gradually disappeared into the dark altar. The divine light was dissipating, and the Tao rhymes that were released by the immortal Tao's divine runes were also retracted into the altar. Greetings, old ancestor. The divine race powerhouses that had rushed to the bottom of the altar respectfully saluted the person that had appeared on the altar. The person only nodded. How are the preparations going? The person on the altar asked. This person was Gu Fei, who had just returned from the god race's sacred land. No one in the god race had sensed that their old ancestor's body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. No one would have thought that the soul of the god race's distant ancestor had already been destroyed. The soul within his physical body had already become another person. Everything is ready. We can set off once the old ancestor returns. Li Jingxia, the god race clan lord, stepped forward and said to Gu Fei on the altar. Very well, then all of you can set off immediately. Gu Fei said. Yes. Li Jingxia and the others received the order and left. Soon, hundreds of streaks of light rushed out of the god race's sacred mountain. Every streak of light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. None of the god race members were weak. Then, several array diagrams appeared in the void above the sacred mountain. Some god race experts took out the array diagrams and the hundreds of god race members walked into the array diagrams. Divine light flickered continuously, and the array diagrams emitted waves of immortal path divine power. Tao rhymes circulated as the god race members were transported out one by one. Old Tortoise and Hei Tian jumped out of nowhere and arrived at the altar in front of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. When Old Tortoise saw the altar, his eyes widened even more than a copper bell. He exclaimed in shock, "A divine chaos stone! Such a big piece! How extravagant!" Old Tortoise and Hei Tian jumped directly onto the altar and came to Gu Fei's side. They were not afraid of anyone noticing them. Even if someone did, they would think that it was their distant ancestor Li Xuandao who wanted to bring Old Tortoise and the others with him. Everyone in the god race knew about the impossible prophecy passed down by the supreme Tao ancestor. Bringing humans and demons with them was the safest way. No one dared to ignore the prophecy left behind by the supreme Tao ancestor. Moreover, this prophecy, which was thought to be impossible for countless years, seemed to be coming true. The reason why Sage Li and the others treated Gu Fei and Old Tortoise so well was also because of the prophecy. A divine chaos stone? Gu Fei asked in surprise. That's right. This altar is actually refined from a huge divine chaos stone. The most ancient divine runes of the immortal path are also engraved on it. Old Tortoise looked at the altar and murmured. Gu Fei couldn't help but come to a realization. No wonder he sensed a faint aura of primordial chaos chi on the altar. Divine chaos stones were born in the chaos before the heaven and earth were created. They were contaminated with a trace of primordial chaos chi, and were the most precious materials for refining weapons. Although divine chaos stones had appeared in the Tenglong continent for thousands of years, the largest one was only the size of a human head. The Purple Immortal Palace was also built from divine chaos stones and countless other peerless materials. I'm afraid that only the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor could have such a grand style. Old Tortoise exclaimed. At this time, the hundreds of god race members in the sky above the sacred mountain were about to be teleported away. Among the god race, Li Zun looked suspiciously at the people on the altar in the square in front of the Purple Immortal Palace. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Li Zun saw distant ancestor Li Xuandao chatting happily with Old Tortoise. He faintly sensed that something was wrong and felt uneasy. However, he just couldn't figure out what was wrong. The diagram floated high in the sky. Divine light constantly flickered as more and more god race members walked into the diagram and were teleported away by its power. Li Zun also walked into the diagram. After a flash of divine light, Li Zun disappeared into the diagram. No one knew where he was teleported to. Soon, the hundreds of god race members were all teleported away. In the sacred land of the god race, only Gu Fei and the others, as well as some spiritual birds and beasts, were left. For some unknown reason, there were many rare beasts in the sacred land of the god race. However, for countless years, not a single beast could successfully cultivate and become a demon. Even when the god race deliberately tried to create a few demon beasts in the sacred land of the god race, it ended in failure. This was also the reason why the god race regarded the prophecy left by the supreme Tao ancestor as a prophecy that would never come true. Even in the sacred land of the god race, the only pure land in the world of death, no demon had appeared, let alone other places outside of the sacred land of the god race. The arrival of Old Tortoise gave Saint Li, and even the entire god race hope. "Let's go too," Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise and He Tian. The army of the god race had already set off. As a fake Supreme Tao ancestor, he certainly could not be absent. Just as Gu Fei was about to activate the altar to teleport himself, Old Tortoise, and He Tian to the vicinity of the 9 mountains, Old Tortoise suddenly stopped Gu Fei. "What's wrong?" asked Gu Fei. "This ancient altar is contaminated with a trace of primordial chaos qi. It's also a precious treasure. Take it." Old Tortoise's eyes lit up as he looked at the altar beneath his feet. From the looks of it, if Gu Fei did not make a move, he would take the altar. This altar was probably the only one in the world that was refined from a primal chaos divine stone. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said disdainfully, "Old Tortoise, you're really greedy. You already have the Mystic Tortoise divine armor and the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, yet you're still eyeing this altar. If you don't want it, then give it to me. I, Old Tortoise, will never complain about having too many treasures." Old Tortoise rubbed his hands together. "Senior boss, this altar must not be touched. I'm afraid there will be big trouble if we touch it." He Tian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. Chapter 593. The old turtle wanted to take away the altar, but He Tian stopped him. After hearing Erebus' words, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Then, he quickly searched through his memories regarding this ancient altar. From Li Xuandao's soul memories, Gu Fei learned that this ancient altar really couldn't be touched. If it was taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't help exclaiming after learning the true function of this altar refined from a whole piece of divine chaos stone. "What is it?" the old turtle hastily asked. "There's a devil's soul sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain." Gu Fei couldn't believe it. The divine race's sacred mountain was actually a giant cage. What? The old tortoise was shocked as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was inexplicably shocked. What kind of concept was it to have a devil's soul sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain? A devil's soul that could be sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain was definitely extraordinary. It was very likely the true devil's soul. And the primal chaos altar had played a decisive role in suppressing this devil's soul. The altar was located at the eye of the formation. If it was taken away, the devil's soul would awaken from its slumber. That would be disastrous. Gu Fei and the old turtle's expressions became extremely unsightly. They had never imagined that a devil's soul would be sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain. If it was allowed to come out, the entire divine race's sacred mountain would become a devil domain. "Let's go." Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle. If it weren't for He Tian's timely intervention, they would have caused a disaster. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a burst of lingering fear. The old turtle didn't say anything else. Gu Fei immediately activated the formation on the chaos altar. The entire altar immediately emitted a vast fluctuation of divine power. The divine light emitted from the altar shrouded the entire altar. When the divine radiance dissipated and the ancient divine runes of the immortal Tao once again disappeared from the altar, Gu Fei and the old tortoise had already disappeared from the altar. The 9 mountains savage grounds was second only to the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. The god race's attack on the 9 mountains could be said to be one of the few major events in the world of death. That was because almost all the races in the depths of the Death Continent had come. Ghostly figures collided around the 9 mountains. The undying skeleton race had come, the netherworld race had come, and the corpse race had come. Countless dead creatures surrounded the 9 mountains. Outside the 9 mountains, high up in the sky, there was a bone palace made entirely of white bones. In the other 2 directions, a pitch-black ghost palace was faintly discernible in the ghost chi, and a mountain surrounded by corpse chi was fixed in the void. The Undying Skeleton Clan, the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Clan were the 3 most powerful clans in the world of death. Their supreme emperors had come in person. In addition to the Bone Palace, the Ghost Palace, and the Corpse Mountain, there were also a few divine palaces shrouded in immortal chi floating in the sky. There were members of the god race going in and out of those divine palaces. No dead creatures dared to approach the place where the god race was. The god race's immortal Tao divine power was the natural nemesis of the dead creatures. Some of the weaker dead creatures immediately hid far away after sensing the aura of the god race. The atmosphere around the 9 mountains was very tense. Attacking the 9 mountains was definitely not an easy task. The Undying Skeleton Clan, the Netherworld clan, and the corpse race had come out in full force. All the undying skeletons, evil spirits, and evil corpses had come to the vicinity of the 9 mountains. The weak dead creatures were destined to be sacrificed. Attacking the 9 mountains required the existence of cannon fodder. The Bone Palace, the Ghost Palace, and the Corpse Mountain all emitted powerful auras. The supreme emperors of the 3 clans were watching, waiting for the arrival of one person. In front of the god race's divine palace, the void suddenly trembled. A formation rushed out of the void. In the flickering divine light, 3 figures appeared under the divine radiance. Gu Fei, the old turtle, and He Tian had arrived. A supreme immortal physique stood out from the masses. The moment the fake distant ancestor, Gu Fei, appeared, a pressure immediately spread out. All the experts outside of the 9 mountains knew that the distant ancestor of the god race had arrived. The moment Gu Fei's group appeared, the god race patriarch Li Jingxia led a group of elders to welcome them. Then, he led Gu Fei, the old turtle, and He Tian to the largest of the several divine palaces. The god race's divine palace was shrouded in immortal energy and flashing lights. It was refined from countless precious divine materials. It could be placed in one's sleeves and carried with it at all times. After entering the divine hall, Gu Fei directly walked to the throne at the center of the hall and sat down. In the entire god clan, he was the only one who could sit on the throne of the highest position. After seeing Gu Fei take his seat, the other divine race elders also sat down on both sides. The old turtle and He Tian stood on either side of Gu Fei. Go invite the supreme emperors of the 3 great races. Gu Fei sat on his throne, sweeping his gaze over the elders of the divine race. He only saw that these elders all had different expressions on their faces. He had no idea what they were thinking. Yes. Someone left after receiving the order. Soon, the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race, the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race, and the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race arrived outside the shrine where Gu Fei was. Under the guidance of a divine race member, the 3 Supreme Emperors entered the divine palace shrouded in immortal energy. They weren't worried about the god race doing anything to them. This was because the god race wouldn't attack the 3 races at this time. The 3 Supreme Emperors had already figured out the god race's intentions. Gu Fei sized up the Supreme Emperors of the 3 races. He saw that the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton looked like an ordinary set of bones. The bones didn't have any luster. The soul fire in the skull was constantly flickering. There were no energy fluctuations either. It was as if this was a skeleton that was about to completely decay. As for the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race, he gave off an illusory feeling. He was shrouded in black and ghostly mist. It was impossible to see his appearance clearly. Unless Gu Fei opened his celestial eye, he wouldn't be able to see through the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race. This surprised Gu Fei. The Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race wasn't simple. His soul power was restrained. There was no way to sense any powerful soul fluctuations. However, intuition told Gu Fei that the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race was very dangerous. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race was about 2 meters tall. His entire body was surging with a vast aura of death. His flesh was plump, and his bones were strong. At a glance, he didn't seem like a corpse at all. Different from the previous 2 Supreme Emperors, the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race was surging with a vast aura of death. He emitted an evil and powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race didn't conceal his strength at all. He didn't restrain his aura at all. After the 3 Supreme Emperors entered the Divine Palace, they sat down. Then the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton asked Gu Fei, "How are you going to attack the 9th mountain?" Gu Fei smiled and said, "You guys will be the vanguard." What? The 3 Supreme Sovereigns were taken aback. The Supreme Sovereign of the Undying Skeleton Clan almost jumped up. No one had expected that this distant ancestor of the god race would be so direct. He wanted them to be cannon fodder. Chapter 594. The 9 mountains had existed for countless years. Many people had tried to invade it, but they all failed. Even a divine king from the divine clan had fallen in the 9 mountains. The 9 mountains was the second most dangerous place in the world of death, second only to the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. One could imagine how dangerous the 9 mountains was. In the past, the supreme extreme Tao experts moved the mountains and emptied the seas. There were almost no flaws in the 9 mountains and it was difficult to break. Today, The 9 mountains gathered. The divine clan united all the races in the world of death to besiege the 9 mountains. They wanted to break the 9 mountains, second only to the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. In the divine clan's divine palace, Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the divine clan, who was under the complete control of Gu Fei's divine soul, sat on the throne in the middle and glanced at the 3 supreme emperors below. "You seem to have objections to my arrangement?" Gu Fei said sternly. His eyes were as bright as stars, making it hard for people to look at him directly. The posture of an expert who looked down on the world was completely revealed. "You want us, the weak races, to be the vanguard?" The supreme emperor of the Nether clan said hesitantly. "Do you want us, the weak races, to be the vanguard?" The supreme evil corpse of the Corpse clan said coldly. He directly questioned Gu Fei's purpose and suspected that Gu Fei had ulterior motives. "Presumptuous." The divine clan lord Li Jingxia stood out and said sternly, "Chou Xiong, what do you mean by this?" The supreme emperor of the Corpse clan was called Chou Xiong. He commanded all the evil corpses in the depths of the world of death. Among the creatures of death, Chou Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated. "Humph. Don't you know what I mean?" Chou Xiong sneered. His body was surrounded by corpse energy and the aura of death was surging. "What a joke. If the divine clan wants to destroy the Corpse clan, why do we need to go through so much trouble? We can just kill our way to your door and destroy you." Another ultimate god, Li Fan, also stood out. There were a total of 5 ultimate gods in the 3 main bloodlines of the Protoss. 3 ultimate gods had been killed by the true demon soul. Currently, there were only 2 ultimate gods left in the Protoss. Li Fan was the other ultimate god expert apart from the Protoss clan master. "I'm afraid that if you want to destroy us, you'll have to pay a huge price. You have some misgivings, so we should discuss how to reasonably attack the 9 mountains." The supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race, who hadn't spoken up until now, suddenly spoke up. The soul fire in the skull of the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan wasn't very bright, but Gu Fei couldn't sense a trace of soul fluctuation from the supreme emperor's skull. Returning to his natural state. This old skeleton is not simple, Gu Fei thought. Of course, Gu Fei did not take the supreme emperors among the undead creatures seriously. The so-called supreme emperors were only comparable to the ultimate god experts of the divine clan. Of course, it would not take long for Gu Fei to kill the supreme emperor of the 3 undying creatures. Among the 3 supreme emperors, only the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan made Gu Fei a little afraid. Among the 3 supreme emperors, only the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan made Gu Fei a little afraid. When integrating Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei knew that the undying skeleton clan's foundation was very deep. The terrifying expert who broke into the divine clan's sacred land and fought endlessly with the 3 great ancestors of the divine clan, and finally broke into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. He was from the undying skeleton clan. The undying skeleton clan once had an invincible expert who defied the heavens and was reborn. It was also in that battle that the other 2 great ancestors of the divine clan and the invincible expert who defied the heavens and was reborn were all lost in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Even Li Xuandao almost did not make it back. In the end, he gave up a supreme saint weapon passed down by the great ancestors to escape from the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. In the infernal realm, no one knew the terror of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl better than Li Xuandao. Even with the protection of a supreme saint weapon, one would still be lost in it. This was also why Gu Fei wanted to attack the 9 mountains first and take out the other half of the peerless blade. Only by gathering a few supreme saint weapons and displaying the power of the extreme Tao could he suppress the 9 dragon veins. Because the 9 dragon veins were not ordinary dragon veins, but the ancestral dragon veins of the infernal realm. They were the source of the dragon veins. "You brought the weapon left behind by that person back then?" Gu Fei looked at the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan. His gaze was like cold lightning, and his tone was so cold that it made people feel suffocated. "You should know the power of that weapon." The supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan was not afraid of Gu Fei. He said calmly, "What? That weapon? Is that the weapon of that ruthless person back then? Even our race's saint weapon was lost in that place. How could that person's weapon?" All the experts of the celestial race were shocked. The celestial race's secret from countless years ago was known by the experts of the celestial race. Back then, That person suddenly killed his way into the sacred land of the celestial race and killed several divine kings of the celestial race. The three ancestors had no choice but to take action. In the end, the three ancestors fought with that ruthless person and charged into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. For 10 days and 10 nights, the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl was filled with divine light. Endless earth dragon chi condensed into 9 huge dragon shadows in the sky. No one knew what happened inside. In the end, only Li Xuandao of the 3 ancestors rushed out of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had no choice but to enter the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace to sleep. The Supreme Saint weapon left behind by the Dao ancestor was also lost in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. You! Gu Fei's gaze swept across the 3 Supreme Emperors in front of him. His expression was somewhat ugly. These 3 fellows didn't seem willing to attack the 9 mountains obediently. Humph! The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race, Cho Xiong, sneered. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Race was watching from the sidelines. The Undying Skeleton Race, Netherworld Race, and Corpse Race seemed to have reached a tacit agreement. They weren't afraid of the Celestial Race. Although they had joined hands with the Celestial Race, it didn't mean they were willing to listen to the Celestial Race's orders. If this is what you're relying on, then you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Gu Fei withdrew his gaze and spoke indifferently. There wasn't the slightest emotion in his voice. Are you joking? Although you're stronger than any one of us, we have a heaven-defying weapon. You'd better know your place, said the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race, Cho Xiong. This fellow really deserves a beating. Too impudent. We can't let him off so easily. The Celestial Race's experts couldn't help being enraged. That Cho Xiong didn't put their ancestors in his eyes at all. Some of them couldn't help but want to attack. He doesn't know life from death, said Li Jingxia coldly. The other hierarch of the Celestial Race, Li Fan, sneered. The entire Celestial Race knew that their ancestor, Li Xuandao, had refined a saint sword. That saint sword wasn't inferior to the saint weapon of the Celestial Race that was lost in the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. So what if the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race had that person's weapon? Could it be even more powerful than that saint sword? Many of the God Race experts in the temple gloated at the Supreme Emperor, who was one of the 3 creatures of death standing above the temple. Among the 3 supreme rulers, the Supreme Ruler of the Undying Skeleton Tribe and the Supreme Ruler of the Nether Tribe felt that something was wrong. Only the Supreme Ruler of the Corpse Tribe, Cho Xiong, was still glaring at the God Tribe Patriarch Li Jingxia and the others. Don't waste time. Old Turtle, who was standing beside Gu Fei, transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Gu Fei remained calm. He was the ancestor of the Celestial Race, Li Xuandao. He stared coldly at Cho Xiong and said, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." "What do you want to do?" Cho Xiong was shocked and couldn't help taking a step back. The other party was the ancestor of the Celestial Race. Moreover, he could feel a powerful murderous aura from the other party. "We can talk things over. Why do you need to fight?" The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan took a step forward as the soul fire in his skull lit up. A terrifying pressure spread out from the soul fire. "As expected, that weapon is in your hands," Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He slowly stood up from his throne with divine light and murderous aura. Old Turtle and Hei Tian were forced to retreat by Gu Fei's murderous aura. "Everyone, let's not harm each other," the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race indifferently said. The pressure coming from his skull was growing stronger and stronger, as if a terrifying desolate beast was awakening. The expressions of the Celestial Race experts changed. That aura made their hearts palpitate. They felt a sense of danger. Other than Li Jingxia and Hierarch Li Fan, the other Celestial Race experts all retreated. "Stop pretending. Do you think we don't know that your Celestial Race's sacred artifact has long been lost in that legendary place?" Haha. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race, Cho Xiong, laughed heartily. "Shut up." The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race suddenly roared at Cho Xiong. "You!" Cho Xiong was stunned. He didn't know why the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race would suddenly do such a thing. Humph, there's no medicine to cure a fool. Oh no, it should be a corpse fool. Moreover, it's the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race. There's no medicine to cure him. Gu Fei revealed a cruel smile. Then with a whoosh, A ray of purple light rushed out from his body. A terrifying sword aura that caused even the heavens and the earth to lose their color immediately spread out in all directions. The icy sword aura surged in the divine palace. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies were cold, and their pores opened up. Their hair stood on end. The three supreme emperors turned pale with fright. At this time, the supreme emperor of the corpse race, Cho Xiong, finally realized how wrong he was. Bas! The cry of a sword reverberated through the 9 heavens. The terrifying sacred weapon displayed a great pressure. The shocking sword aura caused all living beings in the world to tremble. Have mercy! The supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race shouted. A fist-sized radiance rushed out of his skull. A pressure that could almost contend with the violet gold divine sword spread out from that radiance. It's too late, said Gu Fei indifferently. With a flash of sword light, the supreme emperor of the corpse race, Cho Xiong, stood straight in place. The evil blood-red light in his eyes began to dissipate. Cho Xiong's supreme corpse body began to dissipate into the void like snow. His body and soul were completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. He had completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 595. The supreme emperor of the corpse clan was killed in an instant. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The supreme emperor of the undead creatures was the most powerful undead creature in the world of death. The supreme emperor of the undead creatures was comparable to the ultimate gods of the divine race. However, the only supreme emperor of the corpse clan was killed. Killing the supreme emperor like cutting melons and vegetables. What kind of strength was this? No one was not shocked. Even the old tortoise and Hei Tian, who knew Gu Fei's background, were extremely shocked. The supreme emperor of the undead skeleton clan and the supreme emperor of the netherworld clan were petrified and could not speak for a long time. Cho Xiong was dead with his soul scattered. Swoosh! The purple light flashed. After killing the supreme emperor of the corpse clan, the purple gold divine sword flew back and entered Gu Fei's body, or rather, Li Xuandao's body. The current Gu Fei controlled Li Xuandao's peerless divine body, and became the only remaining ancestor of the divine race. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. I hope you won't do anything stupid again. Gu Fei slowly sat down and said coldly. The shocking sword aura that surged in the temple disappeared. It disappeared so abruptly that the sword aura that shocked the heavens and earth disappeared into Gu Fei's body. After hearing Gu Fei's words, the supreme emperor of the undead skeleton clan and the supreme emperor of the netherworld clan immediately woke up from the horror. The supreme emperor of the undead skeleton clan wanted to take out the supreme killing weapon of the undead skeleton clan to make Gu Fei have some scruples. However, the supreme killing weapon had calmed down at some point. It seemed that the killing weapon of the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan was also afraid of the divine might of the purple gold divine sword, and it was silent in the soul fire of the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan. I am willing to submit. The supreme emperor of the undead skeleton clan quickly bowed to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. He had no choice but to submit. The undead skeleton clan, the netherworld clan, and the corpse clan were no match for the divine race with the supreme sword. Even if the 3 undead clans joined forces, it would still be difficult to compete with the divine race. If they didn't submit, then the only outcome would be the same as the supreme corpse emperor. They would be directly killed and turned to dust. This distant ancestor of the god race was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He used thunderous methods to completely intimidate the supreme sovereigns of the undying skeleton race and the netherworld race. They had no choice but to submit. The supreme emperor of the netherworld race also prostrated himself to Gu Fei. If the god race's ancestor could kill the supreme corpse monarch, he could also kill them. Very good. Gu Fei nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the supreme emperor of the undying clan and the supreme emperor of the netherworld clan. These two fellows were flexible, unlike the supreme evil corpse that he had killed. At this time, all the experts of the divine race in the shrine woke up from their shock. Reckless fools, they deserve it. How dare they ignore our ancestor? They deserve to die. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that they are invincible. The experts of the divine race were discussing in low voices. Gu Fei killing the supreme emperor of the corpse clan had shocked and excited the experts of the divine race in the shrine. An ancestor with a supreme sword was absolutely invincible. You know what to do. Gu Fei looked at the 2 prostrating supreme emperors and said indifferently, like a god looking down at ants at his feet.
Yes.
How could the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan dare to say no at this time? The Supreme Corpse King had taught them a lesson, and they were terrified. Even if the Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan had a great killing weapon, he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Gu Fei. Even if he used the weapon passed down through the generations of the Undead Skeleton Clan, his fate would only be even more miserable. With the violet gold divine sword, even the Supreme Emperor had to bow his head. Prepare to attack the 9 mountains. Kill anyone who dares to resist, Gu Fei said sternly. A bitter murderous aura surged from his body, and the temperature in the shrine seemed to plummet. Everyone who sensed this murderous aura felt their bodies go cold, and their souls trembled. The divine race's ancestor was truly terrifying. Understood. The Supreme Sovereigns of the Undying Skeleton Tribe and the Supreme Sovereigns of the Netherworld Tribe hurriedly received their orders and left to gather their respective 9 mountains. After the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Race and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Race left, Gu Fei said to the God Race's patriarch Li Jingxia, "Go deal with the Corpse Race's matters. It's time for the evil corpses to change their leader."
Yes.
Li Jingxia nodded, and then led Li Fan and the other divine race experts out of the shrine. Disperse. Gu Fei glanced at the other divine race experts in the shrine. The attack on the 9 mountains was about to begin. The group of God Clan experts bowed towards Gu Fei, who sat on the throne, before leaving the divine hall one after another. Saint Li, stay. Gu Fei suddenly thought of something when he saw Saint Li retreating out of the divine hall. He then said such words. The other divine race experts were surprised, but they didn't dare to say anything. They still left the shrine to make the final preparations for the attack. Sage Li was also surprised by Gu Fei's words, but he had no choice but to stop. He then walked over to Gu Fei's throne. Ancestor, what are your orders? Sage Li was neither servile nor overbearing to Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was not the ancestor of his bloodline, he was still one of the ancestors of the divine race. Even if his bloodline had some conflicts with Li Xuandao's bloodline, Sage Li was still very respectful to Li Xuandao. Gu Fei looked deeply at Sage Li, and then reached out his hand to draw a line in the air. A halberd shrouded in golden light appeared in the air. A sharp and tyrannical aura immediately spread from the halberd, surging through the shrine. Buzz! The halberd was intelligent. It vibrated gently, emitting a shocking battle intent. It was a halberd. This! The old turtle and He Tian both looked at Gu Fei. This divine weapon was very extraordinary. Although it couldn't compare to a supreme treasure, it was still a rare treasure. The old turtle wasn't much because he had the 3 realms Buddhist lamp and the mystic turtle divine armor. Although this halberd was extraordinary, it wasn't enough to catch the old turtle's attention. However, He Tian was different. This guy originally had the Tai Huang seal, but ever since it flew away, he didn't even have a proper weapon. Seeing Gu Fei take out this golden halberd, he couldn't help but be envious. A powerful divine power surged on this halberd. If he could wield it and use its power, he would be invincible. This halberd is for you. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the golden halberd floating in the air immediately flew towards Sage Li. This, ancestor. Seeing the halberd flying over, Sage Li hurriedly reached out to catch it. Although the golden halberd wasn't a supreme treasure, it was still a spiritual divine weapon. After falling into Sage Li's hands, the halberd immediately shook violently and emitted a dazzling golden divine light. The divine light was like a knife. Under the impact of the golden light, Saint Li's clothes immediately tore open several times. Even old Tortoise and Erebus felt as if they were being chopped by a blade. Damn! Sage Li roared. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and an incomparably powerful immortal divine power surged out of his body. His entire body shone with dazzling golden light. He was using his own immortal divine power to suppress the golden halberd. From his expression, it seemed to be a bit strenuous. What a powerful divine weapon. If it was given to me, I probably wouldn't be able to suppress this halberd. He Tian was secretly shocked. One had to know that Sage Li was a divine king, and He Tian's cultivation had yet to truly step into the Emperor realm. In terms of power, the divine kings of the god race and the Emperor realm of the undead creatures were a level higher than the Emperor realm undead creatures. Sage Li truly was a divine king. His immortal divine power was incomparably vast, and he quickly succeeded in suppressing the golden halberd with his own power. This halberd. After successfully suppressing the halberd in his hand, Sagely couldn't help but cherish the halberd. It was practically a divine weapon tailor-made for him. Sagely cultivated an immortal divine technique of the metal element, and this golden halberd was also refined from divine gold metal. Sagely and the halberd complemented each other. In the entire god race, only Sagely could fully bring out the halberd's power. Ancestor. This. Sagely was both surprised and delighted. We're about to attack the 9 mountains. I'll give you several divine weapons. You don't need to be surprised. Gu Fei imitated Li Xuandao's tone. This Li Xuandao would no longer play the fool at a critical juncture. He would become incomparably serious. It was also at this time that he began to act a bit like the ancestor of the god race. Sagely muttered to himself for a moment before bowing to Gu Fei. Many thanks, ancestor. These words came from the bottom of his heart. In any case, the other had given him a divine weapon. All right, you may leave. Gu Fei waved his hand. Yes. Sagely bowed and left the temple, disappearing through the door. Brat, did you open this old ghost's inner world? There are quite a few treasures inside. Haha. Seeing that no one was around, the old turtle hurriedly jumped in front of Gu Fei, rubbing his hands together with shining eyes. The old ghost the old turtle was referring to was, of course, Li Xuandao, the current owner of Gu Fei's body. Hee, so what if I am? Do you want me to give you a few toys to play with? Gu Fei asked. What he lacked the least right now were immortal weapons and divine weapons of the immortal Dao lineage. This was because in Li Xuandao's inner world, there was a temple used to store treasures. With that, Gu Fei flipped his hand, and a few purple beads the size of a thumb appeared in his palm. Inside each bead, there seemed to be purple lightning flashing. Heavenly purple thunder beads? As soon as the old turtle saw the purple beads in Gu Fei's hand, his eyes lit up. This old ghost actually has such a good thing? The old turtle reached out to snatch the purple beads from Gu Fei's hand, but Gu Fei withdrew his hand and kept the purple beads, making the old turtle anxious. Chapter 596. The heavenly purple thunder bead was a kind of thunder bead that was refined using a divine technique. This kind of thunder bead was different and could not be refined by those who did not have physical strength. That was because the thunder bead contained the power of thunder and lightning. It was not an ordinary power but a tribulation thunder. A purple thunder bead meant that it was refined from the most powerful purple flame heavenly thunder. The purple flame heavenly thunder was the most powerful divine thunder heavenly tribulation in legends. Even a mid-level ultimate god from the divine race would find it difficult to resist such a thunder fire heavenly tribulation. Even an ultimate god from the divine race like Li Xuandao would not be able to refine such a heavenly purple thunder bead. To collect the heavenly purple thunder bead that was refined from the purple flame heavenly thunder was the most powerful divine thunder heavenly tribulation in legends. Even an ultimate god would not dare to touch such a purple flame heavenly thunder bead. Even a divine race almighty like Li Xuandao would not be able to refine such a heavenly purple thunder bead. The old turtle knew the origin of the heavenly purple thunder bead. Therefore, when Gu Fei took out a few of such purple thunder beads, even the knowledgeable old monster could not help but be moved. Kid, these purple thunder beads are not very useful in your hands. It's better to give them to me. The old turtle said enthusiastically. It could be seen that he really wanted the purple thunder beads in Gu Fei's hands. The heavenly purple thunder bead that even an ultimate god would not be able to obtain was very rare and precious. Although the old turtle really wanted it, Gu Fei's divine soul had fused with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body. Even the old turtle was afraid of his strength. The old turtle would never be able to take anything from Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei looked down at the crystal-clear purple thunder bead in his hand with purple lightning flashing inside. He then looked at the old turtle and said, I can give it to you. However, when we attack the 9 mountains, you cannot retreat. You must go all out. He knew very well that the old turtle would definitely be the first to escape when there was danger. Moreover, the 9 mountains impasse was extremely dangerous. It was hard to guarantee that the old turtle would not retreat. I know. I also want to leave this damned place as soon as possible. The old turtle said repeatedly. He thought to himself, I'll promise you first. Of course, Gu Fei didn't know what the old tortoise was planning. Seeing that the old tortoise agreed, he handed the purple thunder beads to the old tortoise. The old tortoise stretched out his hand and received them. He stared at the violet thunder beads in his hand and carefully examined them. The violet thunder beads were truly mystical. There seemed to be another world inside them, and there were violet divine lightning flashing within. It really is a heavenly violet lightning pearl. The violet flame heavenly lightning inside is extremely pure. One pearl is enough to destroy a mountain, exclaimed the old turtle. He could already see that this kind of pearl was incomparably precious. Perhaps only a legendary Tao ancestor could refine such a pure heavenly violet lightning pearl. There were only 5 Gantian purple thunder beads in his hands, but the old turtle was grinning so widely that only his teeth could be seen. This kind of purple thunder bead could actually be used to resist the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei couldn't help smiling when he saw the old turtle's expression. If the old turtle knew he still had a few hundred purple thunder beads, how would he react? It turned out that Gu Fei had found these Gantian purple thunder beads in the treasury hall of Li Xuandao's inner world. He had thought that these purple thunder beads were refined by Li Xuandao. The power of thunder was extremely intimidating at any time. Thunder rumbled and all things trembled. Thunder had always been viewed by cultivators as a punishment imposed by the universe. Legend said that when cultivators ascended to the heavenly realm, the universe would send down a lightning tribulation. Only those who successfully passed the tribulation could borrow its power to wash away their mortal aura. Only then would they be able to ascend and become a true immortal. The old turtle retreated to the side after obtaining the purple thunder beads. Only He Tian's 2 resplendent spiritual fires burned in his eyes as he stared fervently at Gu Fei. Gu Fei noticed He Tian's expression and glanced at He Tian. He then swiped at the air in front of him and a windfire banana fan fell into his hand. "Take it," said Gu Fei. He then threw the windfire banana fan to He Tian. Mahakala hurriedly took it. After that, he used his soul force to observe the palm leaf fan. He saw that the palm leaf fan was surging with fire qi. Waves of heat spread out, causing Gu Fei to feel as if his skin was being burned by fire. At the same time, astral winds wreaked havoc in the great hall. Wind and fire, 2 different powers surged out from the banana fan. The temperature in the hall immediately rose. At the same time, the whistling sound of wind could be heard. The astral winds were like blades and the divine fire rose. This was an immortal weapon that was definitely not inferior to the golden halberd. With a gentle flap, flames immediately soared into the sky and the wind howled. "Thank you, boss." He Tian was extremely happy and hurriedly thanked Gu Fei. With this windfire banana fan, He Tian's strength had increased greatly. Just as Gu Fei was dividing the treasures in the hall, there was quite a commotion at the gathering place of the corpse race. Their supreme emperor, Chou Xiong, had been killed by the god race, causing a great uproar among the evil corpses. The powerful evil corpses were all riled up. Some of them were even shouting, wanting to incite all the evil corpses to fight against the god race. Countless powerful evil corpses were riled up, wanting to immediately avenge their supreme emperor. However, just as the emperor realm evil corpses were about to launch an attack on the god race, the god race's patriarch, Li Jingxia, arrived with the god race's experts and stopped the corpse race's army. Powerful hierarch auras filled the air. Li Jingxia and Li Fan strolled through the sky, displaying their supreme might and intimidating the countless evil corpses. "Why did you kill our race's supreme emperor?" "My race and the god race are absolutely irreconcilable. Kill the god race and avenge our supreme emperor." The 4 emperor realm evil corpses charged towards Li Jingxia and the other experts of the god race. Their voices contained powerful soul energy fluctuations that spread to the heavens and the earth. They did this on purpose. They wanted all the creatures of the dead in the vicinity of the 9 mountains to hear and sense their voices. Revenge! 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 The countless evil corpses below roared in unison. Their voices converged together, causing the entire world to shake. Killing intent soared to the sky, and even the winds and clouds changed color. Humph! Li Jingxia sneered as a murderous aura surged from his body. It was as if the entire world had turned cold in an instant. The might of a single person seemed to have overshadowed the miserable aura of countless evil corpses gathered together. The powerful divine power of the immortal Tao shook the air, and the 4 emperor realm evil corpses were sent flying thousands of meters away as if they had been struck by lightning. Li Jingxia's aura was unparalleled. His entire body began to emit resplendent divine light, as if he was covered in a layer of divine flames. It was as if a fire god had descended upon the world. He cultivated a fire-type Dao technique. The fiery light emitted from Li Jingxia's body illuminated the entire dusky world. It was as if a sun had appeared in the sky. Although the god race had only sent a dozen or so experts, the powerful aura they exuded was definitely stronger than the murderous aura formed by the densely packed evil corpses below. The powerful aura of a dozen divine race experts was actually able to suppress the entire corpse race. The killing intent of countless evil corpses gathered together was truly shocking. Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race, please uphold justice for us. Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, please uphold justice for us. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses shouted in the direction of the Netherworld race and the Undying Skeleton race. They wanted the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race to stand out and fight the divine race together. Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race, please uphold justice for us. Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, please uphold justice for us. The 4 Emperor Realm experts shouted several times, their voices spreading far and wide. It was impossible for the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race to not hear them. However, there was no response from the Netherworld race. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race didn't respond at all, and there was no response from the Undying Skeleton race either. The area where the two races were located was densely packed with skeletons and ghosts shrouded in a deathly aura. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the two races' reactions. It was obvious that the Netherworld race and the Undying Skeleton race would not offend the divine race for the sake of the corpse race. They had never imagined that the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race had already submitted to Gu Fei. How could they still dare to stand out? The divine race's ancestor who wielded an extreme sacred weapon definitely had the ability to exterminate all the undead races. No one wanted to end up with their race being exterminated. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were in despair. Humph! Cho Xiong dared to offend my ancestor. His death cannot wipe out his crimes. Now it's your turn. You only have 2 choices. One is to live, the other is to die. Live or die, it's up to you. Li Jingxia pressed forward, divine flames surging from his body, causing the void to distort from the heat. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were no match for the divine race's hierarch expert. The two were simply not on the same level. Kill! 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 The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses surged with a monstrous deathly aura as they charged towards Li Jingxia. 4 terrifying waves of deathly aura shook the world. They knew they were no match for Li Jingxia, but they still wanted to fight one last time. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were struggling on their deathbed. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish, Li Jingxia said indifferently. With a boom, divine flames suddenly rushed out of his body, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they surged towards the 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were immediately enveloped by the divine flames. Their bodies were trapped in the terrifying flames, and they let out terrified screams and screams. Chapter 597. The God Race's patriarch, Li Jingxia, displayed his supreme divine might. Divine fire covered the sky and burned the earth. In an instant, the 4 Emperor Realm corpses were shrouded in raging flames. The monstrous divine fire shrouded the entire sky, dispelling the endless dark clouds and death energy. It illuminated the dusky world and distorted the void. The fire element divine power was vast and mighty. Li Jingxia's entire body seemed to have transformed into a resplendent sun. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the might of this power. Near the 9 mountains, countless undead creatures were watching. The experts of the Undead Skeleton Clan and the Netherworld Clan were indescribably shocked. The terrifying pressure emitted by Li Jingxia caused all the undead creatures to feel uneasy. Everyone was watching. No one wanted to be the second Cho Xiong. The God Race had even killed the Supreme Emperor Cho Xiong of the Corpse Race. Among the undead creatures, who else could contend against the God Race? Die! Li Jingxia was like an ancient fire god descending to the world. He was like a moving sun. One of the 4 Emperor Realm experts of the Corpse Race was burned to ashes on the spot. His soul dispersed. With a raise of his hand, another Corpse King let out a miserable scream before disappearing into the sea of fire. No one was a match for Li Jingxia. Li Jingxia annihilated Emperor Realm experts as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. He was peerless, and perhaps only a supreme emperor would be able to fight Li Jingxia. However, the corpse race only had one supreme emperor, Qiu Xiong. Qiu Xiong had long been killed by Gu Fei. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, it was Li Xuandao who killed Qiu Xiong. Rumble! Heaven and earth were shaking violently, and endless divine flames burned half the sky red. Cracks began to appear in the void, and heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. The remaining two great corpse emperors were roaring in terror, and they wanted to rush out of the sea of flames. However, Li Jingxia used his supreme divine power to seal the surrounding area. A part of the void turned into a blazing cage, imprisoning the two corpse kings within the sea of fire. Li Jingxia had complete control over the life and death of the two corpse emperors. A peerless hierarch realm expert was not someone an emperor realm undead creature could contend against. At this time, Li Jingxia was the only one attacking. There were more than a dozen divine race experts watching the battle. They stared at the countless evil corpses below. A great pressure suppressed the numerous evil corpses below, causing them to not dare to act rashly. Some king corpses wanted to soar into the sky to save the king trapped in the sea of fire. However, the dozen or so god race experts were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. The nearly 100 corpse kings didn't dare to be the first to rush forward. Both sides were in a stalemate. Although there was a huge disparity in numbers, if the dozen or so celestial race experts also made a move, the nearly 100 corpse kings of the corpse race might not be a match for them. Moreover, there was an ultimate god realm peerless expert, Li Fan, among the dozen or so Protoss experts. Li Jingxia continued to walk through the sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, another corpse monarch was burned to ashes by the divine flames that were pouncing on him from all directions. Spare me, I am willing to surrender. The corpse race is willing to surrender. Just as Li Jingxia was about to finish off the last corpse monarch, the corpse monarch begged Li Jingxia for mercy and fear. Roar! You don't deserve to be my race's emperor. How can we not avenge the supreme emperor? How can we surrender to our enemies? Qiu, are you crazy? After hearing the corpse monarch's begging, some of the nearly 100 corpse monarchs immediately roared in anger. Some even called out the corpse monarch's name. If we don't surrender, our race will be annihilated. I am willing to surrender. The corpse race is willing to surrender. The corpse race king that was trapped in the divine flames prostrated himself before Li Jingxia in the void and said loudly, "Even if we die in battle, we will not surrender. Qiu, you coward. I would rather die than surrender." There were still people roaring among the corpse race, but their voices had lessened significantly. The current situation was already on the verge of extinction. Only by surrendering would the corpse race have a path to survival. Quite a few corpse monarchs recognized this point. Although the people who had voiced their opposition were still indignant, no one said anything else. Swish! 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 Dozens of divine lights tore through the void and shot out from the celestial race experts, instantly piercing the heads of the corpse monarchs that were still unwilling to surrender. The one who had attacked was a young goddess in fluttering white robes. She had a cold expression on her face. She had killed a dozen corpse monarchs in an instant. This kind of strength was enough to prove that this goddess was a divine monarch. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? The divine monarch stepped forward, her peerless face shrouded in a layer of frost. She was incomparably cold and emotionless, like a goddess of ice and snow. Her icy gaze swept over the horde of corpses below. Roar! I'll fight it out with you. Among the corpse monarchs at the very front of the horde, a tall corpse monarch roared and soared into the sky. Boundless corpse energy surged around him as he charged at the divine monarch. Humph! The divine monarch sneered and extended her right hand. 5 blue divine lights shot out from her slender fingers, shattering the void and piercing through the corpse monarch. The corpse monarch's body was torn apart and fell from the sky. Only a head remained floating in the air, shrouded in death energy as it continued to charge at the divine monarch. The divine monarch thrust out a finger. Whoosh! With a bang, the undead king's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down from the sky. A divine monarch and a corpse monarch were on completely different levels of strength. Before a divine monarch, a corpse monarch was powerless to resist. The disparity in strength between the two was far too great. All the corpse monarchs were shaken when they saw their monarch being easily slain. They simply couldn't contend against the divine race. In front of powerhouses of this level, Numbers didn't mean anything. Although the corpse race had countless corpse monarchs, if the dozen or so divine race monarchs were to attack at the same time, they would truly be able to exterminate the corpse race. Haha. Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Lead the corpse race well and serve the divine race. Li Jingxia's voice rang out from the sea of flames. He was very satisfied with this outcome. I will solemnly obey the divine emperor's command, the corpse monarch called Cho Ju said in a panic. The divine flames that filled the sky receded like a receding tide and returned to Li Jingxia's body. The mighty divine might that had filled the world also vanished. All the creatures of death around the 9 mountains heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the dozens of corpse kings in the corpse clan dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. No one dared to oppose. After all, no one wanted to end up with a tragic fate of having their souls scattered. There were 3 figures standing on top of the floating shrine. The 3 of them were closely watching everything that was happening in front of them. After the divine flames that filled the sky receded, the divine race patriarch, Li Jingxia, and the corpse monarch who had submitted to Li Jingxia's feet appeared. That is. The old tortoise couldn't help but be startled when he saw the corpse monarch. Why is it him? Gu Fei was also stunned when he saw the corpse monarch. Chapter 598. After the 3 great emperors from the outer regions of the Hell Path crossed the reincarnation bridge and entered the depths of the Hell Path, the corpse emperor and the nether emperor were nowhere to be found. The bone emperor was subdued by Old Tortoise and was eventually killed by the demonic creatures. At that moment, Gu Fei and the others discovered the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path. The old corpse had actually joined the corpse clan and became one of the 4 great emperors of the corpse clan. However, the corpse emperor was the only one left of the 4 great emperors of the corpse clan. Naturally, the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path became the only emperor of the corpse clan. Among the undead creatures, only the strongest existence was qualified to control the entire clan and become the supreme existence of the clan. Hence, the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path became the new leader of the corpse clan. Who is that chick? She's ruthless. Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei. Old Tortoise had seen the divine king's attack. Who is she? Gu Fei searched through Li Xuandao's memories and said, her name is Li Xiener, the only divine king in the Shen clan. There were actually many female immortals in the Shen clan, but very few of them had cultivated to the divine king realm. One must know that those who could become divine kings were all extremely talented. The divine race wasn't a big race. There were only a few hundred people. There weren't many divine king level experts. Less than 20. There were originally 5 hierarch level experts, but 3 of them were killed by the true demon soul. The current Shen clan's strength could be said to have been greatly reduced because 3 ultimate gods had fallen, leaving only 2 ultimate gods. Other than the ultimate gods and divine kings, the weakest clansman in the Shen clan had the cultivation and strength of an immortal. That was because the Shen clan was too high. The children born from the union of immortals and immortals would definitely be demigods even if they were not immortals. That was because these children inherited the bloodline of immortals and were the children of God. Don't tell me you've really fallen for this divine king. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said with a faint smile. Find a divine king as a wife? Hei Tian also said aloud. Old Senior, this seems very challenging. Why don't you give it a try? Give it a try, my foot. Old Tortoise kicked Mahakala. He wasn't interested in Li Xiener. It was just that the goddess king was ruthless and decisive, which made Old Tortoise's eyes light up. In fact, Old Tortoise was not interested in Li Xiener. At this time, the matter of the corpse race had been resolved. Li Jingxia and the others didn't actually want to exterminate the corpse race. They wanted the corpse race to be used as cannon fodder to attack the 9th mountain. This time, the corpse race had come out in full force. Evil corpses covered the mountains and plains, occupying a large area near the 9 mountains. They were densely packed, and it was impossible to tell how many evil corpses there were. It's time, let's begin. Gu Fei stood in the sky above the temple and transmitted his voice to Li Jingxia. Then, a bugle horn sounded. Then, the gathering place of the undying skeleton clan emitted waves of spiritual energy like a vast ocean. Countless white skeletons surged towards the 9 mountains like a tide. In another direction, underworld fog shrouded the heaven and earth. Eerie and terrifying ghostly chi filled the air. Ghostly shadows and phantoms appeared in the ghostly chi and silently drifted towards the 9 mountains. The corpse clan didn't dare to be negligent. Countless low-level corpses walked towards the 9 mountains like walking corpses. The aura of death filled the air. The 3 major undead tribes had begun to attack the 9 mountains. Apart from the 3 major undead tribes, there were also other undead tribes mixed in with the 3 major undead tribes and surged towards the 9 mountains. Countless creatures of the dead converged on the 9 mountains from all directions like a tide of death sweeping towards the 9 mountains. The densely packed undying skeletons and corpses were like ants on the ground. Very quickly, those corpses climbed up the 9 mountains and continued to move towards the summit. In the sky, the underworld fog surged and qi filled the air. Countless ghosts of the netherworld race could be faintly seen amidst the black qi. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and had a panoramic view of the scene below. The scene in front of him was incomparably shocking. On the ground, countless white skeletons and corpses were climbing up the 9 mountains. These skeletons and corpses were densely packed and covered the entire mountain. Their speed wasn't very fast, but the vast expanse of whiteness made one's scalp numb. It was very quiet. When the undead creatures moved, there wasn't any noise. All the undead creatures were like walking corpses as they silently climbed up the mountain. The surrounding silence made people feel pressured. The 9 mountains weren't that steep. Very quickly, those skeletons and corpses climbed to the summit, but they didn't stop because of this. After crossing over the mountain, these skeletons and corpses entered the 9 mountains' ominous land. Everyone was extremely nervous. Powerful creatures had already soared into the sky and stood in the void to watch this scene. Swoosh! Suddenly, a divine light swept out from the 9 mountains without any warning. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and turned into nothingness. Countless white skeletons and corpses were immediately swept away. The ominous land's prohibition has been triggered. The show is about to begin. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the 9 mountains. In the sky above the 9 mountains, the wind began to surge and clouds began to gather. There were hundreds of meters-long killing lights dancing in the sky. After the peerless killing trap was triggered, the power of the ominous land began to awaken. Attacking the 9 mountains was definitely not an easy task. The skeletons and evil corpses that entered the inner region of the 9 mountains were all wiped out by the extreme killing light that descended from the sky, turning into ashes. The terrifying power was vast and mighty in the 9 mountains, causing the ground to tremble a little. The netherworld race that drove the ghosts and ghostly fog to the 9 mountains were also blocked by the destructive divine light that lingered in the sky. As the killing light swept past, the dark clouds and ghostly fog dissipated one after another. Countless hazy figures also disappeared in the void at the same time. The killing lights of the 9 mountains' ominous land seemed to be able to annihilate all tangible and intangible things. Even ghosts without a physical body would be annihilated. The dead creatures didn't stop there. They continued to pour into the 9 mountains, covering the sky and covering the earth, advancing wave after wave. Destructive killing lights constantly swept out from the 9 mountains, killing all the dead creatures that entered the 9 mountains' hinterland. The power of the 9 mountains' ominous land was rapidly increasing. The terrifying killing trap formed in the ominous land gradually began to operate. The dark clouds and ghostly fog above the 9 mountains were dispersed, revealing a starry sky. Endless starlight sprinkled down and entered the ominous land. Rumble! The 9 mountains shook, and the divine light soared into the sky. The peerless killing trap attracted the power of the stars, and its power became even stronger. Chapter 599. Countless undead creatures gathered from all directions and climbed up the 9 mountains one after another. They were so densely packed that it seemed like the ground was covered with a layer of ants. Above the 9 mountains, the sky was covered with dark clouds and surging underworld fog. Countless ghosts and malicious spirits could be vaguely seen, and the ghost chi soared into the sky. All the dead creatures that gathered had only one goal, and that was to attack the 9 mountains in front of them. Rumble! The 9 mountains were shaking and the ground was trembling. The dark clouds and underworld fog that shrouded the sky and the earth were all dispersed by the terrifying energy fluctuations from the 9 mountains, and the soaring ghost chi outside the 9 mountains was also blocked. The starry sky that had not appeared in the dead world for countless years not only appeared in the sky, but also sprinkled endless starlight. In the sky above the 9 mountains, the 9 stars were especially bright. They flickered with resplendent starlight and cast down 9 pillars of starlight. The 9 pillars of starlight landed on the peak of each mountain. Rumble! The power of the stars was vast and mighty, And the countless dead creatures that had climbed up to the top of the 9 mountains were all crushed by the starlight and turned into dust. The killing situation of heaven and earth lived up to its name. It was a terrifying method that used the power of heaven and earth to destroy everything. The 9 mountains attracted the power of the stars in the sky, and it emitted a horrifying and desolate fluctuation. All the dead creatures that climbed up to the top of the 9 mountains were directly killed by the power of the stars. Moreover, at this time, the earth dragon Qi also surged out from under the ground. The 9 mountains were 9 earth dragon veins, and in the endless starlight, 9 giant dragons rushed out from the top of the 9 mountains. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the terrifying dragon Qi took shape. Then, it swooped down from the mountains, and tore open 9 gaps in the countless dead creatures. Large numbers of dead creatures were directly killed, and their souls scattered. Heaven's killing intent, earth's killing intent, heaven's earth's power, it seemed like there was no power that could contend against it. Countless undead creatures couldn't withstand a single blow from this terrifying heaven's earth's power. They were as weak as newborn babies. 9 dragon shadows circled around the 9 mountains. Soon, countless undead creatures that had climbed up the 9 mountains were completely annihilated by the 9 dragon auras that had taken form. The dragon Qi rose from the 9 mountains, and the power of the earth dragon veins was constantly guided out, resonating with the 9 stars in the sky, and forming an extremely terrifying killing situation of heaven and earth. Within a range of several thousand miles, killing intent soared to the heavens. The 9 mountains' savage grounds displayed a terrifying worldly phenomenon. Above, there was a boundless killing light formed by the power of the stars. Below, there was a boundless killing intent emitted by the dragon veins. This originally peaceful area had now become a terrifying killing field. In the sky and on the ground, it was like an impenetrable net that protected the 9 mountains. Dazzling divine light of destruction shot out from the 9 mountains, piercing through the sky and shattering the void, instantly killing some of the powerful creatures of death that wanted to get close to the 9 mountains. Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and He Tian stood in the sky, watching the scene coldly. Countless dead creatures had triggered the killing situation of heaven and earth. In the sky, countless spirits were killed by the killing situation of heaven and earth. The evil spirits of the underworld race could not even get close to the 9 mountains. On the ground, countless skeletons and demonic corpses were still rushing up the mountains. However, the dragon Qi rose from the ground, forming a terrifying killing situation. The skeletons and demonic corpses that rushed up the 9 mountains were all destroyed. Behind Gu Fei, there were hundreds of God Race members. All of them were nervously watching the shocking scene in front of them. Countless dead creatures were killed. They were like moths flying into a flame, digging their own graves. However, those were the low-level dead creatures. Most of the low-level dead creatures were just walking corpses. They had no intelligence, and were muddle-headed. They were summoned by their king to be cannon fodder. These unintelligent dead creatures could not resist the summons of their king. They did not know what danger was. Even if they were killed, they would not feel anything. This time, the 3 dead races had come out in full force. The Supreme King had summoned countless dead creatures and gathered them around the 9 mountains, waiting to launch the attack. The killing situation of heaven and earth had been triggered. All the dead creatures that came from all directions were still so dense that one could not see the end of them. These low-level dead creatures did not know whether they were alive or dead. They were summoned and scrambled to climb up the 9 mountains. However, they were killed by the dragon Qi that rushed out from the 9 mountains. Soon, the foot of the 9 mountains was covered with a thick layer of bone powder and blood and flesh. The bone powder was left behind by the low-level undead skeletons after they were killed. The dark, blurry blood and flesh were formed by the disintegrated flesh of countless demonic corpses. As for the countless evil spirits and evil spirits of the underworld race, nothing was left behind. Their souls were scattered and completely disappeared from this world. Old ancestor, we can't go on like this. Li Jingxia, who was standing behind Gu Fei, stepped forward and said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. In the eyes of the god race, he was Li Xuandao. No one could see through this. Wait a little longer. The power of the killing situation of heaven and earth isn't limited to this. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 9 mountains in front of him. At that moment, the 9 great stars in the sky became brighter and brighter. The endless power of the stars condensed into a pillar of light that was almost solid. The vast power of the stars filled the sky above the 9 mountains. Starlight shone brilliantly, as if a starry sky had appeared above the 9 mountains. The gentle starlight destroyed everything and sealed the sky and earth. As for the 9 mountains, each of them was emitting boundless earth dragon chi. The dragon chi took form, and above each of the mountains, there seemed to be a giant dragon dancing in the air. The killing situation of 9 mountains had the killing light of the stars above and the endless earth dragon chi below. The two complemented each other and formed a peerless killing field that was simply unbreakable. Time passed, and the endless death creatures continued to pour in from all directions. The 3 major death tribes were fighting to the death, not hesitating to send countless low-level creatures to their deaths. To the 3 major death tribes, this was a helpless move. Without the god race old ancestors' command, no one dared to stop attacking. However, if this continued, the low-level creatures would eventually be wiped out. When that time came, it would be the turn of the high-level death creatures. 9 endless starlight condensed into a towering light pillar that connected the 9 great stars in the sky. The earth dragon chi rose from the 9 great mountains. These 2 forces were extremely powerful, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble and the earth to undulate like waves. Countless death creatures were buried at the foot of the mountains, unable to climb up. Before the killing situation of 9 mountains was triggered, many death creatures had entered the 9 mountains. However, once the killing situation started, the death creatures that entered the 9 mountains would be instantly killed. The 9 mountains ominous ground is indeed a peerless ominous ground second only to the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim after witnessing this shocking scene. Endless heaven and earth force was gathering, turning the entire area into a land of death. Any living creature that entered this land of death would be mercilessly killed by the heaven and earth force. This was borrowing the hand of the heavens to kill all living creatures. Unless one was a supreme extreme Dao expert, it would be difficult to arrange such a killing situation. Gu Fei already believed that the 9 mountains ominous ground was definitely the masterpiece of a supreme extreme Dao expert. Swish! 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 2 figures rushed up from the ground. From the dark clouds and mist in the distant sky, an illusory figure shrouded in black chi also rushed out. These 3 figures were all rushing towards the god race and came close in an instant. They were the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Sovereign who had just become the clan lord of the Corpse race. It had to be said that the Corpse Sovereign was very lucky. From the outer region of the world of death, he had entered the depths of the world of death where there were many experts. In such a short period of time, he had become the clan lord of the Corpse race. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Sovereign, the clan lord of the Corpse race, bowed to Gu Fei in unison. Since they had surrendered to Gu Fei was their master. Of course, this Gu Fei was not the Gu Fei they knew. His soul was Gu Fei, but his body was Li Xuandao's. To be precise, they had surrendered to Li Xuandao, not Gu Fei. What's the matter? Gu Fei glanced at the 3 fellows bowing in front of him and said indifferently, Master, if we don't stop attacking the 9 mountains, I'm afraid we will have to fight to the death, the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan said helplessly. Although low-level Undying Skeletons had not developed spiritual wisdom, they were the foundation of the Undying Skeleton Clan's proud existence, just like the population of the human race. The larger the population base, the more experts would be produced. This was a very simple principle, and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan naturally understood this principle. Experts and experts all grew up from ordinary people. The same was true for the Undying Skeleton Clan. Even the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan had grown up from a low-level creature step by step. No one was born an expert, and no one was born an expert. At that moment, countless low-level creatures were still surging towards the 9 mountains. Then, they were strangled by the dragon aura rising from the ground and shattered at the foot of the mountains. It seems like it's time to use the supreme treasures. Gu Fei also knew that these low-level creatures had completed their mission. If they continued to go up, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Tell them to retreat. Gu Fei waved his hand and said calmly, Thank you, Master. Chapter 600. The undead creatures retreated like the tide, But the 9 mountain savage lands were already wreaking havoc. Endless starlight sprinkled down from the heavens, making it seem as if a nebula was faintly discernible above the 9 mountains, as if there were thousands of stars twinkling. This was the power of the stars. A single star could shatter a part of the world. This was definitely not an exaggeration. The 9 stars in the sky shone with starlight, enveloping the 9 mountains within a radius of a few thousand miles. It was as if a starry sky had descended upon the 9 mountains. Unless the connection between the 9 stars and the 9 mountains could be severed, it would be difficult to break the destructive starlight. No matter how many undead creatures there were, they would all be destroyed by the starlight, their bodies and souls destroyed. 9 earth dragon veins were drawn from the ground, resonating with the 9 stars in the sky, forming the first layer of the worldly killing formation. Order everyone to retreat 5,000 miles. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, looking at the 9 mountains that were flickering with starlight and surging earth dragon chi. This was only the first barrier of the 9 mountains killing formation, but it was already so powerful that it attracted the power of the stars and the earth dragon chi. If he didn't have 2 supreme treasures, Gu Fei wouldn't have come to attack the 9 mountains. Without the supreme treasures, even a true expert would have a hard time breaking the first barrier of the 9 mountains. Yes. Li Jingxia and the others received the order and transmitted their voices to the undead creatures. Countless undying skeletons and demonic corpses quickly retreated, causing the ground to rumble and tremble. There were too many undead creatures gathered outside the 9 mountains. The ground was densely packed with them, with no end in sight. It was like an endless ocean of undead creatures. With so many undead creatures retreating together, the ground was instantly filled with dust. In the sky above, the dark clouds and underworld fog that densely covered the 9 mountains also quickly surged into the distance. Within the underworld fog, eerie and terrifying ghost cries rang out, as if there were countless ferocious spirits howling. The 3 great undead tribes retreated at the same time. Countless weaker tribes that had attached themselves to the 3 great undead tribes also retreated along with their subordinates. After an hour, all the undead creatures had retreated thousands of miles away. However, the undead creatures didn't stop and continued to retreat. The experts among the undead creatures knew that the god race was about to use a heaven-defying ancient treasure. Once that terrifying weapon was used, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In order to avoid being affected, he could only retreat far away. At this time, Gu Fei didn't care too much. He directly channeled the supreme immortal physique he seized. A vast divine power immediately surged from his body. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. The divine energy of the immortal Tao emanated from the peerless immortal physique, directly shaking the heaven and earth. Everyone fled in panic. No one dared to stand near Gu Fei. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like cold stars. Rays of divine light surrounded his body, and he was like a god from the primordial era descending to the world. With a raise of his hand or a kick of his foot, it was as if he could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. A terrifying pressure surged out in all directions with Gu Fei as the center. Everyone's expression changed. The experts of the god race knew that their ancestor was about to unleash his power. The god race patriarch Li Jingxia, hierarch Li Fan, god king Li Shang, and the others retreated far away. If Gu Fei were to use a supreme treasure, it wouldn't be a joke if they were affected by it. An extreme Tao precious treasure was refined by an extreme Tao expert that had gathered the rarest and peerless divine materials in the world. If one was able to completely exert the might of an extreme Tao saint weapon, then it would simply be like an extreme Tao expert had personally arrived, and it would be able to exert the terrifying might of an extreme Tao expert's full-force strike. Bas! A sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens, reverberating between the heaven and earth. A purple sword shadow materialized above Gu Fei's head. Bas! Another sword chime resounded. The purple divine sword above Gu Fei's head suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The purple sword radiance traversed hundreds of meters and shot straight at the bull. When this beam of sword light landed in the eyes of everyone, it was like a beam of light shooting out from a laser beam. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as though a divine weapon was pressed against their throats. Sword come! Gu Fei shouted. The violet gold sword radiance above his head flew into his hand. A 3-foot-long violet gold divine sword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He gathered all the immortal energy in his body and sent it to the divine sword in his hand. Swoosh! A purple divine light immediately shot out from his hand, reaching thousands of meters in length. The extremely sharp sword qi rippled out from the purplish gold sword light that was thousands of meters long like a wave. The ripples of the sword qi were too strong. It was not enough to describe it as making the world lose its color. The temperature plummeted. Although everyone had retreated hundreds of miles away, they still felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What a powerful sword qi! Old Tortoise was shocked when he saw this scene. He was completely stunned. The void was collapsing and the heavens and earth were being torn apart. The unparalleled sword qi emanating from the violet gold divine sword was so powerful that it tore the heavens and the earth apart. The purple golden sword light, which was tens of thousands of meters long, was even more dazzling, and frightening than the 9 beams of light cast down from the 9 great stars in the sky. One man and one sword had become the only thing in the world. Gu Fei was like an extreme expert from ancient times, displaying an extreme pressure, causing everyone to feel an urge to bow down and worship him. The vast divine power made everyone's soul tremble. Break for me! Gu Fei's strength had reached its peak, and he had to vent it out. With a furious roar, he slashed down with his divine sword. Swoosh! The violet gold sword radiance burst with dazzling divine light. The terrifying sword qi was more than 10 times stronger in an instant. The entire world seemed to be split in half by the sword. The violet gold sword radiance destroyed everything in its path. There was no power that could stop it. A spatial fissure that spanned tens of thousands of zhang appeared above the 9 mountains. The Extreme Path Saint weapon displayed the might of the Extreme Path, directly breaking through the 9 light pillars formed by the starlight. It was as if the starry sky was being destroyed, and countless stars were being destroyed. The endless power of the stars cast down by the 9 great stars in the sky was instantly dispersed. Roar! 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 The dragon roar shook the world. The dragon qi above the 9 mountains surged. 9 huge dragon shadows rose into the sky and met the violet gold sword radiance. They wanted to block the sword. The endless dragon qi of the earth formed a huge dragon shadow. It was as if a real dragon had descended. The whole world was shaking. The void was breaking. The 9 mountains were shaking violently. The dragon qi was mighty. However, it was all in vain. The endless dragon qi of the earth rose and turned into 9 huge dragons. They could not resist Gu Fei's sword. Without any suspense, the 9 dragon shadows, which were as huge as mountains, dissipated one after another under the sword light. When the sword struck the 9 dragons, the horrifying sword light directly shattered the 9 dragon shadows. The attack of the Extreme Path divine weapon displayed supreme divine power. The endless power of the stars and the 9 dragon qi of the earth were all destroyed under Gu Fei's attack. This was the most direct way to use absolute power to break the seemingly flawless death trap. It was completely using power to win. One sword to break all laws. Rumble! The 9 mountains shook at the same time. Countless sand and boulders rolled down from the mountains. Cracks appeared on the 9 mountains as if they could collapse at any time. In the distant sky, the old tortoise and the Protoss saw the power displayed by Gu Fei's sword. They were shocked and amazed. The Extreme Path divine weapon was indeed extraordinary. Just this sword alone could probably split the 9 mountains impasse into 2. However, everyone rejoiced for nothing. The dazzling sword radiance broke through the sky shrouded by the power of the stars and destroyed the 9 dragons formed by the dragon qi of the earth. The moment it was about to land on the 9 mountains, a domineering and terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the 9 mountains. Boom! The 9 mountains shook at the same time. Within the 9 mountains, a dazzling divine light burst out. Within the divine light, a black divine blade stretched for thousands of miles. It broke through the void and slashed out from the 9 mountains. Oh no, it's the peerless ominous blade. As soon as Gu Fei saw the domineering and extremely fierce blade radiance, he could not help but be shocked. His previous guess had turned out to be true. The Extreme Path expert in the past did not set up the 9 mountains impasse to seal the peerless ominous blade. The peerless ominous blade was also a Extreme Path treasure. Even though it was only half, it emitted a shocking murderous aura. Even the Protoss, the old tortoise, and the others who had retreated hundreds of miles away felt their bodies turn cold and their hearts palpitate. The peerless ominous blade was incomparably fierce and domineering. It turned into a 10,000 miles long blade radiance, and directly met the purple gold sword radiance that Gu Fei had slashed down. Boom! The purple gold sword radiance and the peerless ominous blade collided in an instant. A strong light erupted, illuminating the entire world and shaking the entire Naraka realm. The void above the 9 mountains instantly collapsed. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. Everything was directly destroyed by the mighty and terrifying power and turned into nothingness. The remnant power that descended from the sky directly shaved off the 9 mountains by hundreds of feet. The purple-gold sword radiance and the peerless ominous blade collapsed in the void at the same time. Gu Fei only felt a strong force colliding with him, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. The purple-gold divine sword in his hands was almost shaken off. How can this be? How can there be a power that can resist the extreme path sacred weapon in this world? The Protoss were all shocked. The blade radiance had actually blocked the purple-gold divine sword. It was really unbelievable. The peerless ominous blade. Gu Fei flew backward for thousands of feet before he stabilized his body. His expression was extremely ugly. His eyes emitted 2 incomparably fierce divine lights that pierced through the void. He stared at the 9 mountains, at the peerless ominous blade above the lake, and said in a deep voice.
Chapter 1795. Be careful! The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor reminded. At that moment, Yi Xian directly left the Rising Dragon City. The location of the passage to the demon realm wasn't far from the Rising Dragon City. If Old Shu were to bring him along, it would probably only take a day. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at his destination. However, this place was attacked some time ago, so there were corpses everywhere, and not even a blade of grass could be found. After searching, Yi Xian found the Demon Realm passage. It was indeed closed. Ding! The host has discovered a closed Demon Realm passage. Would you like to open it in reverse? The system prompted. Opening the Demon Realm passage in reverse required some immortal-grade devouring system, but it was a drop in the bucket for Yi Xian. Ding! Opening the Demon Realm passage in reverse. This process would not take too long, only half a day. In other words, Yi Xian would arrive at the Demon Realm in half a day. As for the random quest that was triggered earlier, Yi Xian was given 7 days. Yi Xian was confident that he could complete this quest within 7 days. Half a day later, ding! The Demon Realm passage has been opened. The system prompted. Hearing this, Yi Xian squinted his eyes and immediately entered the Demon Realm passage. Soon, he arrived at the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm's environment was originally second only to the Immortal Realm. However, after the Demon Realm was occupied by the underworld, there was an earth-shattering change. The surroundings were dark, and there were some strange sounds that were more terrifying than the Demon Realm. However, would Yi Xian be afraid of such things? The previous random mission showed that there were more than 13,000 ghost lords in the Demon Realm. Although the number was slightly wrong, it was almost there. If Yi Xian wanted to complete this mission, he would have to kill 11,000 of them alone. Of course, this referred to individual kills, including a few of his targets. The Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, and the sky-breaking ape god were also counted as his kills. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, you two go alone. Yi Xian said to the two, "All right." The Old Tree nodded and immediately left. Azura Ghost Lord did the same. As for Wei Zhentian, he transformed into the mystic divine battle armor and put it on Yi Xian's body. Right now, Yi Xian was only an 8th grade immortal lord. He was not even an immortal venerable yet. It was still dangerous for him to encounter a high-level ghost venerable. However, if he wore the mysterious divine armor, he would not be afraid of anything. After all, even the indestructible Dragon Emperor could not break through the defense of the mysterious divine armor. The purpose of wearing the mystic divine battle armor was to prevent sneak attacks. Perhaps the 9 Netherworld Emperor or the 100 Ghost Prefect Lord were also in the demon domain. Although Luo Luo and Little Monkey were here, he couldn't let his guard down. In the time that followed, Yi Xian began to search for the ghost lords in the demon realm. His goal was to become a 9th grade ghost venerable or even a 1st grade ghost venerable. Ever since the demon realm was invaded by the underworld, almost all of the creatures inside had turned into undead creatures. There was a success rate for this transformation. If they were in the underworld, the success rate would be up to 80%. However, this was the demon realm after all, so the success rate was not high. Yi Xian had heard that there were 2 9th grade ghost venerables in the demon realm from the underworld. However, Yi Xian did not want to find trouble with these 9th grade ghost venerables for the time being. After all, even if he killed them, it would only count as 2 heads. Yi Xian's goal was to eliminate most of the ghost venerable level masters and complete the random mission. As Yi Xian and the rest entered the demon realm, the numbers on the random mission panel decreased bit by bit. At the current speed, they would be able to complete the mission in 3 days at most. After all, although the demon realm had been invaded, some teleportation portals could still be used. However, on the 3rd day after Yi Xian entered the demon realm, just as he was about to complete the mission, F*CK, what's going on? The number of ghost venerable level undead creatures suddenly increased. Yi Xian's eyes widened as he looked at the numbers on the random mission panel. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 100,000. What is going on? Ding! The underworld has sent 100,000 ghost venerables to the demon realm. The system suddenly notified. This time, Yi Xian finally understood. What a tragedy! It seems that the Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord are afraid that the demon realm will be taken back, so they sent a large number of death squads. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, this brought him a lot of trouble. There were only 3 days left. Could he kill 80,000 ghost venerables in 3 days and complete the random mission? It seems that I have to find where the underworld army is stationed. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The underworld army must have come through the underworld passage. As long as he found that passage, the underworld army should be nearby. At that time, he would wipe them out. At this moment, Ribgu, you said that you sensed a large group of terrifying auras? Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately broke through the void and came to the side of the ghost venerable Azura. As expected, Yi Xian also sensed a strong aura spreading from the front. It seemed that he had found the right spot. His luck was good. The underworld is so strong. Even if 2 9th grade ghost venerables died, there are still 6 of them. This time, the underworld army has arrived. There might be more 9th grade ghost venerables. Yi Xian thought to himself. He estimated that there were at least 4 9th grade ghost venerables in the demon realm this time. However, 9th grade ghost venerables were nothing in front of him now. Even Luo could deal with them, let alone Little Monkey. Let's go and kill them. At that moment, Yi Xian brought the old tree back and flew north. Along the way, he also saw small groups of the underworld army. Of course, these small groups were all annihilated by him without exception. As he continued to head north, the aura became stronger and stronger. If Yi Xian was not wearing the mystic divine armor, he would have been so scared that he could not move. Little Monkey, get ready. This time, we might be able to fight a big battle, Yi Xian said to the sky-breaking ape god. However, Yi Xian did not want to release Little Monkey unless he had no other choice. After all, it was his trump card. Moreover, Little Monkey would fall into a deep sleep every time he fought a big battle. This was very fatal. In less than a day, I will be able to break through again. Why don't I wait until I break through and then start a massacre? Yi Xian thought to himself. In another day, he would break through to 9th grade Immortal Lord. The old tree, Azura Ghost Venerables, Wei Zhentian, and the sky-breaking ape god would all be fourth-grade demon venerables. At that time, no one in the four realms would be able to stop Little Monkey. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was a little excited. After all, he had tamed a super monster. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly sensed something and hurriedly took out a communication magical crystal. Yi Xian, where are you now? The voice transmission came from Little Demon King, wandering around the demon realm. Why? Chapter 1796. In the next moment, Little Demon King of Chaos's words stunned him. I'm also in the Yao realm. Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Little Devil was also in the Yao realm? What for? Why are you here? Aren't you going to cultivate to the demon venerable level? Yi Xian asked in surprise. That's what my master said before. However, my demon realm has joined forces with the underworld. My master brought me and 2 other demon venerables to the Yao realm. Little Devil said, What? The demon realm and the underworld have joined forces? Yi Xian's eyes widened. This really wasn't the right time. Of course, he wasn't afraid of the demon realm and the underworld joining forces, but he was afraid that he would encounter Little Devil later. So, your demon realm army is also here? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, a total of 100,000. All of them are demon venerables. Little Devil nodded. This is attacking the celestial realm from 3 fronts. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Let's not talk about this. What are you doing here? Little Devil asked. What else can I do? I'm here to destroy the underworld army on behalf of the celestial realm. Yi Xian replied casually. This time, it was Little Devil's turn to be shocked. What? You want to destroy the underworld army? Little Devil exclaimed. You've already grown to such a level. At this moment, Yi Xian turned around and saw the target of the death hunt order close at hand. This target was obviously the Little Demon King. Don't worry. When I see the Bloody Moon Demon Venerable later, I'll show mercy, Yi Xian said. When he said this, the other side fell silent. It had only been a short time since they parted, but Yi Xian already had the strength to kill a 9th-grade demon venerable. If he had known, he wouldn't have taken the Bloody Moon Demon Venerable as his master. This was what Little Devil was thinking at this moment. This was too heaven-defying. All right, it seems that the underworld is destined to fail. Master has treated me well. I hope you can show mercy. Little Devil said. Then the other 2 demon venerables. Yi Xian reminded him. I don't know him, Little Devil King of Chaos replied. No one would have thought that the Little Demon King would be able to determine the death of the other 2 9th-grade demon venerables with just a few words. Soon, a day had passed. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough and is now a 9th-grade celestial emperor. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, sky-breaking ape god, and Yan Ming ghostly lord have broken through. They are now 4th grade, immortal venerables. Not only that, but Luo Luo had also broken through to the 5th grade demon venerable realm. Now, even if Little Monkey did not make a move, Luo Luo's strength was enough to dominate the 4 domains. After all, she still had the mystic divine armor. The time had come, so it was time to take action. Let's go. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and ordered Old Tree and the others to head towards the target of the death warrant. That was the main camp of the Netherworld and Devilworld's armies. Not long after, they arrived. What followed was a shocking massacre. Eye of Azura. After Ghost Lord Azura appeared, he immediately used his ultimate move. A gigantic eye appeared in the sky. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Those who were 4th grade immortal venerables and below would die as soon as they saw the eye. In an instant, Ghost Lord Azura gathered a large amount of death chi and used the Azura change. On the other side, Yi Xian also used the Slaughter Seal and gathered a few more. Immortal slaying sword formation. Rise. So what if they had a 200,000 strong army? After this battle, not many of them would survive. Who is it? In the center of the Devil World and Underworld's armies, 4 Ghost Venerables and 3 Demon Venerables reacted. Someone actually dared to come here. Could it be from the immortal world? However, when they went out to take a look, they realized that it was not what they had imagined. There were only a few people who had come in, and their cultivation levels were extremely low. 4th grade Demon Venerables? This cultivation level was like an ant in their eyes. However, it was this cultivation level that caused them to be utterly defeated. Before they could attack, a figure came over. This person was Luo Luo, who was wearing the mystic divine armor. Luo Luo was already a 5th grade demon venerable with the mystic divine armor. Even if she did not transform, it was more than enough to take care of 7 9th grade demon venerables. Of course, Yi Xian had already asked Luo Luo to show mercy to Bloody Moon Demon Venerable. As for Yi Xian himself, he was watching from afar. He was paying attention to Little Demon King's position, so that old tree and the others would not accidentally hurt him. Master, let's stop. This time, the one who attacked our army is Yi Xian. Little Demon King transmitted a message to Bloody Moon Demon Venerable. The latter was shocked. Yi Xian, is he the friend you brought back that day? Yes. Little Demon King nodded. However, at this moment, Demon God's Claw, Luo Luo reached out with both hands. Uft, uft. The 2 hearts were directly shattered. The 2 people who were killed by Luo Luo were 9th grade ghost venerables from the underworld. The underworld lost 2 people in an instant. What? Bloody Moon Demon Venerable was shocked. At the same time, he realized that Luo Luo's figure passed by him and attacked the 2 demon venerables behind him. Another 2 crisp sounds were heard. When he turned around, he found that the 2 demon venerables had already become corpses, and their eyes were wide open as they fell from the sky. Another instant kill. 7 9th grade demon venerables experts were instantly killed by Luo Luo, leaving only 3 alive. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable broke out in cold sweat. If Luo Luo had attacked him just now, he would have been the one to die. Could it be that what Chi Su said was true? Bloody Moon Demon Venerable paused. Otherwise, why would Luo Luo choose to let him go? The 7 of them joined forces, but could not do anything to Luo Luo, and 4 of them were instantly killed. Now that there were only 3 left, they were naturally no match for Luo Luo. In the blink of an eye, the last 2 9th grade ghost venerables from the underworld died, almost at the same time. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable was the only one left. Then Luo Luo suddenly glanced at Bloody Moon Demon Venerable and said, "Flaming Sky Fire Rain." In the next moment, countless fireballs appeared in the sky and smashed down fiercely. The demonic cultivators and undead creatures suffered heavy casualties. In this battle, the demon world and the underworld were defeated and thoroughly defeated. In a short while, the demon world army and the underworld army were almost completely killed by the 5 of them. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable, Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, and Yi Xian. Not a single one was left. In the surroundings besides Yi Xian and the rest, only Chi Su and Bloody Moon Demon Venerable were left. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable, long time no see. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly rushed over and smiled at Bloody Moon Demon Venerable and Chi Su. It was indeed Yi Xian. Chapter 1797. Even the 9 Abyss Great Emperor couldn't kill an entire army of 200,000 in such a short period of time. Moreover, Bloody Moon Archfiend felt that Luolua's strength was far from this. Yi Xian should still have some trump cards. All in all, they lost this battle. That's right. My current plan is to eliminate the Netherworld first, then the Demon Realm. Yi Xian nodded slightly. When he spoke, he looked calm as if he was determined to win. Eliminate the Netherworld and the Demon Realm. Bloody Moon Archfiend rolled his eyes. If that was the case, would there still be a place for him? If the 4 realms became the Immortal Realm and the Demon Realm, what would happen? Master, don't worry. Yi Xian has his own independent space. It's not any worse than the Demon Realm. At this time, Little Demon King of Chaos suddenly said, "Huh." Bloody Moon Archfiend was shocked. Before he could open his mouth, an energy enveloped him. Before that, the Little Demon King of Chaos had already disappeared. Qi Su has already gone in, Yi Xian said. Anyway, Bloody Moon Archfiend was now a prisoner. If he did anything, Luoluo would definitely dig out his demon, heart first. In the next moment, Bloody Moon Archfiend disappeared and appeared in the planting space. In this way, Yi Xian also solved the problem of Little Demon King, and the master and disciple had a safe place to live. Next, it was the Demon Realm. By the way, the random mission just now has been completed. Wei Zhentian can still keep 1 Dharma treasure. Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Immediately, he glanced at the Dharma treasures that had appeared so far. The first Dharma treasure to be kept was the Mystic God armor. This was a relatively rare Dharma treasure, and it was very easy to use. As for the second Dharma treasure, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't choose casually. Yi Xian directly ignored the common Dharma treasures, such as the Heavenly Wind Everlasting Fan, Immortal Ascension Steps, and Sky-Splitting Axe. The Soul Refining Pot. I choose you. In the end, Yi Xian chose one. This soul refining pot could be thrown in corpses and then refined into soul-generating liquid. This soul-generating fluid could be used to strengthen the physique of Ghost Lord Azura and the Old Tree. Now, Yi Xian had 200,000 corpses under his feet. If all of them were refined into soul-generating fluid, the strength of Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord would increase significantly. Necromancer Kettle, collect! Yi Xian immediately asked Wei Zhentian to transform into the Necromancer Kettle and put all the corpses whose interspatial rings had been taken away into it. It would take some time to refine it. Now that the Underworld army and the demonic army had been dealt with, the threat was temporarily removed. However, the Underworld and the Demon Realm might still be plotting to invade the Immortal Realm. If they were allowed to complete their plan, the Immortal World would be attacked by the Demon Realm, Underworld, and Devil Realm. It would be difficult for the Immortal Emperor and Martial Empress to defend the Immortal World by themselves. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already removed this threat. With my current strength, I'm no longer afraid of the 9 Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord. When the time comes, I'll just ask Little Monkey to attack and kill the 2 of them instantly. Yi Xian planned in his heart. It was a pity that news of the great battle had still reached the Demon Realm and Underworld Realm. Therefore, Yi Xian had to kill his way over while they were still in shock. The Underworld. Huh? Just wait to be destroyed. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He then passed through the Underworld passage and arrived at the Underworld. The Qi here was more disgusting than the Demon Realm, but it was nothing to the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Venerate. The 9 Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord are both staying in Heavenly Ghost City. Yi Xian checked the map of the Underworld. After confirming his location, he flew toward Heavenly Ghost City. The Underworld, Demon Realm, Immortal Realm, and Demon Realm were all quite large, but they were only large for those with lower cultivation realms. 4 high-level immortal venerates. The 4 realms weren't considered large. With the old tree leading the way, Yi Xian would only need 2 days to reach Heavenly Ghost City after exiting the Underworld Passage. 2 days later would be the day of the Underworld's destruction. As long as the 9 Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord were dead, the others in the Underworld wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the vicinity of Heavenly Ghost City. There are so many experts. Those who live in the city are at least mid-level ghost venerates. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although it seemed like an army of 100,000 had entered the demon realm through the Underworld Passage, 90,000 of them were low-level ghost venerates. There were only 100 7th grade and 8th grade ghost venerates. This time, Yi Xian was going to make a big scene. Old tree, Azura ghost venerate. Luo, Luo, let's go. Yi Xian shouted angrily. In the next moment, the 3 of them charged into Heavenly Ghost City. As for Wei Zhentian, he stayed behind to protect Yi Xian, the 4th grade old tree and Azura ghost venerate, as well as the 5th grade ghost venerate Luo Luo, were invincible. 7th grade and 8th grade ghost venerates were nothing in front of them. Even 9th grade ghost venerates couldn't withstand a single blow from Luo Luo. In an instant, a bloodbath broke out in Heavenly Ghost City. Ding! Azura transformation leveled up. You have learned a new skill, Azura Godslayer. Suddenly, Yi Xian was stunned by the system's notification. The Azura transformation leveled up automatically after absorbing a large amount of death chi. Not bad. Azura Ghost Venerate, Azura Godslayer. Yi Xian ordered Azura Ghost Venerate to use the new skill it had just learned. Azura Ghost Venerate, who was maintaining the Azura transformation, grew bigger and bigger. The same was true of the saber in his hand. Upon hearing Yi Xian's order, he slashed forward viciously. Azura Godslayer. A gigantic black slash appeared in the sky. All the experts and undead creatures along the way were killed by this gigantic slash, even though it didn't hit them directly. This gigantic black slash seemed to want to split the entire Heavenly Ghost City into 2. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Bastard! After a low roar, the Azura Godslayer was suddenly defeated. Yi Xian immediately turned his head to look and saw 2 figures standing in the sky. This aura belonged to the Ghost Emperor, the 9 Netherworld Emperor, and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord had finally appeared. Little monkey, it's time for you to show off. Seeing that the main characters had appeared, Yi Xian grinned and released the sky-splitting divine ape. The sky-splitting divine ape was now a 4th grade ghost venerate. Even without the mystic divine armor, it was enough to kill the 9 Netherworld Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord. However, in order to end the battle faster, Yi Xian asked Little Monkey to wear the mystic divine armor. Crack! Once Little Monkey was fully dressed, he immediately charged forward. 108 strikes of the rod. The thin iron rod in his hand was smashed by Little Monkey. Instantly, 108 shadows of the rod appeared. Chapter 17, 98. Bam, bam, bam. The 2 of them each took half of the rod's shadows and fell from the sky. This attack had seriously injured them. Although Little Monkey was strong, the 2 of them were still the 2 giants of the underworld. How could they die so easily? Taking advantage of their injuries, Little Monkey dashed over again. He raised the thin iron rod above his head and swung it down again. This time, all the rod shadows hit one person. That person was the unlucky 100 Ghost Lord. No one in the 4 realms could withstand Little Monkey's attack. Even the 2nd grade Celestial Emperor, Emperor Qing, could not. The 108 staff shadows all smashed into the 100 Ghost Prefect's body, instantly smashing his body into smithereens. Instant kill. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased tremendously. It seemed that the 100 Ghost Lord had died. What? Old Ghost was instantly killed. On the other side, when the 9 Abyss Emperors saw the 100 Ghost Prefecture Lord's miserable state, he immediately swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly turned to leave. Squeak! Little Monkey saw this and immediately raised his hand. Another 108 rod shadows fell and smashed the 9 Abyss Emperor's head. Of course, his heart was also crushed. Another instant kill. The 2 giants of the underworld were killed by Little Monkey in 3 moves. How could they continue? With the 2 giants dead, the rest of the people in the Heavenly Ghost City were nothing to be afraid of. Most importantly, Little Monkey's combat power could help Yi Xian destroy the people in the Heavenly Ghost City quickly. In less than a minute, the Heavenly Ghost City became a ghost city. Then, all the corpses were taken into the necromancer kettle by Wei Zhentian and refined into soul-generating liquid to strengthen the old tree and the Azura Ghost Lord. At the same time, the underworld was truly destroyed. After this battle, Little Monkey fell into a deep sleep again. However, it did not matter. After all, Little Monkey might not be needed in the demonic realm. The demonic realm had sent out 100,000 troops and 3 demon sovereigns. Now, 2 ninth-grade demon sovereigns were killed by Luo Luo. The Bloody Moon demon sovereign was also taken into the planting space by Yi Xian. This meant that the devil world now had 6 ninth-grade devil venerables and a mysterious heaven devil emperor. It was said that this heaven demon emperor was only a 1st-grade demon emperor. For the current Yi Xian, he was a little troublesome, but not to the point where Yi Xian was afraid of him. After all, the celestial devil emperor was a demonic cultivator, not an immortal cultivator. All right, let's take a look around the underworld first. We'll go to the ghost realm after we break through. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian quickly left Heavenly Ghost City. At the same time, he sent a message to the immortal world's imperishable Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor. The 9 Abyss Great Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord are dead. The underworld is destroyed. The imperishable Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor were shocked when they heard the news. Didn't they say they were going to destroy the demon realm? Why did they destroy the underworld as well? Yi Xian, what's going on? The immortal Dragon Emperor asked anxiously. It's nothing. The 9 Abyss Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord were too weak. They were killed by the Little Monkey in 3 hits. Yi Xian replied. The immortal Dragon Emperor was speechless. They were waiting for Yi Xian to destroy the demon realm and send a message back. Then, they would join forces with Emperor Qing and Empress Wu to attack the underworld together. But now, the 9 Abyss Great Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord were dead. What was the point of attacking? All right, I'll go to the Devil Realm again. Then, I'll unify the Monster Realm, Devil Realm, and the Underworld. After saying that, Yi Xian focused on his journey. However, the immortal world was in chaos. The underworld was destroyed by Yi Xian and a few others. What was Yi Xian's background? Wasn't he too monstrous? Even the 2nd-grade immortal emperor, Emperor Qing, dared not say that he could kill the 9 Abyss Great Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord. The little monkey was so powerful. It seemed like he was the strongest person in the 4 realms. However, it was fine. If the 4 realms were to form a single immortal world, they would be able to develop together. It would be better than before. A few days later, ding, host has broken through. You are now a 1st-grade immortal supremacy. Ding, Yan Ming Ghost Lord, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, sky-breaking ape god have broken through. You are now a 5th-grade immortal supremacy. a few consecutive system notifications rang out. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the immortal supremacy realm. It wasn't easy. I've finally broken through to the immortal supremacy realm. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. In the next moment, another system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Host has learned the third change of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. The third change of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change could raise one's cultivation by 3 realms. Yi Xian was a first grade immortal supremacy now. After using it, he could break through to the 4th grade immortal supremacy realm. Now, he was qualified to challenge the 9th level of the Tower of Trials. The guardian of the 9th level of the Tower of Trials was 9 realms higher than Yi Xian. However, after subtracting the 3 realms of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, there were only 6 realms. Yi Xian could still handle it. This time, the guardian of the 9th level of the Tower of Trials was an immortal cultivator. Therefore, Yi Xian's luck was not bad. Although it was a 5-star difficulty, Yi Xian was best at fighting a battle of attrition. In the end, the 1st grade immortal emperor cultivator was exhausted to death by Yi Xian. Ding! Host has passed the 9th level of the Tower of Trials. Ding! Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Now, Yi Xian had 3 Devour points. Ding! Host can use 1 Devour point to unlock the 10th to 19th levels of the Tower of Trials, or accept a refresh mission. At this time, the system notification rang out again. Unlock the 10th to 19th levels of the Tower of Trials, or accept a refresh mission. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He could at most challenge the 9th level now. The 10th level required him to surpass 10 realms. He couldn't do that now. As for the refresh mission is to refresh the 1st to 9th levels after completion. You can challenge it again. When he saw this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. If the refresh mission was successful, then he could challenge the 9th level of the Tower of Trials again. That was 9 Devour points. However, accepting the refresh mission required 1 Devour point. Moreover, he didn't know if it would be difficult. Yi Xian thought for a while and decided to spend 1 Devour point to take a look. Ding! Host is currently unable to accept the refresh mission. The system notification made Yi Xian stunned. Temporarily unable to accept, it turned out that the refresh mission had to be triggered. Only after it was triggered could he use 1 Devour point to accept it. If that was the case, then forget it. Okay, now that I have broken through to the Celestial Prime level, I can go directly to the Demon Realm. Yi Xian thought for a while, and then moved again. Chapter 17, 99. Yi Xian returned to the Demon Realm through the Demon Realm passage. Last time, he came to find the little demon king for the refining method of the heavenly demon's heart. This time, however, he came to destroy the demon realm. The little demon king and his master, the Blood Moon Archfiend Sovereign, had already been stored in the planting space. Therefore, Yi Xian's next plan was to store Baiming Huayu and the others inside before starting the slaughter. Baiming Huayu and the others were in Blood Moon City. Yi Xian had been to this place before. Coincidentally, the Demon Realm passage was at the Blood Moon Archfiend Sovereign's demon spirit horn. Therefore, Yi Xian spent half a day to reach Blood Moon City and pick up Baiming Huayu, the Demon King of Chaos, and the others. Then, the next step was to start the slaughter. Although I'm a cultivator, I don't belong to any faction. To me, demonic cultivators are no different from immortal cultivators. I just don't need to find an excuse. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the current demon realm, there were 6 demon sovereigns other than the Sky Demon Emperor. However, these demon sovereigns could be dealt with by even Yi Xian himself let alone the old tree and Luo. He estimated that it would only take a few days to destroy the demon realm. Somewhere in the immortal realm. What? 9 Abyss Emperor and 100 Ghost Palace Lord are dead. Not only is the demon realm reclaimed, but even the underworld is destroyed. Emperor Qing and Empress Wu were shocked when they heard the news. Emperor Qing and Empress Wu immediately sent people to open the demon realm passage and the underworld passage to investigate. Soon, they received news that there weren't many dead creatures left in the demon realm and the underworld passage. The news was true. Who is this Yi Xian? He destroyed the demon realm and the underworld passage so easily, and now he's going to the demon realm. The Lotus Emperor couldn't help but gulp. If Yi Xian were to attack the immortal realm, they would probably end up like the Yao realm and the Netherworld realm. Fortunately, Yi Xian had some connections with Dragon Realm. After the demon realm was destroyed, Dragon Realm moved into the immortal realm. Therefore, Emperor Qing was indebted to Dragon Realm. Coupled with the previous battle, Emperor Qing felt that Yi Xian would not do such a thing. The upper echelons of the celestial world gathered for a meeting. At the same time, Yi Xian had dealt with the 6th 9th grade demon venerables and was searching for the Heaven Demon Emperor in the demon realm. According to the 9th grade demon venerables, this Heaven Demon Emperor came and went without a trace. Previously, when he joined forces with the 9 Abyss Great Emperor and the 100 Ghost Palace Lord, it was only through the transmission of messages. However, the demon realm was only so big. With such a huge aura, no matter how hard he tried to conceal it, he couldn't hide from Yi Xian and the others. Found it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He had finally found the Heaven Demon Emperor. What? Somewhere in the demon realm, a long-horned man trembled. He turned his head and saw Yi Xian, the old tree, and the others rushing toward him. During this time, he had heard about the deaths of the demon venerables under his command and the destruction of his city. Therefore, at this time, he was opening up a passage to leave and find a place to hide. Unexpectedly, he was still found by Yi Xian. Heaven Demon Emperor, I've finally found you. Yi Xian's voice fell into the Heaven Demon Emperor's ears. The latter looked and saw a golden light coming toward him. Luo, who had broken through to the 6th grade demon venerables, put on the mystic divine armor and charged toward the Heaven Demon Emperor. The Heaven Demon Emperor was only a 1st grade demon emperor. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't stop Luo. Demon God's Claw. Luo reached out with her claw and crushed the Heaven Demon Emperor's demon heart. The Heaven Demon Emperor was dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Now, the demon realm was truly destroyed. In the future, the immortal realm and the demon realm would share the world. No, the Zeoists would be in charge in the future, because even the Qing Emperor and the Wu Empress couldn't be Luo's match. Now that the demon realm has been taken back and the underworld and the demon realm have been destroyed, the world will be mine from now on. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He would be the master of the 4 realms from now on. However, there was a problem now. The 9 Abyss Emperor, the 100 Ghosts Palace Lord, the Heaven Demon Emperor, the Demon Dragon Emperor, and the Wu Empress are all 1st grade immortal emperors. Only the Qing Emperor is a 2nd grade immortal emperor. Then, how will he level up in the future? Yi Xian couldn't help but think. Since there was a realm, someone must have reached it. Could it be that there were only 4 realms in the world? Forget it. Let's go back to the immortal realm first. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian decided not to think about it. He would go back to the immortal realm first. He immediately found a passage to the immortal realm and returned to the immortal realm. However, things weren't that simple. It only took half a day to return from the passage to the immortal realm, but when Yi Xian returned, he found that there were countless messages in the communication crystals he had devoured. When Yi Xian finished listening to all the messages, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's going on? Another 100 years have passed since I returned from the demon realm. These messages were from the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. They said that Yi Xian had been missing for a long time. Senior Dragon Emperor, I'm back. Yi Xian quickly replied. Soon, the immortal Dragon Emperor's voice sounded again. Yi Xian, you're finally back. Senior Dragon Emperor, why is there a time difference between the two realms? Yi Xian was very surprised and couldn't help but ask. The time difference is because the space-time relic has appeared, and the entrance is in our immortal realm this time. The immortal Dragon Emperor replied. Space-time relic? What's that? Yi Xian asked in confusion. Space-time relic is actually a spatial continent similar to the demon realm, underworld, demon realm, and immortal realm. It's an extremely dangerous place. Throughout history, many experts have entered it, but only a few have come out alive. After the immortal Dragon Emperor finished speaking, he paused for a moment before continuing. Every space-time relic is different. Throughout history, at least 10 immortal emperors have entered the space-time relic, and 2 of them were second-grade immortal emperors. Even second-grade immortal emperors can't guarantee that they can come out alive. Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Yes, space-time turbulence proves that there will be a space-time relic. This space-time relic is near Greenwood City. The immortal Dragon Emperor said. Greenwood City? Huh? That's the Cyan Emperor's territory. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He was no longer afraid of the Cyan Emperor. However, he didn't lack cultivation resources right now. What he lacked was time. Therefore, he didn't want to plunder the immortal realm anymore. It was good to be a good person once in a while. Very soon, Yi Xian returned to the dragon field. Although they already knew about the destruction of the demon realm, underworld, and demon realm, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor were still shocked when they saw Yi Xian in person. Chapter 1800. Dragon Emperor, Senior Dragon Emperor, what is the space-time relic like? Yi Xian couldn't help but ask. Now, there was no place for him in the demon world, underworld, devil world, and immortal world. Even if he had so many resources, he could only reach the immortal emperor realm at most. If he wanted to continue breaking through, he had to find a better place. Since the demon world, underworld, devil world, and immortal world were all space-time continents, there must be other space-time continents. Some of them were even bigger than the immortal world. This space-time relic might be a breakthrough. Azure Emperor has been to the space-time relic personally, but he didn't go in. He only checked the entrance. The space-time relic this time seems to be easier than before, but we can't just look at it. After all, the safer it seems, the more dangerous it is, said the immortal Dragon Emperor. That's right. I also feel that the space-time relic this time isn't that simple. I reckon that only 9th-grade demon venerables can enter, added the Red Dragon Emperor. 9th-grade demon venerables? Yi Xian calculated in his heart. He was now a 1st-grade immortal venerable. If he used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change of the Heavenly Fire Palace, he could reach the 4th-grade immortal venerable realm. In fact, his strength was already at the immortal emperor realm. Of course, it was only temporary because the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change couldn't be used by high-level immortal venerables, let alone immortal emperors. However, Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape were all 5th-grade immortal venerables. Their actual combat strength was at the immortal emperor realm. The Heaven-Breaking Divine Ape was even stronger, If he wore the profound divine battle armor, he could even fight against a 3rd or 4th grade immortal emperor. Yi Xian, actually, when you pass through the passageway to the immortal world, we have already made preparations to enter the space-time relic with Azure Emperor and Empress Wu. At this moment, the immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly said, "Oh." Yi Xian was a little surprised and said, "That's great. I have the same idea too. Leave the 4 worlds to the youngsters. Old Red and I have already made preparations to enter the space-time relic. If we can pass through it, we might be able to reach the new space-time continent. There will definitely be more opportunities there than in the immortal world," said the immortal Dragon Emperor. "All right, when do we depart?" Yi Xian immediately asked. "Everyone is ready. The reason why we haven't entered yet is because we're waiting for you," the Red Dragon Emperor said. Yi Xian paused, thought for a moment, and said, "If that's the case, why don't we wait a few more days?" "All right, we've been here for 100 years. What's a few days?" The immortal Dragon Emperor grinned. "However, we don't know when the space-time ruin will disappear, so we have to be quick." The reason why they didn't enter the space-time ruin was indeed because they were waiting for Yi Xian. This was because Yi Xian and the others were very strong. When the time came, they would be able to take care of each other. Rather than saying that they were taking care of each other, it would be better to say that they were trying to curry favor with Yi Xian. After all, he had single-handedly destroyed the 3 realms. His strength was already above everyone else. The reason why Yi Xian did not act immediately was because this space-time ruin seemed to be very dangerous. He had to raise his cultivation base first, or else he would be in danger of dying. Therefore, he decided to make a breakthrough first. Several days later, "Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Current cultivation base is 2nd grade Immortal Venerable." "Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, Azura Ghostly Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have made a breakthrough. Current cultivation base is 6th grade Immortal Venerable." Yi Xian and the others had raised their cultivation base once again. Little Monkey had also finished resting and was ready to fight again. With him around, Yi Xian wasn't worried at all. "Senior Dragon Emperor, I'm ready," Yi Xian transmitted to the immortal Dragon Emperor. Soon, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor appeared before Yi Xian. When they sensed Yi Xian's cultivation base, they couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Xian had broken through from 2nd grade Immortal Emperor to 2nd grade Immortal Venerable in such a short time, although 100 years had passed for them. That was because Yi Xian had been affected by the space-time turbulence in the passageway to the immortal realm. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Although the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were curious about how Yi Xian had cultivated, they did not ask. After all, Yi Xian had no ill intentions towards them. "All right, let's go." The immortal Dragon Emperor nodded. There were a total of 10 people heading to Azure Wood City from the Dragon Domain. Other than the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, there were 8 8th grade Demon Venerables experts. Including Yi Xian, there were 11 of them. There was a teleportation formation in Rising Dragon City that led to Azure Wood City. Under the lead of the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, Yi Xian stepped onto it. The teleportation formation began to operate. After a while, Yi Xian felt the changes in his surroundings. They had arrived at Azure Wood City. Azure Wood City was the territory of the immortal world's Azure Emperor. There were countless experts here, much more than the Rising Dragon City. At this moment, Wu Ho's team had also arrived. They were waiting for Yi Xian to return from the Devil Domain. "You're finally here." After Yi Xian landed, 2 people walked in. They were the Azure Emperor and Wu Ho, who had met Yi Xian once before. "Greetings, seniors." Yi Xian hurriedly greeted them. Although he was no longer afraid of Wu Ho or the Azure Emperor with his current strength, the two of them were still seniors. He still had to be polite. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Azure Emperor and Wu Ho relaxed. It seemed that Yi Xian had no ill intentions towards the immortal world. "Little brother, we've been waiting for you for a long time," the Azure Emperor said with a smile. "All right, let's not talk about these pleasantries. Little brother, you want to enter the space-time ruin too, right?" Wu Ho asked directly. "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. This answer made the Azure Emperor and Wu Ho feel slightly relieved. Yi Xian's contractors were not ordinary people. With him in the team, their safety was increased by a lot. "We've already sent some puppets to investigate the space-time ruin. However, these puppets disappeared after passing through the door. Simply put, we know nothing about the space-time ruin this time." Wu Ho continued. "Let's not talk about that. Little brother, come and see for yourself." After the Azure Emperor finished speaking, he led Yi Xian and the others away and entered another teleportation palace. From here, one could directly teleport to the entrance of the space-time ruin. Hua! The teleportation array activated again. In an instant, Yi Xian landed again. The entrance of the space-time ruin was beside the teleportation array. "This is the space-time ruin." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The entrance of this space-time ruin was a simple and unadorned door. The door was open, but it was blocked by a strange energy, making it impossible to see what was inside. Chapter 1801. "So you're saying that we'll be trapped as soon as we enter?" Yi Xian suddenly reacted. "Our team is ready. Although it's extremely dangerous to enter the space-time relic, there's nothing we can do in the immortal world. Why don't we give it our all?" Wu Ho said. She and Emperor Qing were the only two immortal emperors in the Four Realms. They couldn't advance any further and could only survive. Therefore, they made the decision to enter the space-time relic. Yi Xian glanced around and found that Emperor Qing and Wu Ho had brought a lot of people. There were more than 50 people in total. Including the 10 from Longyu, there were more than 60 people. Among them, Yi Xian sensed a familiar feeling. It came from 3 ninth-grade immortal venerables because the immortal heart in their bodies was the Xianji immortal heart. These 3 people were the 3 palace masters of the Heavenly Fire Palace. Because they also had the Xianji immortal heart, they also sensed the qi of Yi Xian. However, they didn't dare to say anything now. Although Yi Xian was only a 2nd-grade immortal venerable, which was 7 realms lower than them, the strength of Old Tree, and the others was enough to make Emperor Qing fear them. "Since we've made the decision, let's enter together. If we can still stay together, we can take care of each other." Emperor Qing said slowly. "All right, let's enter." Those ancestors might not have died in there, but passed through the space-time relic and went to a new world. Everyone seemed to be in high spirits. This group of people stood at the peak of the 4 realms. The weakest among them was an 8th-grade immortal venerable. It would be difficult for them to advance further in this place. However, if they entered a higher-level spatial continent, their advancement speed would definitely be faster than in the immortal world. After pondering for a moment, everyone decided to enter. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait, let my people explore the way first." Everyone couldn't help but stop when they heard this. Then Yi Xian summoned Old Tree, an Azura ghost venerable. "Old Tree, Ribs, go in and take a look," Yi Xian said to the 2 of them. It was unknown how dangerous this space-time ruin was, but just in case, Yi Xian still sent the undying Old Tree and Ghost Lord Azura as cannon fodder. "All right." The Old Tree and Ghost Lord Azura nodded and entered the space-time relic one after another. However, as soon as the 2 of them passed through the door, Yi Xian quickly transmitted a message to them. However, there was no response. How strange. I can't transmit my voice. Yi Xian was extremely shocked. One had to know that this was a voice transmission between the owner, and this was the first time it had failed. However, Yi Xian had another idea. I'll go in and take a look. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly jumped in. When he passed through the door, he found himself in front of the second door. Old tree, Ribs, are you there? At that moment, Yi Xian continued to transmit his voice, but he still did not get a response. In desperation, he could only put on the mystic god armor and go in to explore. The old tree and ghost Lord Azura were only missing. As there was no notification, the two of them should still be alive. However, when Yi Xian was about to summon Luo to fight alongside him, he was shocked to find that Luo could not be summoned. What's going on? I can't summon Luo from the planting space. Not only that, but the other immortal beasts are also the same. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening to him. After he checked, he found that there was a skill that could not be used. Space-time reversal. Hiss. The space-time reversal skill could not be used. What was going on? Yi Xian's original plan was to explore by himself. If anything happened, he would use the space-time reversal skill to return to the entrance of the space-time ruin. Unexpectedly, the space-time reversal skill could not be used in the space-time ruin. This was a tragedy. Tragedy. This is really a tragedy. If I can't use the space-time reversal skill, my 3 doppelgangers will be destroyed. That will be the end of me. Yi Xian thought to himself. No, if his 3 doppelgangers were destroyed, he would not be counted in the space-time ruin. When that happened, his 4th doppelganger in the mortal domain might be able to use the space-time reversal skill. However, he did not dare to guarantee that. Hence, he had to be careful and treat the space-time reversal skill as if it could not be used. Although he had 3 devour points and could revive his 3 doppelgangers, devour points were not so easily obtained. He had to save as much as he could. Luckily, I can summon Wei Zhentian. Thinking of this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Zhentian was a 6th grade immortal master. If he transformed into the mystic god armor, even the Lotus Emperor would not be able to break through it. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission to break through the space-time ruin. Completion reward: space-time bloodline evolution skill, once. At this time, the system suddenly gave a notification. The reward this time was very generous. It was actually an evolution skill for the space-time bloodline. Under the space-time bloodline, there were a total of 2 paths of evolution. They were the time control and space control. If the time control skill was upgraded, the cooldown time of the space-time reversal skill would be shortened. At the same time, the time that one could reverse time would be extended. Furthermore, the flow of time in the planting space would also be increased. As for the space control skill, it would increase the effect of the extreme space shield, as well as the distance and number of teleportations. All in all, this reward was very good for Yi Xian. However, this random mission still had a time limit. Yi Xian had to break through the space-time ruin within 7 days. Originally, I wanted to stay in front of this door for a while and break through after my cultivation level had increased. However, it seems that there is no time for me now. Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly as he pondered in his heart. The time limit for the random mission was 7 days. Yi Xian would need another 4 to 5 days before he could break through again. If he waited until he broke through again, he would only have 2 days left to break through. However, if he tried to break through now, it would be very dangerous. There was a risk that his 3 doppelgangers would die. After all, Luo and Petion could not be summoned now. I don't care anymore. Break through. In the end, Yi Xian made his decision. He had already ascended to the immortal realm and become a celestial supremacy. How could he be so timid? Go! Immediately, Yi Xian put on the mystic god armor and walked towards the door. Boom! Before he could get close, the door opened automatically. Then, a series of crisp sounds could be heard. Kacha! 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 Yi Xian hurriedly looked and realized that there was a row of mechanical arms in front of him. They were moving quickly and rhythmically. A mechanical maze. In an instant, Yi Xian realized what was going on. Chapter 1802. Wei Xintian is not a living creature, which is why I can summon him. If the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerable are still in the planning space, I don't think I can summon him. Yi Xian thought for a while and decided to let Wei Xintian explore the path first. Wei Xintian transformed into a thin needle and chose the first path to enter. Through the shared vision, Yi Xian could see clearly that there were mechanical arms along the way. Moreover, the path was long and not an ordinary person could pass through it. This maze of mechanisms extends in all directions. I don't know where the exit is. Yi Xian had a headache. Although Wei Xintian could deal with the mechanical arms, he still needed to do something before he could use the immortal grade devouring system to draw the map. Since he couldn't use the eyes of the void here, he could only wait for Wei Xintian to find the exit, return, and re-enter the maze. This step took a long time, but it was only half a day. Then Wei Xintian spent another half day to return and turn back into the mystic divine armor and put it on Yi Xian. Next, it was up to Yi Xian to move on his own. If Yi Xian, who was a second-grade immortal venerable, was on his own, he might not be able to pass through. Using the heavenly fire, 3 mysterious change could temporarily raise Yi Xian to a 5th-grade immortal venerable. However, the heavenly fire 3 mysterious change had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, Yi Xian would fall back to a 2nd-grade immortal venerable. However, it was different after he put on the mystic divine armor. There doesn't seem to be a place to rest midway. After using the heavenly fire 3 mysterious change, I have to hurry up. When the heavenly fire 3 mysterious change is in cooldown, I can only be beaten up by these mechanical arms. Yi Xian thought to himself, if there was a place to rest midway, it would be easier. However, there wasn't, so he could only be beaten up. This was considered a rest. With the mystic divine armor and the immortal phoenix bloodline, it shouldn't be a problem for Yi Xian to withstand these attacks. After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian started to move. He took a big stride and rushed into the maze of mechanisms. After putting on the mystic divine battle armor and using the heavenly fire 3 mystic change, Yi Xian was extremely fast. He easily avoided these obstacles and proceeded according to the immortal grade devouring systems map. However, the duration of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change passed very quickly, and Yi Xian's speed slowed down. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out as Yi Xian was smashed by the mechanical arm and bounced around like a rubber ball. Fortunately, the mystic divine battle armor was extremely tough. Coupled with the recovery speed of the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, Yi Xian managed to hold on. After some time, heavenly fire 3 mysterious change, 3rd change. Yi Xian once again used the heavenly fire 3 mysterious change and began to charge forward. After a few rounds, he finally left the maze. However, it was already 2 days later. In addition to the day when Wei Xintian used it, it was 3 days. In these 2 days, Yi Xian did not know how many times he was beaten up. Fortunately, he had already left the maze of mechanisms. Even I had such a hard time passing through it. I'm afraid those grade 8 and grade 9 immortal supremacies would not be able to pass, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not care so much. The life and death of those people had nothing to do with him. This path was chosen by the other party. Moreover, the other party might not have entered yet. After passing through the maze of mechanisms, Yi Xian sized up his new environment. It was very spacious, as if he was in a huge hall. There was only one mechanical puppet in front of him. Young man, defeat this mechanical puppet, and you will pass the level. A voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Who's talking? Yi Xian asked in surprise. Young man, as long as you defeat it, you will be able to see me. Then you will know who I am. The voice rang out in the huge hall again. If that's the case, then destroy it. Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly and said in his heart, System analysis. This puppet definitely had a flaw. With the immortal grade devouring system strength, it should not be a problem for it to detect the flaw. Kacha! At this moment, the puppet began to move. Its speed was very fast, and it was at least of the immortal emperor grade. Yi Xian also recalled that the maze of mechanisms just now should be of the immortal emperor grade. However, it was better to deal with this problem first. Ding! Analysis successful. Before the puppet rushed over, the system gave a notification. This puppet's weak point was somewhere on its back. As long as it was hit hard, it could be defeated. Go! Yi Xian did not waste any time. He immediately took out the departing flame celestial sword and put on the mystic divine armor and rushed forward. Clang! 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 Crisp sounds rang out in the huge hall one after another. Now that Yi Xian could not use the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, he could only rely on the mystic divine armor to fight this puppet. Of course, during the battle, he would always be the one getting beaten up. However, after the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change cooled down, he immediately unleashed his full power. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, third change. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation level rose from 2nd grade, Immortal Venerable, to 5th grade, Immortal Venerable. Immediately after, he quickly used the Eye of Assassination to go to the puppet's back and stabbed it with his sword. Kacha! This sword accurately pierced the puppet's weak point, without missing a beat. In the next moment, the puppet instantly disintegrated. Young man, you're not bad. Originally, I said it to be a battle between people of the same level. I didn't expect that you would dare to enter my ruins when you're not even an immortal emperor. You've really impressed me. The mysterious voice rang out. Senior, you flatter me. Yi Xian hurriedly cupped his fist and said, Keep this puppet. I purposely left that weak point. Otherwise, with your strength, you won't be able to defeat it. Following the meaning of this voice, Yi Xian hurriedly put away the puppet that had already disintegrated into pieces. He could tell that this was a good thing. Go through that door, and you'll find me. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly stepped into the door in front of him. After he passed through, he saw a middle-aged man standing in front of him. Greetings, Senior, Yi Xian hurriedly said. The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, This ruin was built by me casually. However, I've left my life's unique skill here. You've already passed 2 tests. As long as you pass one more test, you'll be able to obtain my inheritance. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Let me introduce myself first. I'm called Spiritual Heart Enlightened. I don't know if I'm still alive. This is just a remnant of my will. If you can obtain my inheritance, you can try to find me. Perhaps I'll accept you as my disciple. The middle-aged man said. Spiritual Heart Enlightened? Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Enlightened? What kind of title was that? If this middle-aged man was still an immortal emperor, he should call himself Immortal Emperor Ling Xian. Chapter 1803. Before you, there were already quite a few people who failed. Those who failed were all trapped here by me. The longest one of them has been trapped here for several million years. After Spiritual Heart finished speaking, puppets walked out from behind him and said, "These puppets are all first-grade immortal emperors. You'll have to defeat 100 puppets in the third stage." 100? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had defeated the previous puppet with the help of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. He was afraid that it would be impossible for him to challenge 100 puppets now. These puppets can only display the strength of a first-grade immortal emperor. If they unleash their full strength, they can even kill a 9th-grade immortal emperor easily. You just have to find their weaknesses one by one, and you'll be able to defeat them one by one. Spiritual Heart said. Junior understands. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, "But Senior, can you let Junior rest for 2 days before I challenge them?" "Sure." Spiritual Heart nodded. What he didn't know was that Yi Xian would be able to break through to 3rd-grade Immortal Venerable in 2 days. At that time, he would use the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change to defeat the 100 puppets in one fell swoop. Then Yi Xian began to rest. Ding! Host has broken through to 3rd-grade Immortal Venerable. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian Yan Ming Ghost Lord, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through to 7th-grade Immortal Venerable. 2 days later, Yi Xian broke through to 7th-grade Immortal Venerable as expected. "I see. You're on the verge of breaking through." Spiritual Heart couldn't help but sigh. "But it doesn't matter. As long as you haven't reached the Immortal Emperor realm, the combat strength of these puppets won't change." Although he said so, the more Spiritual Heart looked at Yi Xian, the more he liked him. Even he hadn't seen many people who were able to fight across so many realms. Moreover, the geniuses he had seen all had strong backgrounds. They were able to defeat their opponents in terms of immortal techniques and equipment. Although Yi Xian was relying on the mysterious divine armor, his strength wasn't weak. Spiritual Heart could tell at a glance. "Senior, I'm ready," Yi Xian said. "Okay, then we'll start in 3 seconds. Taoist Spirit Heart nodded slightly. In fact, Yi Xian had already used the Immortal Grade Devouring System to sweep through all 100 puppets in the past 2 days. Each of these 100 puppets had a different vital point. However, this was not a problem for Yi Xian. This time, he had to pass. Otherwise, he would also be trapped here by Taoist Ling Xin. Kacha! 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 3 seconds later, the 100 puppets began to move. One of them directly passed through Taoist Spirit Heart's projection and headed straight for Yi Xian. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. 3rd change. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. His cultivation base instantly rose to 6th-grade Immortal Venerable. Then he turned into a ray of light and pounced towards the 100 puppets. His speed was very fast, even surpassing the speed of the puppets. With a thrust of the Life-Fire Celestial Sword in his hand, he was able to destroy a puppet. 1, 2, 5, 10. The number of puppets rapidly decreased. Upon seeing this, Taoist Spirit Heart couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Yi Xian. Even an Immortal Emperor expert wouldn't be able to find the flaws in such a short time. These puppets weren't difficult to deal with. As long as one was a 2nd-grade Immortal Emperor, they would be able to avoid them. However, the most important thing was that it was very difficult to find their vital points. In the end, one would be exhausted to death. Very quickly, more than half of the puppets in the arena were disintegrated by Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change still had some time left, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to defeat the rest of the puppets in the remaining time. Sure enough, The remaining puppets weren't able to stop Yi Xian's footsteps at all. They were forcefully torn apart. Daoist spirit heart was slightly shocked, not to mention Yi Xian's cultivation base. Even a person 1 or 2 realms higher than the puppets wouldn't be able to find the flaws in such a short time. Moreover, these puppets were under his control, so their combat strength was the same as the challengers. If the challenger was a first-grade immortal emperor, then these 100 puppets would have the combat strength of a first-grade immortal emperor. If the challenger was a 9th-grade immortal emperor, then they would have the combat strength of a 9th-grade immortal emperor. However, Yi Xian had crossed several realms and passed this test. His aptitude was enough to show. Good, very good. Young man, you passed the 3rd test. Daoist spirit heart nodded with satisfaction. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he could pass through this space-time ruin. Moreover, he could also obtain the inheritance of Daoist spirit heart. It was really good. Before he could react, Daoist spirit heart waved his hand, and then words appeared in the air. Ding! Host has discovered the 100 machine drill. Do you want to copy it? Yes. Ding! Host has successfully copied it. Do you want to learn it now? Yes. Although he didn't know what this was, since it was the inheritance of Daoist spirit heart, it must be something good. This is called the 100 machine drill. It contains the method to control these 100 puppets. You can make them form various battle formations to defend against the enemy. Daoist spirit heart waved his hand again, and the 100 puppets reappeared. Then he said, "These 100 puppets are just casually refined by me, so there are flaws. If you can find me in the future, I will give you these spirit heart puppets. When the time comes, with the help of the 100 machine drill, you can even fight against an enlightened being." Enlightened being? Yi Xian heard this keyword. Enlightened being. Was it the same realm? Well, you can now control this ruin. You can do whatever you want with those people. However, one of them has the blood of my old friend and accidentally broke in. I think his name is Ling Kai. You can release him. Daoist spirit heart said. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Daoist spirit heart's phantom image disappeared, leaving no trace of where he was or what his identity was. It seemed like Yi Xian had to look for him himself. However, the clue was on that Ling Kai because Daoist spirit heart said that this Ling Kai was the descendant of his old friend. When the time comes, as long as he followed this clue, he should be able to find him. Boom! At this time, a door beside the hall suddenly opened. Yi Xian hastily walked in and found that there were hundreds and thousands of people imprisoned inside. Not only that, these people's auras were much stronger than his. There were even high-level immortal emperors. Heavens! Yi Xian was shocked. He quickly glanced around and found the traces of the old tree and Azura ghost venerable. Young master, you are finally here. I have been waiting for so many years. Old tree said helplessly. So many years. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He was only a few seconds away from the old tree, but the difference was calculated in years. This was too terrifying. No wonder his time reversal couldn't be used. So, this was the reason. Wow, someone is here. Hey, young man, quickly let me out. Chapter 1804. These people were locked up in solitary confinement and were protected by a formation, so they couldn't threaten him. If they could come out, they could definitely kill Yi Xian. But if they could come out, why would they need to threaten him? Now that Yi Xian was in control of the space-time relic, he directly released the old tree and Azura ghost venerable. Then, he released the 100 ordinary puppets. 100 machine manipulation can instantly control these 100 ordinary puppets and form various battle formations. But with my current realm, I'm afraid that I can't even control 1/10,000th of their strength. Let's think about it later. Yi Xian thought for a while, and then prepared to carry out a plan, which was to put all of them into the planting space. You people were trapped by Spiritual Heart Reverend because you didn't manage to pass this relic. Unfortunately, I've just passed Spiritual Heart Reverend's test. Now, your life and death is up to me. Yi Xian said slowly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. What? Spiritual Heart Reverend? The owner of this relic is actually a Spiritual Heart Reverend. Heavens! This third grade, Immortal Venerable actually obtained the inheritance of a Spiritual Heart Reverend. I wonder how lucky he is. What nonsense are you talking about? Now that he's in control of this relic, if you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that he won't kill you? The crowd of nearly 1,000 fell silent. Among this group of people, the strongest was a 9th grade Immortal Emperor. This was a super battle force. However, Yi Xian planned to put them into the planning space and not let them out. Next, I'll put you all into my planting space one by one. If anyone dares to refuse, I'll kill them without mercy. Yi Xian's face suddenly turned cold and looked around. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In this group of people, the weakest was a 1st grade Immortal Emperor. It was fine that they fell into the hands of Spiritual Heart Reverend, but now they fell into the hands of a 3rd grade Immortal Venerable who wasn't even an Immortal Emperor. It was really humiliating. However, they didn't know that Yi Xian couldn't completely control the 100 puppets. After all, they couldn't guess the means of a Spiritual Heart Reverend. Good, very good. Let's begin. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Then he enveloped a 1st grade Immortal Emperor with the energy of the planting space. This 1st grade Immortal Emperor didn't dare to resist and was directly sucked into the planting space. In the planting space, even a 9th grade Immortal Emperor would be trapped to death. Then, one by one, the Immortal Emperors were taken in by Yi Xian. For the time being, no one resisted. However, after Yi Xian had collected more than 100 people, there was finally a failure. This was a grade 4 Immortal Emperor. He was the one who had scolded Yi Xian. What's your name? Yi Xian asked. I am Lin Yuan Long. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled faintly and nodded. Someone, come and kill him. When the time comes, I will set him free. Me. Let me do it. I'm happy to help. Immediately, all the Immortal Emperors were in an uproar. Killing a grade 4 Immortal Emperor would give them freedom. This was definitely a good deal. The brawny man was so scared that his face turned pale. Before he could speak, the barrier behind him suddenly disappeared. Then, a grade 6 Immortal Emperor came in and instantly pierced through his immortal heart. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Only by doing this would the rest of the people obediently enter the planting space. Very good. After a while, I will set you free. I, Yi Xian, am a man of my word. Yi Xian said to the grade 6 Immortal Emperor. Thank you, thank you. The grade 6 Immortal Emperor hurriedly thanked him. Following that, Yi Xian's journey was smooth sailing. He didn't miss a single one of them and put them into his planting space. Even the grade 9 Immortal Emperor was taken in by Yi Xian after some hesitation. A grade 9 Immortal Emperor was very close to becoming a perfected person. However, the level of the planting space was very high. He couldn't leave with his means. As a result, these people's Qian Kuan rings all fell into Yi Xian's hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. So many heavenly treasures. It will be enough for me to break through for a long time. Yi Xian grinned. This time, he had really gained a lot. He had earned a lot. Of course, he didn't forget Ling Kai, who was entrusted by perfected person Ling Xian. Immediately, he projected himself into the planting space and asked Which one of you is called Ling Kai? As soon as he said this, those people looked at each other. In the end, a person walked out. This was a grade 6 immortal emperor. However, coincidentally, it was the same grade 6 immortal emperor who killed Lin Yuanlong. You are looking for me? Ling Kai looked at Yi Xian with some surprise. Perfected person Ling Xian said that you are the descendant of his old friend. Don't you know? Yi Xian transmitted his voice. Old friend. Ling Kai was stunned and said there was indeed a perfected person among my ancestors. However, he went to travel the world. Many of the elders haven't seen him. What's the name of your ancestor? Yi Xian asked again. Ling Lang. Ling Kai answered without thinking. Okay, I got it. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, then what's the perfected person's realm? After the immortal emperor is the perfected person. Oh, there's also a half-step perfected person in between. Ling Kai said, half-step perfected person? Perfected person? Hearing this, Yi Xian paused. Currently, he was not even an immortal emperor. He was too far away from the perfected person. At this time, he recalled that perfected person Ling Xian had said that if all 100 puppets were replaced with spirit heart puppets, he could even fight with a perfected person. He didn't expect them to be so strong. Unfortunately, he could only use the puppets as meat shields. As for the battle, he would leave it to the old tree, Azura, Ghost Venerable, and the others. Okay, I understand. Yi Xian nodded slightly and then asked, May I ask, where's the place after leaving this ruin? I came from another space continent. Another space continent? Ling Kai was slightly surprised and said there are indeed some small space continents that connect to the Holy World. The Holy World? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter where he was, he only had one goal, and that was to be the strongest in the world. It was the same everywhere. He had to level up anyway. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I'll let you out after I leave this ruin. After saying that, Yi Xian walked toward the exit of the ruin. As for the immortal world's Emperor Qing, Empress Wu, Immortal Dragon Emperor, Red Dragon Emperor, and the others, Yi Xian naturally chose to ignore them. Just now, the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerable entered first, and he entered a few seconds later. There was a gap of decades between them. Even if the Emperor Qing and the others followed him in, there would still be a big gap. Even if it was a year, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered to wait. Besides, he didn't know when the Emperor Qing and the immortal world would enter. What if it was 1,000 years? Chapter 1805. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yi Xian left the space-time relic, or rather, the spiritual heart relic. As soon as he left the relic, a system notification popped up. Ding! Host has completed the random mission Space-Time Bloodline Advancement. Random mission completed Space-Time Bloodline Advancement. Now, the flow of space in the planning space had increased to 51,200 times. 140 years in the planning space was equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. This was a great tool for cultivation. After leaving the relic, Yi Xian arrived at the holy realm that Ling Kai had mentioned. No matter where it was the same. Is this the holy realm? Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He felt that the immortal qi here was 10 times more abundant than in the immortal realm. It was a pleasure to cultivate here. However, as soon as he left the relic, another system notification popped up. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Escort Ling Kai back to the Ling Family Escort Agency. He had just completed a random mission, and now there was a chain random mission. This was great. There is no reward. It seems that it has something to do with my efficiency. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and projected himself into the planting space. He asked, Ling Kai, where is your family? Me? I am from the Ling Family Escort Agency. Ling Kai replied. The Ling Family Escort Agency. Yi Xian searched for it in his mind. He had collected many Qian Kuan rings and copied all the maps into the immortal level devouring system. Now, he could make use of them. Soon, he pulled out a map and looked at it. The Ling Family Escort Agency. If we travel at full speed, it will take us 3 days. Yi Xian thought to himself. This was based on Ling Kai's speed. When Ling Kai accidentally entered the spiritual heart relic, he was only a 3rd-grade immortal emperor. Ling Kai's family, the Ling Family Escort Agency, was located next to a city. They were responsible for escorting valuable items. It was said that they were quite famous in this area. Ling Kai was the grandson of the deputy leader of the Ling Family Escort Agency, so he had some status in the agency. However, since this was a chain random mission, it wouldn't be so easy to escort Ling Kai back. Ling Kai, how long have you been locked in there? Yi Xian asked again. Almost 100,000 years. Ling Kai answered honestly. 100,000 years, so long. Yi Xian paused for a moment. 100,000 years was like a fairy tale to him. Moreover, 100,000 years was enough for a lot of changes. Perhaps the Ling Family Escort Agency had moved something? No matter what, since the system had given him a notification, the Ling Family Escort Agency would definitely still exist. At that moment, Yi Xian released Ling Kai and said, Taoist Ling Xian has entrusted me with a task, so I have to follow you to the Ling clan's escort agency. Bring me along. All right. Ling Kai didn't waste any more time and left with Yi Xian. Although he had already broken through to the 6th grade Celestial Emperor realm, Yi Xian was able to obtain the inheritance of Taoist spirit heart and control hundreds of puppets. His battle prowess was definitely not that simple. Therefore, Ling Kai didn't plan to do anything to Yi Xian to avoid any accidents. Then Ling Kai brought Yi Xian and flew in the direction of the Ling clan's escort agency. However, things weren't that simple. Ling Kai flew with Yi Xian for 3 full days, but they didn't find anything. The area was completely deserted. The people were gone. The Ling clan's escort agency was gone. What happened? What happened during the 100,000 years I was locked up? Ling Kai was shocked. The Ling clan's escort agency was a family with a heritage of more than 1,000,000 years. There was even a half-step enlightened being in the family. How could it be gone just like that? It's really not an easy task. I don't know if the Ling clan's escort agency was destroyed or moved away. Yi Xian had a headache and said to Ling Kai, maybe they moved away. We passed by a city just now. Why don't we ask around? All right. Ling Kai nodded. If the Ling clan's escort agency was gone, wouldn't he become a homeless man? However, it had only been 100,000 years. For an immortal emperor, it wasn't a long time. He should be able to find out if he investigated. Immediately, Ling Kai once again brought Yi Xian and flew towards a city that they just passed by. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is now a 4th grade immortal venerable. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yan Ming Ghost Lord, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Host is now an 8th grade immortal venerable. After a day and a half, they arrived. During this time, Yi Xian and the others had also broken through. However, this level was considered good in the immortal world. In the holy world, it was the lowest level. This city was called Silver City. Although it wasn't big, it had a large population. Moreover, the people inside were, at least, immortal venerables. Immortal emperors could be seen everywhere. There were even half-step enlightened beings. In every city, there was a place like this where one could gather information, such as inns. Yi Xian and Ling Kai entered one of the largest inns and asked about it. The Ling clan's escort agency from 100,000 years ago? I'm not very sure. Our Silver City has only been established for 50,000 years. The innkeeper of the inn said. This meant that the Ling clan's escort agency had disappeared 50,000 years ago. It seemed that they had to ask someone else. Just as Yi Xian and Ling Kai were about to leave, the innkeeper suddenly said, "By the way, I've never heard of the Ling clan's escort agency. However, there is a Lin clan's escort agency in the north." Lin clan's escort agency? Hearing this, Yi Xian and Ling Kai couldn't help but look at each other. Ling and Lin's voices were different. However, the appearance of a Lin clan's escort agency was indeed a little inconceivable. Innkeeper, how long has this Lin clan's escort agency been established? Who's the leader? Ling Kai asked. It was established before Silver City, about 70,000 years ago. The leader seems to be called Lin Miao, a half-step enlightened being. The innkeeper replied. When Ling Kai heard this name, he couldn't help but tremble. Back then, the Ling clan's escort agency had a deputy leader called Lin Miao. Could it be that it was the same person? Seeing Ling Kai's reaction, Yi Xian also understood that this Lin clan's escort agency was most likely related to the Ling clan's escort agency from 100,000 years ago. It seemed that they had found some clues. Immediately, they asked the innkeeper again, hoping to get more clues. However, the innkeeper was from another place, so he didn't know much. After leaving the inn, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask, Ling Kai, this Lin Miao, was he also a member of the Ling clan's escort agency? Yes, he was a deputy leader like my grandfather. Ling Kai nodded and said, Chapter 1806. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to visit the Lin clan's escort agency first. He wanted to confirm whether the leader of the Lin clan's escort agency was Lin Miao from the Ling clan's escort agency. Immediately, Yi Xian and Ling Kai left once again, heading towards the Lin family's escort agency in the north. A day later, they arrived at the Lin clan's escort agency. Your Excellencies, are you here to deliver the goods? A strong man greeted them outside the Lin clan's escort agency. Ling Kai sensed that the man was a 7th grade celestial emperor expert. The Lin clan's escort agency seemed to be much stronger than the Ling clan's escort agency. I'm here to look for someone, Ling Kai said directly. Who are you looking for? The strong man asked in surprise. The leader of the Lin clan's escort agency, Lin Miao. After Ling Kai finished speaking, the strong man was stunned for a second. He then said, Where did you come from? Who do you think you are? You want to see our leader as soon as you open your mouth. Seeing that Ling Kai wasn't here to deliver the goods, the strong man couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. His attitude changed completely. Just as Ling Kai was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, Don't be in a hurry. Let's see if we can find a portrait of the leader of the Lin clan's escort agency. Hearing this, Ling Kai was shocked. How could he have forgotten this method? If the leader of the Lin clan's escort agency was the same person as the deputy leader of the Ling clan's escort agency, Ling Kai would know at a glance. Yi Xian and Ling Kai left again. The former broke through the void and returned to Silver City. They should be able to find a portrait of Lin Miao here. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Yi Xian and Ling Kai arrived at a floating image crystal. It showed the scene of the leader of the Lin clan's escort agency, Lin Miao, passing by Silver City. That's right. It's him. Ling Kai nodded immediately when he saw Lin Miao. This meant that the current leader of the Lin clan's escort agency was the same person as the deputy leader of the Ling clan's escort agency 100,000 years ago. If that was the case, it would be easy. Then Yi Xian tore through the void and returned. Since this Lin Miao was the Lin Miao that Ling Kai knew. He should also remember Ling Kai. After all, Ling Kai's grandfather was also a deputy leader, and his great-grandfather was the leader of the Lin's escort agency. Therefore, he wanted to use the simplest method. Grandpa Lin Miao, I am Lei Feng's grandson, Ling Kai. I have just returned from my training. Please meet me. Ling Kai gathered his courage and shouted directly outside the Lin's escort agency. His voice was deafening and fell into the ears of everyone in the Lin escort agency. When the burly man at the door heard this, he immediately locked onto Ling Kai and charged over. Bastard, you actually dare to disturb others? See, if I don't slap you to death. Although the burly man was a little surprised, how could a poor man like Ling Kai know the leader of the Lin family escort agency? Lin Miao, what a joke! In an instant, the burly man appeared in front of Ling Kai and punched out. Old Tree, kill him! Yi Xian immediately summoned Old Tree, who had already donned the mystic god battle armor. Bang! This punch was blocked by Old Tree and repelled the burly man. The burly man was a 7th grade Celestial Emperor. Although Old Tree was an 8th grade Celestial Venerable, he was not afraid of the burly man with the mystic god battle armor. Of course, the burly man had obviously underestimated him. Moreover, Old Tree had suddenly appeared and repelled him. Bastard, you are courting death. When the burly man saw that he was repelled, he was immediately furious. However, in the next moment, a person flashed out of the Lin escort agency and shouted, "Stop!" When the burly man heard this, his body immediately trembled, and he stopped. The person who had just arrived was the chief steward of the Lin escort agency. He was the one who took care of most of the matters in the Lin escort agency. The burly man could recognize him just by hearing his voice. Uncle Li? Ling Kai recognized him. This was the chief steward of the Lin escort agency. He was also the chief steward of the Ling escort agency. Ling Kai, it's really you. Uncle Li landed on the ground in surprise and asked, "Where have you been all these years?" "I went out to train and have only just returned," Ling Kai said. "Not bad, not bad. I remember that when you left, you were only a 3rd grade Celestial Emperor. In less than 100,000 years, you have broken through to a 6th grade Celestial Emperor." Uncle Li nodded in satisfaction. "Uncle Li, where are my father and grandfather?" Ling Kai could not help but ask in surprise. "Sai, come in with me first. I will tell you slowly." Uncle Li sighed. Then he led Ling Kai and Yi Xian into the Lin escort agency. The burly man who had attacked just now was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He did not expect Ling Kai to know Lin Miao. Fortunately, he did not hurt Ling Kai. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Yi Xian and Ling Kai entered the Lin escort agency under Uncle Li's lead. At the same time, the moment Yi Xian stepped into the Lin escort agency, a system notification sounded. Ding! The host has successfully escorted Ling Kai back to the Ling escort agency. The first part of the mission was completed. However, the second part of the mission was not triggered yet. Uncle Li led Ling Kai into a room. Before he could say anything, Ling Kai asked again, "Uncle Li, where are my family members?" "They have all moved away." Uncle Li replied. "Moved away? Where to?" Ling Kai asked in surprise. Uncle Li shook his head and said, "I am not very sure. Back then, for some reason, your great-grandfather started to organize the Ling family to move away. I am afraid that only your great-grandfather knows the reason. Perhaps even your grandfather does not know the reason." After that, they left, leaving the Ling escort agency in a mess. Lin Miao could not bear to see them leave, so he reorganized and established the Lin escort agency. "Only my great-grandfather knows the reason for the move?" Ling Kai was puzzled. What was it that they were not willing to tell their own family members? Why did they leave in such a hurry? Could it be that they had encountered something that could lead to the extermination of their family? Then, has there been no news of them in the past 100,000 years? Ling Kai asked. After they left, the branch leader has investigated many times, but to no avail. Your grandfather, and the rest seem to have evaporated into thin air. Uncle Li shook his head. This, Ling Kai found it hard to accept, and did not know what to say. Ling Kai, this matter cannot be rushed. Anyway, the branch leader has been sending people to look for clues. Why don't you stay here first? If there is any news, we will inform you immediately, Uncle Li said. All right, then I will have to trouble you, Uncle Li. Ling Kai nodded. He knew nothing at the moment, so it was not a bad choice to stay in the Lin escort agency for the time being. Previously, there were many outsiders in the Ling escort agency. Uncle Li, Lin Miao, and the rest had children, so Ling Kai was familiar with them. Hey, Ling Kai, you are back. At this moment, a young man suddenly walked in. Chapter 1807. Lin Shi was Lin Miao's grandson. He used to have a good relationship with Ling Kai. During the 100,000 years that Ling Kai was trapped in the spiritual heart relic, Lin Shi had also broken through from the 3rd grade Celestial Emperor to the 7th grade Celestial Emperor. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two of them were naturally closer. Ling Kai and Lin Chi chatted for a while, then stayed in the Lin clan's escort agency for the time being. Yi Xian did the same because he had not triggered the second part of the quest. However, this chain of random quests was definitely related to Ling Kai. Yi Xian stayed in the Lin clan's escort agency for a few days. Then, he received a message from Ling Kai. Lin Shi is going to escort a quest. Are you coming with him? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that this time it might be, ding, host has triggered the second part of the chain of random quests. Follow Lin Chi's escort team. The system notified. Sure enough, the second part of the random quests appeared. Ling Kai, bring me along. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice. Lin Chi was only a 7th grade Celestial Emperor. Moreover, this escort quest seemed to be very easy, so it was fine to add a point. Tomorrow, they would leave the Lin clan's escort agency to escort something to a city. Yi Xian felt that this quest was not going to be easy. On the second day, Yi Xian met up with Ling Kai and joined Lin Chi's escort team. Previously, Ling Kai had told Lin Chi that Yi Xian was only the son of his friend. Therefore, Lin Chi did not take Yi Xian seriously and did not have time to deal with Yi Xian. He was just a bystander in the escort team. Apart from Lin Chi, who was a 7th grade Celestial Emperor, there were 4 6th grade Celestial Emperors and more than 10 5th grade Celestial Emperors escorting the escort team. The escort team would take about half a month. Yi Xian was mixed in with this group, acting as a bystander. The journey was very smooth. However, on the day that Yi Xian broke through to the 5th grade Celestial Emperor, something happened. Lin Chi's escort team was stopped by a group of bandits. How dare you stop the escort team of the Lin clan's escort agency? Who gave you the courage? Lin Chi stood at the front of the group and said to the group of bandits, the Lin family's escort agency would carry a large flag when they were transporting goods. This way, anyone who passed by would know which force they belonged to. This group of bandits had obviously seen it as well, but they still chose to stop it. They probably had ill intentions. Ha ha, Lin's escort agency, I'm so scared. The leader of the bandits laughed out loud. In their group, there were 3 rank 6 immortal emperors. The rest of them were rank 5 immortal emperors and rank 4 immortal emperors. If they were to fight, they might be able to win. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Otherwise, I'll kill you all. Lin Chi was furious. Since they knew that they were from the Lin family's escort agency, how dare they stop them? They were courting death. Let's not waste any more time. Brothers, get ready. We're going to rob them. The man in the lead shouted and took out his weapon. You are courting death. Lin Chi glared and took the initiative to attack. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. Immediately, the flying swords of both sides began to clash. As the only rank 7 immortal emperor, Lin Chi naturally took the lead and chose to kill his way into the group of bandits. His sword was not to be controlled, but to be held in his hand. Lin Chi was a sword celestial. Damn it, he's a sword celestial. Let's go. When the man in the lead saw this, his expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. It's too late to leave now. Lin Chi shouted angrily and slashed with his sword. In an instant, the leader of the bandits was split into two in the group of bandits. The other two men were so scared that their faces turned pale. They thought that they were evenly matched, but they did not expect the gap between them to be so big. Don't kill us, we were asked by someone. A rank 6 immortal emperor bandit shouted hastily. Asked by someone? When Lin Chi heard this, he was slightly surprised. Even he, a rank 7 immortal emperor, could receive this flying dart. Who was targeting them? The bandit nodded and said, Yes, it was a man in black. He was at least a rank 8 immortal emperor. He asked us to rob you. Otherwise, he would destroy our group of bandits. A man in black, a rank 8 immortal emperor. Lin Chi squinted his eyes. He felt that the other party was lying. However, when he thought of the strength of the Lin clan's escort agency, the other party might be afraid of the Lin clan's escort agency. So he asked others to help. This seemed to make sense. Humph, if that's the case, then die. Lin Chi snorted coldly. The long sword in his hand fell and killed the bandit. The strength of a sword celestial was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Soon, this group of bandits was destroyed by Lin Chi's guards. However, this group of bandits did not give them any clues. Someone actually wants to rob my dart. He's courting death. Lin Chi snorted coldly again. He looked around and did not find anyone suspicious. However, this did not guarantee that the rank 8 immortal emperor was not nearby. Although the Lin clan's escort agency was big, there were still many cases of robberies. Some succeeded and some failed. However, Yi Xian felt that this time it was not that simple. Before he could remind Ling Kai, an aura enveloped everyone. What a bunch of trash. It seems that I have to take action. Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Then, a man in black entered everyone's sight. Lin Chi and the others looked over and sensed. A rank 8 immortal emperor? No, a rank 9 immortal emperor. You're the one who threatened them to rob the Lin clan's escort agency? Lin Chi asked with narrowed eyes. That's me. The man in black replied coldly. How dare you? Lin Chi shouted. A rank 9 immortal emperor was 2 realms higher than a rank 7 immortal emperor. Even if he was a sword celestial, it would be difficult for him to fight. This is a serious matter. Let's not talk nonsense. Let's end this quickly. The man in black thought for a while and attacked directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong wind blew. Lin Chi and the others did not expect the man in black to attack without any warning. It seemed that he did not care about the Lin clan's escort agency at all. However, an expert of this realm was not afraid of a group battle. Among the people present, only Lin Chi could fight against him. Ling Kai, take the escorts and leave. I'll hold him back. Lin Chi threw an interspatial ring to Ling Kai, who was behind him. This interspatial ring was the item that the employer requested to be escorted to the destination. However, There was a formation on the interspatial ring. Without special means, it could not be opened. Okay. Ling Kai also knew that they could not help. After catching the interspatial ring, he quickly turned around and left. Humph, you want to leave? The man in black snorted. He left Lin Chi behind and charged toward Ling Kai. You want to chase after me? Have you asked for my sword's permission? Lin Chi swallowed an elixir. This was a type of elixir that could greatly increase one's strength. However, it was very damaging to one's immortal heart. It was possible that he would not be able to break through in the future. Chapter 1808. Ling Kai took the Qiankuan ring and immediately left with the rest. The Lin Escort Agency's method of protection was similar to the Ling Escort Agency's. If they were robbed, they would first hand the item to someone else. Then, they would use a camouflage to escape in different directions. This way, they could confuse the pursuers. On the other hand, Yi Xian, a 5th grade immortal venerable, was a little strange in this team. After all, the weakest among them was a 5th grade immortal emperor, which was a full realm higher than him. However, when Ling Kai escaped, he only brought Yi Xian with him. Yi Xian was actually very confused. This should be the second round of the chain random mission. However, the system only asked him to follow Lin Chi and did not specify anything else. It seemed that the time had not come yet. What exactly is this item? Yi Xian was very curious. What was it that made a 9th grade immortal emperor so cautious? However, just a minute after Ling Kai left with Yi Xian, ding! The host has triggered the 3rd round of the chain random mission. Kill the man in black and take back the item. The chain random mission actually skipped the 2nd round and arrived at the 3rd round. What was going on? Just now, he had already issued a death pursuit order to the man in black. Not only that, but Lin Chi also had one. However, now he saw that the targets of these 2 death pursuit order were getting further and further away. Thinking of the difference in realm between Lin Chi and the man in black, Yi Xian had a guess. Lin Chi might have been injured by the man in black and was escaping. However, if that was the case, why did the man in black not chase after him? Suddenly, Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly sent a message. Ling Kai, look at this Qiankuan ring. What is in it? There is an array on it. Ling Kai said instinctively. Give it to me. Yi Xian immediately snatched the Qiankuan ring and threw it into the planting space. He asked the 9th grade immortal emperor in the planting space to help. The 9th grade immortal emperor could only listen to Yi Xian's instructions in the planting space. He quickly broke the Qiankuan ring. Although there were many good items in the Cosmos ring, it was not enough for a 9th grade celestial emperor to take action. This Cosmos ring is just a smokescreen. The real dart should still be on Lin Chi. Yi Xian's expression changed. Just now, the immortal level devouring system had notified him to kill the black-robed man and then take back the goods. This meant that the goods were already in the hands of the man in black. In other words, what Lin Chi threw to Ling Kai was a fake delivery, and the real delivery was still with Lin Chi. However, the black-clothed man saw through this and took the real goods from Lin Chi. Lin Chi was seriously injured and then fled. Therefore, the 2 targets of the death warrant were moving in opposite directions. Ling Kai, you go back first. After Yi Xian finished speaking to Ling Kai, he directly broke through the void and returned to the place where he met the black-clothed man. This black-clothed person's speed was very fast. Relying on his realm, there was no way he could catch up no matter what. I can only chase after him slowly. I hope that he will stop and crack the array on the Cosmos ring. Yi Xian thought to himself. Coincidentally, Wei Zhentian could change to the Immortal Ascension steps today, so his speed was quite fast. With the death warrant, Yi Xian would not lose track of the black-clothed man. However, it would not be so easy to take back the goods from the hands of a 9th-grade immortal emperor. I am now a 5th-grade immortal venerable. Old Tree, Azura Ghost, Wei Xintian, and Heaven Breaker are all 9th-grade immortal venerables. Wait for me to make a breakthrough. Heaven Breaker should have an 80% chance of killing the black-clothed man. Yi Xian thought to himself. Heaven Breaker's strength was above Luo Luo, who had already broken through to the 1st-grade immortal emperor realm. When he put on the mystic divine battle armor, he would definitely be able to retrieve the goods. However, the black-clothed man had to be able to stop. Yi Xian chased after the black-clothed man for a few days. During this time, his cultivation had also broken through from the 5th-grade immortal venerable to the 6th-grade immortal venerable. Old Tree, Azura Ghost, Wei Xintian, and Heaven Breaker had also reached the 1st-grade immortal emperor realm. Now, Yi Xian was confident. Coincidentally, the black-clothed man stopped after running for 2 days. It seemed like he was trying to crack the array on the Qian Kuan ring. He stopped. I hope that he will stop running. Otherwise, how am I going to catch up with him? Yi Xian thought to himself and continued to chase after the black-clothed man. At this time, Wei Xintian had already broken through to the 1st-grade immortal emperor realm. The speed of the immortal ascension steps cloud shoes was astonishingly fast. Yi Xian estimated that it would take another 3 days for him to catch up. During these 3 days, Yi Xian had been paying attention to the black-clothed man's movements. Just as Yi Xian had hoped, the black-clothed man did not move. After 3 days, Yi Xian finally caught up with the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man is hiding underground. He should still be trying to crack the array on the Qian Kuan ring. Yi Xian thought to himself. Then he said to Old Tree, "Old Tree, beat him out of there." "All right." Old Tree nodded and swooped down. After a while, the ground started to shake violently. Then Yi Xian heard a few system notifications. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord and Yan Ming Ghostly Lord are dead. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord and Yan Ming Ghostly Lord are revived. Both Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord were killed by the 9th-grade immortal emperor below. This was within Yi Xian's expectations. When Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord joined forces, they could only fight against an 8th-grade immortal emperor without the mystic divine armor. The one below was a 9th-grade immortal emperor. It was only natural that he would be killed. However, Yi Xian's aim was to lure the black-clothed man out. Indeed, not long after Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord died, the black-clothed man broke through the ground. He was holding the Qian Kuan ring in his hand, 6th-grade immortal master. The black-clothed man was shocked. A mere 6th-grade immortal master dared to find trouble with him. However, what shocked the black-clothed man was that Yi Xian was able to find him. Was it a coincidence or something else? "I remember you. You were in that team. What do you want?" The black-clothed man said coldly. To be honest, he was interested in Yi Xian. A 6th-grade immortal master was like an ant in his eyes. However, he was able to remain calm when facing him. It seemed like he was not an ordinary person. "What do I want?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then he said slowly, "Of course, I want to kill you." When the word "you" was heard, the sky-splitting divine ape, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, was finally summoned by Yi Xian. A 1st-grade demon emperor sky-splitting divine ape, wearing the mystic divine armor. Its combat power was off the charts. What? The black-clothed man had just reacted when he saw 108 rod shadows coming towards him. These 108 rod shadows were very fast. the black-clothed man had just reacted when he was hit. Bam, bam, bam. All 108 rod shadows hit the black-clothed man's body. His shoulder was instantly smashed into pieces. Even his immortal heart was shattered. Chapter 1809. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system beeped, Yi Xian had already rushed over and kept the Qian Kuan ring and the Qian Kuan ring. Ding. Host has completed the chain random task. System rewards 1,000 severing slash to advance once and unicorn to advance once. The chain random task was finally completed. Moreover, the rewards of this chain random mission were simply too good to be true. 1,000 severing slash had advanced once before and required 2 devour points to advance again. Now the triggering rate was higher and it could vibrate 3,000 times in an instant. This was very important for Yi Xian to challenge those of a higher level. Moreover, unicorn to advance again required 4 devour points. Now, Yi Xian could directly summon level 2 unicorn, which was very good. Let me see what is in this Qian Kuan ring. Yi Xian immediately asked the celestial level devour system to analyze the array on the Qian Kuan ring. Ding. Deciphering the array will take 2 days. You want to decipher it now? Yes. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He could still wait for 2 days. At the same time, during these 2 days, Yi Xian's cultivation had risen to the 7th grade of the immortal sovereign realm, while Old Shu, Azura, Wei Zhentian, and the heaven-breaking divine ape had all become 2nd grade immortal emperors. Now, they should be invincible among those who were not a half-step immortal. 2 days later. Ding. Deciphering the array is successful. The system beeped. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly checked the Qian Kuan ring and found that there was nothing in it. No, there was something. It was a black scale the size of a fingernail, and it seemed to be broken. It should be half a scale. Yi Xian immediately used the celestial level devour system to analyze it. Ding. This item is a dragon scale. It turned out that it was just a dragon scale. However, if it was just a dragon scale, how could it attract the attention of a level 9 immortal emperor? Could it be that there was something fishy? Yi Xian played with it for a while, but did not find anything special. However, this black dragon scale could not be devoured. How strange! In his astonishment, Yi Xian investigated the universe ring of the black-clothed man to see who he was. An elder of the Cold Star sect. After a quick search, Yi Xian confirmed the other party's identity. This 9th grade immortal emperor was an elder of the Cold Star sect. However, other than that, there was nothing else useful. He still didn't know what this dragon scale was for. By the way, someone entrusted Lin's escort agency to escort this dragon scale. We can start from the employer or the destination of the escort. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This dragon scale indeed belonged to the Lin family's escort agency. However, it had been snatched away by the man in black, and Yi Xian had snatched it back. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't want to return it to the Lin escort agency. After all, he felt that this dragon scale was very unusual. Let's go back to Lin's escort agency and take a look. Yi Xian thought to himself as he prepared to break through the void and return to Lin's escort agency. However, right at this moment, ding, the target of the death hunt order is dead. Suddenly, a system notification rang out, causing Yi Xian to freeze on the spot. The target of the death hunt order was dead. Previously, Yi Xian had marked the little demon king of chaos, the black-clothed man, and Lin Qi. The little demon king of chaos was fine in the planting space. The black-clothed man was already dead. So this time, the one who died was Lin Qi. Isn't that the Lin family's escort agency? Yi Xian was shocked. He was about to break through the void when he suddenly stopped. Lin Qi had died, near the Lin family's escort agency. What was going on? Yi Xian glanced at it and found that he could use the time reversal skill. Therefore, he broke through the void and arrived near the Lin family's escort agency. Be *starred. Find him. You must find him. A loud shout entered Yi Xian's ears. Following that, waves of powerful auras appeared. There were dozens of people, all of whom were high-level immortal emperors. Moreover, there were 3 auras that were more powerful than the 9th-grade immortal emperor elder of the Cold Star sect. Half-step enlightened masters. Gulp! Yi Xian swallowed his saliva, looking at the destroyed Lin family's escort agency. He suddenly realized what had happened. The Lin family's escort agency was destroyed. No wonder Lin Qi was dead. So this was the reason. Kid, what are you doing? Suddenly, a voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Oh no! Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although the person who came was an 8th-grade immortal emperor, there were still many experts patrolling the area. Once the battle started, he would have to face the 3 half-step immortal emperors. Humph! You destroyed the Lin family's escort agency. I will avenge Ling Kai. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He should be able to kill 3 half-step immortal emperors. Although he could reverse time, he might not be able to take revenge only once. The only thing he could do now was to kill. Patian, kill them! Yi Xian roared. In the next moment, the divine ape of heaven splitting appeared. It directly smashed the 8th-grade immortal emperor into pieces. Heaven shocking 108 strikes. The divine ape of heaven, splitting, was a 2nd-grade demon emperor. After wearing the mystic divine armor, its combat strength was extraordinary. A 9th-grade immortal emperor only needed 1 strike. What? Not far away, the 3 half-step immortal emperors were shocked. They did not know where the divine ape of heaven splitting came from. However, the divine ape of heaven splitting's attack was enough to threaten them. I didn't expect the Lin family's escort agency to have such an immortal beast. We can capture it and bring it back to the sect leader. The leader of the half-step immortal emperors sent a message to the other 2. Then they charged forward. Fight! The divine ape of heaven, splitting, the old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Luo were enough to fight against the 3 half-step immortal emperors. If they were to compare, Yi Xian's side had the upper hand. Me too. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. 3rd change. In an instant, Yi Xian's cultivation realm broke through from the 7th-grade immortal emperor to the 9th-grade immortal emperor. Due to his high cultivation realm, the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change only increased by 2 realms. However, this was already good enough. Being a 9th-grade immortal emperor and having the slaughter status increased by 6 times, his strength was not bad. Immortal slaying sword formation, rise. Yi Xian and the others began a frenzied slaughter. Although the 3 half-step immortal emperors were strong, they were not as strong as the divine ape of heaven splitting. In less than 5 seconds, the 3 of them were defeated and killed one by one. Yi Xian immediately rushed over and collected their interspatial rings. They are all from the Frigid Star sect. Yi Xian squinted, his eyes slightly. The 3 half-step immortal emperors and the 9th-grade immortal emperors were all elders of the Frigid Star sect. So was the man in black from before. It seemed that the Frigid Star sect knew what the dragon scale was. However, before that, it was better to turn back time. Previously, he had spent 2 days deciphering the formation. Coincidentally, the Lin family's escort agency was destroyed. Chapter 1810. Time reversal. Yi Xian immediately used his divine technique and returned to the moment when the black-clothed man died. Although I haven't deciphered the interspatial ring, I already know what's inside. It won't be a problem later, Yi Xian said in his heart. Then, he broke through the void and returned to Lin's escort agency. The people of Lin's escort agency recognized Yi Xian, so they immediately let Yi Xian in. Ling Kai and Lin Qi had already returned. They were discussing how to deal with the situation. After all, they had lost their mission. However, they didn't understand that the mission this time was very important. In 2 days' time, they would be annihilated. Ling Kai, tell Lin's escort agency that the Frigid Star sect will send 3 half-step enlightened masters to destroy Lin's escort agency at noon 2 days later. Yi Xian directly transmitted to Ling Kai through voice transmission. What? Ling Kai was shocked. 3 half-step enlightened masters from Frigid Star sect were going to destroy Lin's escort agency? I think the interspatial ring you lost belongs to Frigid Star sect. Now that you've lost it, they'll come looking for you. Yi Xian transmitted through voice transmission. What should we do now? Ling Kai was silent. Don't worry. I'll help you get through 2 days later. Yi Xian said. In 2 days' time, his cultivation base would increase to 7th grade Immortal Venerable. At that time, the sky-breaking ape god and the others would be able to reenact the scene before time reversal. Previously, he was 1 step slower. He only broke through the void and returned after hearing the notification of Lin Qi's death. Now, he was guarding Lin's escort agency, waiting for the arrival of Frigid Star sect. He was now a 7th grade Immortal Venerable. As long as the people of Frigid Star sect came, he would kill them all. In these 2 days, Lin's escort agency didn't do anything. Although Ling Kai had passed on Yi Xian's message, the other party didn't take it seriously. How could a mere escort agency destroy Lin's escort agency? However, the employer didn't come. Sure enough, 2 days later. Not good. A large group of people came from the northwest. All of them are high-level immortal emperors. There are also 3 half-step enlightened masters. An expert from the Lin's escort agency rushed in. The entire Lin's escort agency was in an uproar. Could it be that what Ling Kai said before was true? Why was the item in the dart so precious? Lin's escort agency's branch leader, come out. A half-step Taoist master, who was killed by the sky-breaking godly ape, shouted in the sky above the Lin family's escort agency. Then, the elites of the Lin escort agency leaped out, one by one. One of them was the leader of the Lin escort agency, Lin Miao. You are? Lin Miao asked in surprise. However, the other party did not answer his question. Instead, he took out a portrait and said, "This person, was he the one who asked you to carry the goods?" Lin Miao glanced at the portrait but didn't recognize it. However, his grandson, Lin Qi, recognized it because the person in the portrait was his employer. "Your Excellency, are you here with ill intentions?" Lin Miao asked directly, "Cut the crap and hand over the dart. Otherwise, the entire Lin's escort agency will be in chaos." The half-step perfected person in the lead said. This sentence was indeed a threat to Lin Miao, but the Lin's escort agency was a company of integrity. Firstly, they could not reveal the employer's identity. Secondly, they could protect the dart with all their might. Back then, when the employer asked Lin Qi to carry the goods, he only said that there was something important inside. However, he did not choose the highest level escorts. Under normal circumstances, the more precious the item was, the more powerful the person would choose to escort it. However, this employer only hired Lin Qi and a few rank 6 celestial emperors. Naturally, no one would take it seriously. Unexpectedly, this was a smokescreen. Even the half-step perfected person wanted the item inside. This was troublesome. Lin Miao was sure that this was a disaster for the Lin's escort agency. If they did not handle this properly, they might really be wiped out. Helplessly, he could only compromise. He said, "That dart was delivered a few days ago. However, it was robbed by a rank 9 Celestial Emperor in black. My grandson was injured because of it." A man in black, the half-step perfected person in the lead, was shocked. They had indeed sent some elders out. Could it be that some of the elders had found out and retrieved the item? Of course, he did not fully believe it. Just in case, he had to take some action. "Kill them," the half-step perfected person in the lead shouted. "What?" When Lin Miao heard this, he immediately drew his weapon. It seemed that today's battle was unavoidable. That day, Yi Xian did not warn the Lin's escort agency. Hence, the Lin's escort agency was wiped out after turning back time. Although Yi Xian did warn them, the Lin's escort agency did not take it seriously. However, Yi Xian was nearby today. With him around, the Lin's escort agency should not have a problem surviving this disaster. "Little monkey, it's your turn." In the distance, Yi Xian summoned the sky-splitting divine ape and charged over. Previously, they had wiped out the Cold Star Sect's team by themselves. Today, with the help of Lin Miao and the others, it was naturally easier. The sky-splitting divine ape charged into the crowd and smashed anyone from the Cold Star Sect on sight. "What?" The 3 half-step perfected person were shocked. Before they could react, 2 rank 9 Celestial Emperors had died. How was this possible? In their plan, they would kill Lin Miao and the others and search their souls. However, they did not expect that a little monkey would suddenly appear and threaten them. Lin Miao was filled with fighting spirit when he saw that help had arrived. Although he was afraid of the Cold Star Sect's background, the other party wanted to wipe out the Lin's escort agency. No matter what, he had to fight. The sky-splitting divine ape's strength was terrifying. It suppressed the 3 half-step perfected person while fighting 1 against 3. With Lin Miao's help, it finished off the 3 half-step perfected person faster than before. As for the others, they were quickly dealt with by Old Tree and the others. This battle was much faster than before. After this battle, Lin Miao and the others from the Lin's escort agency were shocked. The team that threatened them this time was much stronger than the Lin's escort agency. There were 3 half-step perfected person. Originally, the Lin's escort agency was supposed to be wiped out. However, now that the other party was dead, they heaved a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly cleaned up the battlefield. This time, he had helped the Lin's escort agency. Naturally, the spoils of war belonged to him. This Lin Miao, Uncle Li Lin Qi, and the others were all stunned when they saw Yi Xian come out. Yi Xian had helped them resolve the disaster just now. Gulp. One had to know that Yi Xian had asked Ling Kai to remind them. However, they did not take it seriously and thought that it was just a normal escort. After all, the employer was only a rank 7 Celestial Emperor. The goods could not be that good. At most, they would just have to compensate. However, they did not expect that the escort would be so important that the Cold Star Sect directly sent 3 half-step perfected person. Chapter 1811. All right, the matter is settled, but I'm afraid the Frigid Star Sect won't let this go. It's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. Yi Xian turned to look at Lin Miao and the others. The reason he helped the Lin clan's escort agency was because of Ling Kai. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to turn back time. With that, Yi Xian left Lin Miao, Lin Qi, and the others with a handsome back view. This time, he was going to the Frigid Star Sect to investigate the Black Dragon Scale and find out what kind of treasure it was. He speculated that the black dragon scale might have been the Frigid Star sect's treasure, but it was stolen by a thief, and the Frigid Star sect sent a large number of experts to search for it. The black-clothed man was an elder of the Frigid Star sect. After obtaining the treasure, he might have wanted to keep it for himself. Thinking about it, it was indeed possible. However, Yi Xian would have to wait for the Frigid Star sect to figure out how to use the black dragon scale. At their current speed, it would take them a few days. During this time, Yi Xian's cultivation level increased again, reaching the 8th grade of the Celestial Venerable Realm. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Sky-Breaking Ape God were all 3rd grade Celestial Emperors. The sect master of the Frigid Star sect seemed to be a 2nd grade, half-step perfected being, nicknamed the Frigid Star Sage. However, apart from him, a 2nd stage half-step enlightened being, there were only 2 first-stage half-step enlightened beings left. With the Sky-Breaking Ape God strength, it wouldn't be a problem to destroy the Frigid Star sect. Of course, Yi Xian wanted to find out the use of the Black Dragon Scale before he destroyed the Frigid Star sect. Perhaps he would spare their lives then. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the Frigid Star sect. This sect had only risen recently and was not considered weak. Since you have the strength, there's no need to be afraid. Let's just go. Yi Xian summoned Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Luo Luo. Kill. In an instant, Old Tree and the others charged in. Who are you? The guarding disciples of the Frigid Star sect shouted angrily. However, these disciples were only 5th or 6th grade Celestial Emperors. They were unable to stop Old Tree and the others. Super Devour. Yi Xian followed behind the Old Tree and used Super Devour on these people, forcibly sucking them into his planning space. Ever since the establishment of the Frigid Star sect, no one had ever dared to brazenly trespass. After Yi Xian and the others rushed in, a few 9th grade Immortal Emperor elders came out to kill them. Which scoundrel dares to PFFF? Before an elder could finish his words, Old Tree sent him flying with a punch. At the same time, his arm was ripped off, and his interspatial ring was taken away by Yi Xian. The Old Tree was now a 3rd stage Demon Emperor. In addition, he had been strengthened by the soul-generating liquid from the Necromancer Kettle, so his physique was extremely tough. He could easily fight opponents 6 levels above him. A mere 9th grade Celestial Emperor was nothing in his eyes. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They could feel that Old Tree's cultivation was not high, but he was able to send a 9th grade Celestial Emperor Elder flying with a punch. How was this possible? Immediately, someone sent an order to the 2 half-step perfected persons elders and the sect master of the Frigid Star sect. However, at this moment, where is the sect master of the Frigid Star sect? Yi Xian shouted angrily. After a while, 3 figures rushed out. All of them were half-step perfected persons. One of them was a middle-aged man who was a 2nd grade half-step perfected person. Who are you? The sect master of the Frigid Star sect could not help but ask when he saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't answer this question. Instead, he directly took out the half of the Black Dragon Scale and said, "This half of the Dragon Scale is in my hands. As far as I know, this originally belonged to your Cold Star sect." The higher-ups of the Frigid Star sect were shocked when they saw the half-dragon scale. "You're the thief?" The sect master of the Frigid Star sect trembled. "I don't know who stole it, but I got it from your Cold Star sect's elder. No matter what, this thing is mine now. I came here to ask you guys, what exactly is this dragon scale?" Yi Xian directly asked. This half-dragon scale was originally a treasure of the Frigid Star sect. Not only did Yi Xian get his hands on it, but he even came here to ask how to use it. This was a little too arrogant. A mere celestial venerable dares to speak to the sect master like this? A half-step perfected person shouted angrily. If you know what's good for you, hand over the dragon scale yourself. Perhaps the sect master will spare your life. Another half-step perfected person said. As for the sect master of the Frigid Star sect, he did not speak. He just watched coldly. An 8th grade celestial venerable and several 3rd grade celestial emperors dared to attack the Frigid Star sect. If one were to say that Yi Xian didn't have a background, that would be absolutely impossible. Before the sect master of the Frigid Star sect could speak, Yi Xian said coldly, "Since you won't speak, I'll have to do it myself." "Go." Yi Xian did not waste time with the other party. He immediately ordered the old tree and the others to attack. Shameless boasting. A half-step perfected person elder shouted angrily. He charged toward Yi Xian, preparing to take back the dragon scale. However, in the next moment, he was in trouble. Nether soul shattering strike, grasp of the underworld, claw of the demon god, old tree, Azura ghost lord, and Luo launched a joint attack. At the same time, Luo put on the mystic divine armor. After putting on the mystic divine armor, her combat strength skyrocketed. Bang! Amidst a few screams, the half-step perfected person's chest was penetrated, and he died immediately. When his corpse fell from the sky, the surrounding people were so shocked that they could not speak. Even the sect master of the Frigid Star sect doubted his own eyes. A half-step perfected person was killed by a few juniors who were not even 5th grade celestial emperors. How was this possible? In fact, the old tree and Azura ghost lord's attacks were not too bad. The truly powerful one was Luo. Luo was a heavenly loathsome fox, and she was 1 grade higher than the old tree and Azura ghost lord. She was also wearing the mystic divine armor. Her strength was actually enough to fight against the sky-splitting divine ape. Of course, this was referring to the sky-splitting divine ape without the mystic divine armor. Bastard, you're courting death. The sect master of the Frigid Star sect was furious. He immediately joined forces with another half-step perfected person and charged toward Yi Xian and the others. However, the real trump card was yet to come. Sky-splitting divine ape. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Sky-splitting appeared beside Luo. Then, the mystic divine armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into turned around and donned on Sky-splitting. Although Sky-splitting was a 4th grade celestial emperor, his strength was much stronger than Luo, who was a 5th grade celestial emperor. Heaven startling 108 rod strikes. 108 stick shadows fell from the sky and smashed into that 1st grade half-step enlightened being with lightning speed. Bang! This half-step perfected person of the Frigid Star sect's body directly exploded, and he died instantly. Chapter 1812. Sect Master of the Frigid Star sect, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you'll be the next one to die. Yi Xian's voice rang out slowly. The sect master of the Frigid Star sect raised an eyebrow. He felt that he was in deep trouble this time. What do you want? The sect master of the Frigid Star sect asked through gritted teeth. I told you that I'm here to ask questions, Yi Xian said, and took out the dragon scale again. If it weren't for his low cultivation level, he would have killed the sect master of the Frigid Star sect and searched his soul. Although he had plenty of time in the planning space, he couldn't search the sect master's soul there, so it was better to ask questions. The sect master of the Frigid Star sect thought for a moment and asked, If I tell you, will you leave? No, I'll at least rob you before leaving, but I'll leave you alive. Yi Xian shook his head. You The sect master of the Frigid Star sect was about to explode from anger, but he felt that he couldn't win against Yi Xian and the others, so he decided to compromise. I found this half of the dragon scale by chance when I was traveling outside. After studying it, I realized that it would make my attacks stronger. Unexpectedly, it was stolen by a thief, the sect master of the Frigid Star sect replied. Studying the dragon scale will make your attacks stronger? Yi Xian was confused. How could this dragon scale have such an effect? What about the other half of the dragon scale? Yi Xian asked again. The other half is with my cousin. When we found it, it was already in 2 pieces, the sect master of the Frigid Star sect said. Your cousin? Where? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. I'm from the Fenghua family, so is my cousin. However, the Fenghua family is much stronger than the Frigid Star sect, the sect master of the Frigid Star sect suddenly said. Yi Xian knew that the sect master wanted to use the Fenghua family to pressure him, but it wouldn't work. Fine, in that case, I won't destroy the Frigid Star sect, but Yi Xian said, then his mind moved. The sky-breaking ape god suddenly attacked. What? The sect master of the Frigid Star sect had not expected Yi Xian to go back on his word, but he did not know that Yi Xian was playing with words. Yi Xian wouldn't destroy the Frigid Star sect, but Yi Xian would absorb the entire Frigid Star sect into the planting space. The sky-breaking ape god went all out, and the sect master of the Frigid Star sect was instantly subdued. Then, the sect master was severely wounded, and Yi Xian put him into the planting space under threats and promises. Then, the other members of the Frigid Star sect were naturally taken into the planting space as well. Once they entered the planting space, their lives would no longer be in their hands. Now, even Yi Xian had a way to deal with the sect master of the Frigid Star sect. The Windfire family has a rank 4 half-step enlightened being. The sect master's cousin, Feng Huiyue, is the young master of the Windfire family, a rank 3 half-step enlightened being. Yi Xian thought to himself, a rank 4 half-step enlightened being wasn't something he could deal with now. However, a little more time would be enough for him. I didn't expect this half of the dragon scale to have such an effect. After studying it for a while, I found that when I attacked, there was a strange black energy that increased my attack power. Yi Xian was very surprised. He didn't notice it before, but now that he thought about it, the attacks of those half-step enlightened beings did have such an ability. At that time, he thought it was because of the Frigid Star sect's moves. Yi Xian let the old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and the others study the dragon scale together. He didn't expect to obtain such a treasure that could increase their overall combat power by a lot. The Frigid Star sect was quite a distance away from the Windfire family, but with the old tree's speed, 7 days was enough. A few days later, ding! Host has broken through. Currently, you are a rank 9 immortal venerable. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Currently, you are a rank 4 immortal emperor. Yi Xian and the others broke through again. Now, they didn't lack cultivation resources at all, and could break through every once in a while. Although he had bewitched points, his current cultivation speed was much faster than before. Soon, he arrived at the Windfire family. The Windfire family wasn't weak, and was 100 times stronger than the Frigid Star sect. If he rushed in recklessly, it would be impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to find the cousin of the sect master of the Frigid Star sect and control him. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to control the sect master of the Frigid Star sect. However, the gap between Yi Xian and him was too big, and the soul I couldn't control him. Therefore, he could only use other methods. Fortunately, there were still some young people in the Windfire family who hadn't reached the Immortal Emperor realm. Ding. Control successful. Yi Xian casually controlled one of them, and then disguised himself as him to infiltrate the Windfire family. The person I controlled is called Feng Huiyuan. His seniority is too low, so he probably won't be able to meet Feng Huiyuan. Yi Xian thought inwardly. He had been wandering around the Windfire family for an entire day, but he still couldn't find a way to approach Feng Huiyuan. Since that was the case, he could only make a scene. Old tree, you guys focus on the third stage, half-step Taoist master, and find Feng Huiyuan. Yi Xian said to the others. Understood. Old tree nodded. Half a dragon scale already had such an effect. If it was a whole one, the effect would be even greater. After Old Tree and the others appeared, they locked onto the aura and rushed toward the nearest third stage Taoist master. As for Yi Xian, he chose to continue hiding. Who is it? A strange aura suddenly appeared in the sky above the Windfire family, and it immediately attracted the attention of the Windfire family's experts. At first, it was just a few high-level immortal emperors, but these people weren't a match for Old Tree and the others. Therefore, the next ones to move were half-step Taoist masters. The fourth stage immortal emperor Old Tree's strength was comparable to a first stage half-step Taoist master, and Luo could fight against a second stage half-step Taoist master. In addition, they still had the heaven-splitting divine ape, which was their trump card, so they had the strength to instantly kill a third-stage, half-step Taoist master. After all, they didn't even have the mystic divine armor. The Windfire family had a total of 3 third-stage, half-step Taoist masters, so Yi Xian had a 1/3 chance of finding them. However, his luck wasn't very good. The first one he encountered wasn't Feng Huiyuan, but someone else. Although Yi Xian wanted to change his target, the third stage half-step Taoist master was already pestering him. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to summon the heaven-splitting divine ape to fight. However, while they were fighting, the old ancestor of the Windfire family came out. Helpless, Yi Xian and the others could only be forcefully recalled by Yi Xian. Those people, where did they come from? The people of the Windfire family were full of questions. How could they appear out of nowhere and then disappear? At this time, in a corner of the Windfire family. Let's wait a few more days. Wait until I break through to the immortal emperor realm, then we'll fight again. Chapter 1813. Several days later, Yi Xian successfully broke through to rank 1 immortal emperor. As for the Old Tree and the others, they were rank 5 immortal emperors. Luo was rank 6 demon emperor. Moreover, the heaven-breaking ape god had fully recovered and could fight again. That day, Yi Xian had found the wrong person. Today, there were only 2 targets left. Thus, there was a 50% chance of finding the right person. As long as he found Feng Huiyuan and forcibly took the ring, his mission would be complete. There's a rank 3 true master in both the north and the west. Let's find the one in the north. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and summoned the Old Tree and the others again. The appearance of this aura immediately attracted the attention of the Feng Huiyuan family's upper echelons. Previously, they had been disturbed by the Old Tree and the others. Although they didn't die, they were robbed of a lot of their belongings and, most importantly, their face. This time, they must capture the Old Tree. However, this time, Yi Xian was right. This time, his target was the cousin of the sect master of the Icy Star sect, Feng Huiyuan. Found you, heaven-breaking, go. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and summoned the heaven-breaking ape god. The moment it appeared, it ruthlessly smashed at Feng Huiyuan. Heaven-shocking 108 stick strikes. This move instantly injured Feng Huiyuan. This was after the heaven-breaking ape god had shown mercy. Otherwise, Feng Huiyuan would have been instantly killed. Next, The old tree quickly flew over and took the ring. Then, Yi Xian cooperated with the planting space to take it back. Indeed, there was the other half of the dragon scale in the ring. Ding! The world-destroying dragon scale can be completed. Do you want to proceed? Hearing this, Yi Xian was slightly startled and immediately agreed. Ding! The world-destroying dragon scale is completed. Ding! The world-destroying dragon scale can fuse with the Azura Ghost Lord. Do you want to proceed? This time, Yi Xian was shocked. The world-destroying dragon scale could fuse with the Azura Ghost Lord. In other words, the Azura Ghost Lord could advance again. Yi Xian almost laughed out loud. Of course, he had to agree. Although comprehending the world-destroying dragon scale could increase one's attack, if the Azura Ghost Lord could advance again, its strength would definitely not be weak. Whatever. Fuse. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide. Ding. Fusion. Azura Ghost Lord has evolved into World Annihilation Ghost Dragon, Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline. This time, he had really made a profit. Not only did he evolve the Immortal Emperor Bloodline, the Unicorn Immortal Evolve, and Immortal Bloodline. One had to know that Yi Xian had just been able to summon a second-level Qilin. Now that he'd advanced once, he could summon a third-level Qilin. God. Scales was covered dragon scales, Emma's. Was God. Was devil. Was. Although the Azura Ghost Lord's realm did not increase, Yi Xian knew that his strength had undergone a tremendous change. This was only the transformation of his form. His skills had also advanced. The grip of the underworld had evolved into the world-destroying dragon claw. The Eye of Azura had evolved into the Eye of Destruction, the Azura Divine Light, Azura Transformation, and Azura Godslayer had evolved into the Black Dragon Flame Blast, Ghost Dragon Transformation, and World-Destroying Dragon Roar. World-Destroying Ghost Dragon, it's time for you to show off. Go. Yi Xian turned to the other side and said to the world-destroying Ghost Dragon. In the next moment, the world-destroying Ghost Dragon used the Ghost Dragon Transformation and turned into a huge black dragon. Previously, the Azura Ghost Lord needed Death Chi to use the Eye of Azura. Now he did not need it. Once the world-destroying Ghost Dragon transformed, the mighty black scales emitted a terrifying aura that suppressed everyone below the half-step enlightened master level. What is that? A third-grade half-step enlightened master of the wind and fire family saw the world-destroying Ghost Dragon. His body trembled violently. Before he could react, a black dragon's aura approached him. Black Dragon Flame Blast. In an instant, the third-grade half-step enlightened master was engulfed. However, he did not die. Although the world-destroying Ghost Dragon was much stronger, it was not at the level of the sky-splitting Divine Ape. However, this was not bad at all. Tisk TSK. Ribgu's strength has left me in the dust again. Old Tree sneered and quickly took the interspatial ring. At the same time, the fourth-grade half-step enlightened master of the wind and fire family had also made his move. Where did this evil creature come from? How dare you behave so atrociously in my wind and fire family? The old ancestor of the wind and fire family roared in anger. At this moment, Yi Xian had also summoned the sky-splitting Divine Ape and went up to meet the old ancestor. So what if he was a fourth-grade half-step enlightened master? He would still beat him up. Now, with the mystic god armor, the old tree, the world-destroying ghost dragon, and the sky-splitting Divine Ape were enough to fight the entire wind and fire family. The battle lasted for a long time. Because he did not want to start a massacre, Yi Xian held back a little. Otherwise, the entire wind and fire family would have been annihilated. Under the cooperation of the old tree, the world-destroying ghost dragon, and the sky-splitting Divine Ape, the entire wind and fire family was utterly defeated and quickly defeated after the old tree, and the rest had ransacked the wind and fire family. Yixian quickly put them away. The people of the wind and fire family felt that the old tree and the rest did not want to kill them. Adding on the fact that they were not strong enough, they ordered the old tree and the rest to ransack. What's going on? Where did this group of people come from? How did they come and go without a trace? How did they do it? The old ancestor of the wind and fire family was shocked. However, he already knew that the other party was not targeting the wind and fire family, but the half-black dragon scale in the wind and fire family. Although they had lost the half-black dragon scale, they were lucky to be able to protect the family. At this moment, Yixian, who was still hiding in the wind and fire family, could not help but smile. This time, the Azura Ghost Lord had evolved into the world-destroying ghost dragon. After transforming into a ghost dragon, his strength was actually on par with the sky-splitting divine ape. That was really awesome. However, the evolved world-destroying ghost dragon seemed to be unable to wear the mystic divine armor. Hence, its strength was still slightly weaker than the sky-splitting divine ape. However, Yixian felt that the world-destroying ghost dragon had hopes of surpassing the sky-splitting divine ape. This was because the necromancer kettle could continuously refine soul-generating liquid to increase the world-destroying ghost dragon's strength. Not only that, the evolved world-destroying ghost dragon was not in its complete form. It could still continuously merge with the world-destroying dragon scale. A complete dragon scale could increase the strength of the world-destroying ghost dragon by 1%. If it could obtain a piece of dragon bone, it could increase its strength by 10%. This world-destroying dragon scale, I wonder what kind of creature it is. It actually has such an effect. If there were 10,000 dragon scales, wouldn't the world-destroying ghost dragon's strength increase by 100 times? Yixian raised his eyebrows, his expression rippling. 100 times strength. How strong was that? Chapter 1814. If the world-destroying ghostly dragon obtained 100 million world-destroying dragon scales, its strength would increase by 10,000 times. 10,000 times. What kind of concept was that? Yixian did not even dare to think about it. However, such a powerful object would definitely be accompanied by some troubles. Right at that moment, a suffocating aura suddenly descended. The moment this aura appeared, everyone in the Fenghua clan, including Yixian and the fourth stage half-step enlightened master, were unable to move. That's strange. I clearly felt it. Why did it disappear when I got here? A strange voice entered everyone's ears. This aura was so strong that even the fourth stage enlightened master Fenghua clan was suppressed. Its strength was definitely not that simple. Coincidentally, Yixian's eyes swept across a white figure in the air. It was a middle-aged man, wearing white clothes. He's so strong. Could it be that he's an enlightened master? Yixian's Xianji immortal heart could not help but beat violently. At that moment, he was unable to move. If someone were to harm him, he would be in trouble. No, that's impossible. The Black Destruction Dragon has been exterminated for many years. What I felt should be the dragon scales scattered everywhere. The middle-aged man shook his head again. This sentence still entered everyone's ears. When Yixian heard it, he could not help but think of the world-destroying ghostly dragon. That dragon scale was the Black Destruction Dragon's scale. From this middle-aged man's words, it seemed that the Black Destruction Dragon had been exterminated by someone. Its corpse had been divided up, and its scales were scattered everywhere. With this, Yixian was certain that this middle-aged man was attracted by the world-destroying ghostly dragon. After all, the world-destroying ghostly dragon was the product of the fusion of the Black Destruction Dragon's dragon scales. At that moment, Yi Xian felt the restraints on his body suddenly disappear. When he focused his eyes, he saw that the middle-aged man in white had already left. Huff, huff. Yi Xian let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that there was nothing for him to do. We can't stay here for long. Let's retreat first. At that moment, Yi Xian directly broke through the void and left the Fenghua clan. This black destruction dragon did not sound like a good person. If that middle-aged man in white returned, it would be troublesome. Yi Xian used the eyes of the void several times. After leaving the Fenghua clan, he let out a sigh of relief. Although he did not know the identity of the black destruction dragon, he was sure that he was not someone he could fight with his current state. However, all in all, it was a close call this time. After all, not only did he obtain the other half of the dragon scale, but he also helped the Azura ghost Lord evolve into the world devastation ghostly dragon. His strength had increased tremendously. Rib. The world annihilation ghostly dragon sensed that there was another dragon scale nearby. Ribgu now has the potential to surpass Heavenbreaker. Yi Xian was overjoyed. This was naturally good news for him. Ribgu said that the dragon scale he sensed is north of the Fenghua clan. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately continued on his journey. Ribgu sensed that it was north of the Fenghua clan. The exact location was difficult to determine. Therefore, Yi Xian had to summon Ribgu and let him reconfirm. Yi Xian had to be very careful because he was afraid that he would attract the attention of the middle-aged man in white. After traveling for 2 days, Yi Xian arrived at a city. Then, he summoned the Black Destruction Dragon. Is it still further north? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly left the city, heading north. However, not long after he left, the middle-aged man in white appeared again. Strange, there's an aura similar to the Black Destruction Dragon again. Could it be the Black Destruction Dragon's bastard? The middle-aged man in white thought to himself. This time, he decided to investigate thoroughly. He first suppressed everyone in the city, then forcibly checked everyone's Qian Kuan rings. However, there was no result because Yi Xian had already left through the void. Yi Xian was very careful now. He only dared to summon the Black Destruction Dragon in crowded places. If he summoned it out in the wild, it would be troublesome if the middle-aged man in white sensed it. At this time, Yi Xian continued on his journey. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd grade Immortal Emperor. Ding! Black Destruction Dragon. Wei Zhentian, Flaming Underworld Ghostly Lord, Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. Currently a 6th grade Immortal Emperor. During the journey, Yi Xian's cultivation level had broken through again. His strength had increased by quite a bit. However, when he summoned the Black Destruction Dragon again in the city, he found that the dragon scale was nearby. It's not in the city, but in a clan outside the city. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and immediately left through the void. He was very cautious now. When he entered the city, he set up a void tracker. He had to be careful. Then, he quickly rushed to the clan. This clan was even more powerful than the Windfire clan. There was a 5th grade half-step immortal in the clan. There's no time to lose. I have to act now. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and summoned the Black Destruction Dragon, Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Sky-Breaking Ape God. One word, kill. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the He clan? A loud roar resounded in the clan. At the same time, the Black Destruction Dragon accurately sensed the location of the other dragon scale. He immediately rushed over with Old Tree and Sky-Breaking Ape God. Coincidentally, The person holding the dragon scale was none other than the fifth stage half-step Taoist master of the He clan. Netherworld soul-shattering strike. Heaven-shocking 108 strikes. Black destruction dragons. Black dragon flame wave. Old Tree used several trump cards and attacked the fifth grade half-step immortal with powerful attacks. Due to the importance of this matter, Yi Xian had the intention to kill. After all, he had killed many people to steal their treasures before. One more time was nothing. Old Tree used several trump cards and ambushed him. The fifth grade half-step immortal was directly crippled. In the next moment, Old Tree rushed over and took the interspatial ring. Just now, the fifth grade half-step immortal was comprehending the dragon scale. After the incident in the clan, he put it away. Now, the dragon scale no longer belonged to him. Ding! The black destruction dragon has fused with a dragon scale. The first black destruction dragon scale allowed Azura Ghost Lord to evolve into the black destruction dragon. The second black destruction dragon scale increased the black destruction dragon's strength by 1%. Chapter 1815. Got it. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately tore open the void and put the Old Tree and the others into the plant space before passing through. At the same time, he left Wei Zhentian and the family to see what would happen next. Sure enough, the middle-aged man in white appeared again. Too late again. What is this thing that has such a similar aura to the black Devastator dragon? The middle-aged man in white raised his eyebrows and investigated again, even searching their souls. This time, he finally found something. He saw the figure of the World Devastator ghostly dragon, the Old Tree, and Heaven Breaker in the He family's memories. This thing is quite different from the Black Devastator dragon, but its aura is indeed similar to the Black Devastator dragon. Where did it come from? The middle-aged man in white thought to himself. He decided to search the souls of all the He family members. However, he found no clues. At this time, somewhere outside the He family, Yi Xian was so scared that he couldn't speak. My whereabouts can't be leaked, but this middle-aged man in white was able to arrive so quickly. What kind of cultivation level has he reached? Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. He had calculated that the middle-aged man in white only took 1 minute to arrive. One had to know that it took him several days to get here. He estimated that the middle-aged man in white's strength had surpassed that of a perfected person and was at the level of a perfected cultivator. Not to mention a perfected cultivator, even a perfected person, or even a half-step perfected person, was not someone Yi Xian could deal with. He couldn't be discovered by the middle-aged man in white. Fortunately, I left quickly. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. Yi Xian sighed in relief. He was safe for now, but he had to be more careful in the future. The middle-aged man in white was very fast. As soon as the aura of the World Devastator ghostly dragon appeared, he quickly rushed over. If he was nearby, Yi Xian would be caught red-handed. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the time reversal skill, which gave him a lot of confidence. Ribbone said that the aura of a dragon scale has appeared in the northeast of the He family. As Yi Xian thought in his heart, he quickly left his original spot. Due to the time reversal skill, Yi Xian didn't need to rest to move. At most, he could just go back in time. This time, Yi Xian spent a lot of time. During this time, his cultivation level increased again, and he became a third-grade immortal emperor. A city. The city lord of this city was a 6th-rank half-step Taoist master, so Yi Xian reckoned that the dragon scale should be in his hands. Kill. Immediately, Old Shu and the others charged into the city lord's mansion. Then, they directly targeted the aura of that rank 6 half-step Taoist master and launched their attacks. Now, They had to seize every second to get the dragon scale before the middle-aged man in white arrived. The scene from that day replayed itself again. The dragon scale was indeed in the hands of the city lord. He was seriously injured by Old Tree and the others. Then his interspatial ring was snatched away. Let's go. Yi Xian quickly broke through the void and left with Old Tree and the others. Sure enough, the middle-aged man in white came again, not long after. He searched their souls like before. It broke through again. How can it be so easy for these people to improve their cultivation level? The middle-aged man in white was shocked. It had only been a few days, but the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon had improved from a 6th grade Immortal Emperor to a 7th grade Immortal Emperor. Moreover, the middle-aged man in white knew that the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was collecting the World Annihilation Dragon Scale. Could it be that the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's cultivation level had something to do with the World Annihilation Dragon Scale? If this goes on, there will be another World Annihilation Black Dragon in the future. No, I can't let them go on like this. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man in white threw out a ray of golden light to inform his companions. At this time, Yi Xian was already on his way, gloating. After the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon had completed its advancement, it had integrated 2 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, which increased its strength by 2%. Although it was only 2%, it could continue to improve in the future. After all, it was not a cultivation level. If it could obtain 10,000 World Annihilation Dragon Scales, it might be able to fight opponents 1 level higher. If it grew up in the future, its combat power would be extremely strong. This time, Yi Xian was still heading north. However, the aura of the dragon scales that the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon sensed was much stronger than before. This time, it might be several World Annihilation Dragon Scales. It took Yi Xian a lot of time to travel. This time, it took 7 days. During this time, Yi Xian had another breakthrough in his cultivation level, reaching the 4th grade Immortal Emperor, Old Tree, and the others were 8th grade Immortal Emperors. As for Luo, she had reached the 9th grade Immortal Emperor. She was only 1 step away from becoming a half-step perfected person. During these 7 days, Yi Xian also chose to stay in a few cities. Then, he summoned the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon to sense the location of the dragon scales. After 7 days, he arrived in front of a force called the Bone Eroding Sect. It was not weak. It had 2 7th grade, half-step perfected persons. Yi Xian and the others' cultivation level was not enough to be looked at in the Bone Eroding Sect. However, they had always challenged those of a higher cultivation level, if they went all out. So what if they became enemies with the entire Bone Eroding Sect? Previously, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon had sensed the aura of a large number of World Annihilation Dragon Scales in the Bone Eroding Sect. There were at least 5 of them. 5 World Annihilation Dragon Scales could increase the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon's strength by 5%. It was very good. Kill. Immediately, Yi Xian ordered Old Tree and the others to kill their way in. Meanwhile, he disguised himself as a disciple and entered the Bone Eroding Sect. As they entered, the entire Bone Eroding Sect was set off a storm of blood. Treasures like the World Annihilation Dragon Scales were usually obtained by those who were capable. Moreover, they should be in the hands of the upper echelons of the Bone Eroding Sect. Therefore, Yi Xian ordered Old Tree, the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon, and the sky-breaking godly ape wearing the mystic divine armor to find the sect leader of the Bone Eroding Sect. The sect leader of the Bone Eroding Sect was a 7th grade, half-step perfected person. Moreover, he had been studying the World Annihilation Dragon Scales for a long time. He was not weak. However, his current strength was not enough to face the combined forces of Old Tree and the others. Heaven-shocking 108 strikes. Nether Soul Shattering Strike. Black Dragon Flame Wave. Old Tree used several trump cards and aimed them at the sect leader of the Bone Eroding Sect. Coward, how dare you behave atrociously in my Bone Eroding Sect? You're courting death. Chapter 1816. Rumble. The leader of the Bone Eroding Sect used his cultivation to defeat the combined attack of the three from the Old Tree. However, after the three sneak attacks, an aura suddenly appeared behind the leader of the Bone Eroding Sect. Claw of the Demon God. Luo, who had transformed into the sky-loathing fox, clawed at the back of the leader of the Bone Eroding Sect. Poof! The leader of the Bone Eroding Sect was pierced through, and his heart was crushed. He died instantly. Then his body and interspatial ring were taken away by Yi Xian. There were 6 destruction dragon scales in the interspatial ring. What a haul! Haha, awesome! Yi Xian grinned, then quickly broke through the void and left the Bone Eroding Sect. This time, he obtained 6 destruction dragon scales, which increased the strength of the destruction ghost dragon by 6%. It was really good. After a while, the middle-aged man in white appeared again like before. He broke through again. It seems that I can't leave him alone. This guy broke through with the destruction dragon scales. The middle-aged man in white thought to himself. Fortunately, he had already notified the others. They should be here soon to strangle this bastard in the cradle. At this time, in a corner, Yi Xian, who was checking the interspatial ring of the leader of the Bone Eroding Sect, suddenly found something interesting inside. The leader of the Bone Eroding Sect used to have more than 6 dragon scales, but as many as 10, Yi Xian's heart trembled. The leader of the Bone Eroding Sect originally had 10 destruction dragon scales, but there were only 6 in his interspatial ring. The remaining 4 were not in the hands of the other members of the Bone Eroding Sect. Instead, the leader of the Bone Eroding Sect had given them to someone else. This person called himself the Black Dragon Envoy. Black Dragon Envoy? Yi Xian could not help but frown. This Black Dragon Envoy specialized in collecting destruction dragon scales and claimed to serve the Black Dragon Sect. The Black Dragon Sect and Black Dragon Envoy might be related to the Black Destruction Dragon that the middle-aged man in white spoke of. Normal people only need 1 destruction dragon scale. Even if they have 6, the effect won't be 6 times that of 1. It's just a small increase. If that's the case, why collect so many destruction dragon scales? Yi Xian was very puzzled. The Bone Eroding Sect had offered the 4 pieces to the Black Dragon Envoy. That was tens of thousands of years ago. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the sect leader of the Bone Eroding Sect had collected 6 more pieces and was preparing to present them to the Black Dragon Envoy. As for the place where they would meet, the Bone Eroding Sect had marked it on the map. It was in a canyon near the Bone Eroding Sect. Coincidentally, in a while, it would be time for the Bone Eroding Sect leader to exchange the dragon scale of destruction for a large amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was because of this that the Bone Eroding Sect could rise so quickly. Black Dragon Envoy, see if I don't rob you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This time, his luck was really good. Coincidentally, the Black Dragon Envoy was coming to collect the World Annihilation Dragon Scale. At that time, he could rob the Black Dragon Envoy for the Black Dragon cult to purchase such a large amount of World Annihilation Dragon Scales. There must be a great use for it. Maybe the Black Dragon Envoy also has a lot of World Annihilation Dragon Scales. With that thought in mind, Yi Xian continued his journey. By the time he arrived at the place where the Bone Eroding Sect leader and the Black Dragon Envoy had agreed to meet, he had already reached the 5th grade Celestial Emperor realm. In fact, he was not very confident because the Black Dragon Envoy might be an enlightened master. This time, he came here to use the Death Hunt token to mark the Black Dragon envoy. This way, he would know the Black Dragon envoy's whereabouts. He would plan his next move after he had grown stronger. The next day was the appointed time. Yi Xian waited quietly. Soon, the next day arrived. While waiting quietly, Yi Xian suddenly felt a powerful aura descend. The person was dressed in black and had a mask, so he could not see his face clearly. However, Yi Xian was certain that the person was the Black Dragon envoy. After all, this place was extremely barren, and almost no one would come here. Yi Xian immediately used the Death Hunt token to mark the person in black. "Boy, what are you doing here?" The person in black rushed over and asked in surprise. "Hello, senior. This junior is tired from the journey and is resting here." Yi Xian answered honestly. He was only a 5th grade immortal emperor, not even a half-step enlightened master. The person in black naturally did not take him seriously. "I can't be bothered to kill you. Get lost." The person in black shouted sternly. For someone like him, unless someone offended him, he would not bother to kill. "Yes, yes, yes. This junior will leave now." Yi Xian quickly nodded and left. However, he did not really leave. Instead, he watched from afar. This person should be an enlightened master. He's much stronger than the sect leader of the bone-eroding sect. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The sect leader of the bone-eroding sect was only a 7th grade, half-step enlightened master. This person in black was at least an enlightened master, so it would be more difficult to deal with him. However, Yi Xian decided to give it a try. Old Tree, World Devastator Ghost Dragon, Sky-Breaking Ape God, go and meet him. Yi Xian said to the 3 of them. Anyway, the 4 Old Tree were all Dharma treasures. Even if they died, they could be revived. Moreover, he had the time reversal skill. If something happened, he could go back to the past. Old Tree and the other 2 immediately charged at the person in black. What? The person in black trembled violently when he sensed the aura of the World Devastator Ghost Dragon. He turned around and saw the 3 Old Tree charging at him. The aura of one of them made the blood in his body go berserk. His blood boiling meant that he was being suppressed. Otherwise, why would his blood boil? Boiling meant that he was trying to break through the suppression. No matter what it was, he would fight first and talk later. A few scumbags who aren't even half-step enlightened masters dare to cause trouble for me. The person in black immediately took out his weapon when he sensed the killing intent of the 3. With a few swings, countless sword chi swept out. The speed of the attack was shockingly fast. Old Tree and the World Devastator Ghost Dragon were instantly killed. Only Sky-Breaking escaped. So strong. Although the Sky-Breaking Ape God managed to escape, he still couldn't escape death. Not only that, even Wei Zhentian was beaten to a pulp. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, World Devastator Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, Sky-Breaking Ape God are dead. System notifications rang out one after another. The sneak attack failed. However, Yi Xian was only testing this time. Firstly, he wanted to test the strength of the person in black. Secondly, he wanted to see his reaction. Thirdly, he wanted to lure the middle-aged man in white over. After the person in black killed Old Tree and the others, he saw the corpses of the Old Tree disintegrate into nothingness. He wanted to search their souls, but he didn't expect this to happen. Chapter 1817. TSK, TSK, TSK. That middle-aged man in white has probably already sensed this energy, right? Yi Xian cracked a smile as he stealthily moved away. The sect master of the bone-eroding sect had not come, but the man in black probably would not leave. Once the middle-aged man in white arrived, who knew what would happen? Sure enough, While the man in black was pondering, the middle-aged man in white really did descend just as Yi Xian had predicted. What? The man in black was stunned. Even though he was at the enlightened master level, he had still been suppressed to the point of being unable to move. Just how strong was this man? Where did that aura come from? The middle-aged man in white slowly asked as he looked at the Black Dragon envoy. Wow, what energy? The Black Dragon envoy asked in shock. The energy similar to the Black Destruction Dragon. I sensed its appearance here. So I hurried over. The middle-aged man said, This junior does not know. The Black Dragon envoy shook his head. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Without another word, the middle-aged man began to soul-search the Black Dragon envoy. With his level, the soul search took less than a second. After that, he found out the identity of the Black Dragon envoy, the Black Dragon sect, and Elder Shu, the world devastator ghostly dragon, and the sky-breaking ape god that had appeared earlier. Black Dragon envoy, Black Dragon cult? The middle-aged man in white was stunned. This faction didn't sound right. It was probably related to the Black Destruction Dragon. In the distance, Yi Xian saw that he was unable to learn anything, so he felt that he had failed this test. At this moment, the middle-aged man in white suddenly turned his head, his gaze falling on Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian's eye of insight could see very far, his cultivation was still higher. Since this middle-aged man could suppress the enlightened, master-level Black Dragon envoy, it was only natural that he could see him. By the time Yi Xian reacted, the middle-aged man in white was already in front of him. Once again, he was unable to move. Young man, just now, did you see? Before the middle-aged man could finish speaking, he suddenly paused. He felt that Yi Xian's energy was very familiar. Perhaps he had seen it somewhere before. Not good. Yi Xian paled and hurriedly used his trump card. Time reversal. This white-robed, middle-aged man clearly wanted to search his soul. If there was one, the other party would know. Therefore, Yi Xian had no other choice. The next moment, he returned to the time before the Black Dragon envoy arrived. Kid, what are you doing here? Greetings, senior. This junior is tired from the journey and is resting here. Yi Xian repeated his words and then quickly left. Of course, before that, he had already marked the Black Dragon envoy with the death pursuit order. However, he did not summon the world annihilation ghost dragon this time, so the white-robed middle-aged man should not know about it. Yi Xian hid far away, looking at the target location of the death warrant. A day later, the Black Dragon envoy saw that the bone-eroding sect leader was still there, so he left immediately, and the direction they were heading for was actually the eroding bone sect. Oh no, this Black Dragon envoy is probably going to pay a visit himself. I hope he doesn't see that middle-aged man in white. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. If he saw it, he would be in trouble. It was not easy for him to find a big target, so he could not be killed just like that. Yi Xian had no choice but to follow the Black Dragon envoy back to the bone-eroding sect. Yi Xian spent a lot of time on his way here, so it was natural for him to return now. During this time, he broke through to the 6th grade Immortal Emperor realm. At the same time, the old tree, the world annihilation ghost dragon, Wei Zhentian, and the sky-breaking ape god finally broke through to the half-step immortal realm. I wonder if I can fight the Black Dragon envoy now. Yi Xian thought to himself as he followed behind the Black Dragon envoy. In order to verify, he decided to return to the bone-eroding sect first and wait for the Black Dragon envoy's arrival. Anyway, he could use time reversal twice a day. If there were any accidents, he could go back to a few days ago. At most, he would travel for a few more days. It was better to be cautious. This way, time reversal would have a good cooldown. Whoosh! The void door closed, and Yi Xian returned to the vicinity of the bone-eroding sect. Fortunately, the bone-eroding sect was in a mess, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. That middle-aged man in white is very fast. If we really want to fight, we have to end it quickly. If we wait for him to arrive, we will be in trouble. Outside the bone-eroding sect, Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the target of the death warrant in the distance. Soon, he saw the Black Dragon Envoy again. The Black Dragon Envoy also sensed Yi Xian's aura and was surprised. It took him 3 days to rush over. How did Yi Xian, who was not even a half-step immortal master, do it? Without waiting for the Black Dragon Envoy to speak, Yi Xian directly attacked. The old tree, the world annihilation ghost dragon, Wei Zhentian, the sky-breaking ape god, and Luo Luo, who was already a half-step immortal master, all moved out. Netherworld soul-shattering strike. Heaven-shocking 108 strikes. Black dragon flame blast. Demon god's claw. The 4 of them used their ultimate moves in an attempt to kill the Black Dragon Envoy. What a powerful attack! The Black Dragon Envoy was shocked. Although he had fought with Yi Xian and won, Yi Xian had used time reversal. However, Yi Xian had previously used the time reversal skill, so only Yi Xian knew about the battle between him and Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian and the others were now more than 10 times stronger than before. He didn't know if they could defeat the Black Dragon Envoy. An ant-like existence dares to cause trouble for me. The Black Dragon Envoy snorted coldly. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and let out a dragon's roar. These attacks were all blocked by the Black Dragon Envoy's sound wave attack. None of them survived. This time, Yi Xian understood that they were still not a match for the Black Dragon Envoy. Sure enough, the Black Dragon Envoy had some skills. With no other choice, Yi Xian used time reversal again and returned to the past. Now, he only hoped that the Black Dragon Envoy would not encounter the middle-aged man in white. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. The Black Dragon Envoy arrived at the bone-eroding sect. After asking around, he found that the sect master of the bone-eroding sect had been killed. Then, a powerful figure descended and suppressed the entire sect. He also searched the souls of everyone in the bone-eroding sect. Even he couldn't do such a thing. Therefore, the Black Dragon Envoy broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly left the bone-eroding sect. In the distance, Yi Xian sensed for a moment. When he found that the Black Dragon Envoy had left the bone-eroding sect, he was slightly relieved. At this time, he felt that the Black Dragon Envoy was a fat sheep, and he was a wild wolf that had not yet grown up. As long as he grew to a certain point, he could kill the Black Dragon Envoy. Then, Yi Xian followed the Black Dragon Envoy's back, constantly chasing after him. The Black Dragon Envoy was very fast. However, he would occasionally stay in one place for a day or two. He probably had an agreement with some nearby forces to collect dragon scales of destruction here regularly. He wondered how many of them would be on this trip. Chapter 1818. Soon, a few days had passed. Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 7th grade immortal emperor. Ding! Inferno, ghostly lord. World-destroying ghostly dragon, Wei Zhentian and sky-breaking ape god have broken through. You are now 2nd grade, half-step perfected person. Back then, they were unable to hurt the Black Dragon Envoy. Now that they had broken through again, they should be able to do it, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. Coincidentally, the Black Dragon Envoy had stopped somewhere, as if waiting for a faction to deliver him the scale of annihilation. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian, who was using the immortal ascension steps, quickly chased after him. By the time he arrived, he just so happened to see 3 people trading with the Black Dragon Envoy. 9th grade, half-step perfected person? Easy. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With his current strength, he could definitely deal with a half-step perfected person. However, he was not sure about the black dragon envoy. Old Tree, let's go. Immediately, Yi Xian summoned Old Shu and the others through the air, then charged over together. This time, Yi Xian had a feeling that they would succeed. Of course, if they did not succeed, he would continue to follow until he succeeded. The black dragon envoy, who was trading with others, trembled violently when he sensed the aura of the world-destroying ghostly dragon. He had come into contact with the world-destroying ghostly dragon before he reversed time twice. However, this was the first time he encountered the world-destroying ghostly dragon. What's that? The black dragon envoy was shocked, and so were the others. Humph, you are so unlucky to have encountered us. A 9th grade half-step perfected person snorted and turned to attack Old Tree and the others. Old Tree was now a 2nd grade half-step perfected person, and Luo was a 3rd grade half-step perfected person. The two of them together were enough to kill the other party, not to mention the sky-breaking ape god and the world-destroying ghostly dragon. In an instant, the 9th grade half-step perfected person was killed by the others. He did not even have to use his ultimate move. What? The other party was shocked. A few low-level half-step perfected person had actually killed a peak half-step perfected person? How was that possible? You have some tricks up your sleeve. You're courting death. The black dragon emissary would definitely do it himself. After all, the 3 of them had cooperated with him to help him find the dragon scales of annihilation. If they died, how could he collect them? Almost all of the people he had found were vicious and evil. The sect master of the bone-eroding sect was the same. After all, it was the easiest way to obtain the apocalyptic dragon scale, by killing others for treasures. They're finally making a move. Let's fight. From afar, Yi Xian gave the order through the eyes of several of the monsters. This time, they were determined to capture the black dragon envoy. Undying fighting soul. Annihilation dragon claw. Flaming underworld soul-locking chain. 9-tailed coil. The Old Tree, the world annihilation ghostly dragon, and Luo all unleashed their control skills. Their goal was to allow the sky-splitting divine ape, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, to deal a fatal blow to the black dragon envoy. In the face of so many attacks, the black dragon envoy did the same as before. He opened his mouth, and a sound wave attack spread out, instantly nullifying all the attacks. However, the sky-splitting divine ape had already turned into a streak of light and charged toward him. Heaven's startling 108 strikes. 108 strikes poured down and hit the black dragon envoy's shoulder. In an instant, the black dragon envoy was like a deflated balloon, falling from the sky. If they really had to rank their strength, Wei Zhentian was the weakest, followed by the Old Tree, Luo, and the World Annihilation Ghostly Dragon was the second strongest. The strongest was naturally the sky-splitting divine ape. Moreover, the sky-splitting divine ape was wearing the mystic divine armor. Its combat strength was outstanding, although this attack was not enough to kill the black dragon envoy. It was enough to severely injure him. Beat him when he's down. Kill him. Yi Xian gave the order from afar. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group used their trump cards. Black Dragon Flame Wave, Netherworld Soul-Shattering Strike, Demon God's Claw, Heaven Startling 108 Strikes. With such a powerful attack, the Black Dragon Envoy would not be far from death even if he did not die. The 2 9th stage, half-step perfected masters in the distance were stunned. What kind of F** King World was this? A few low-stage, half-step perfected masters were beating up a perfected master. After they shivered, they immediately had the intention to retreat. Run. At this time, the transaction was already completed. Therefore, it was fine even if they ran away. Yi Xian's target was the Black Dragon Envoy. Rumble. So many attacks landed on the Black Dragon Envoy. However, the Black Dragon Envoy was very tough and managed to withstand them all. Through the shared vision of the group, Yi Xian saw strange black scales appear on the Black Dragon Envoy's body. Those were the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. What the F***CK? This guy merged with the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked. Before he could react, the Black Dragon Envoy transformed into a huge black dragon. As it turned out, the Black Dragon Envoy was a Zuyoist and a member of the Black Dragon clan. Of course, the World Annihilation Dragon Scales on his body did not belong to him. They belonged to the World Annihilation Black Dragon. Now, Yi Xian somewhat understood what kind of power the Black Dragon sect was. The people of the Black Dragon sect collected dragon scales outside and merged them into their bodies in an attempt to obtain the World Annihilation Black Dragon's abilities or become stronger. Roar, the Black Dragon Envoy, was severely injured. Moreover, he was beaten up by a few people who were much weaker than him. His anger was already burning. However, although his strength increased after transforming into his true form to Yi Xian and the others, he was walking right into a trap. World Annihilation Dragon Roar. At this time, the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon suddenly opened its mouth and let out another dragon roar. This move was specially used against beasts. After the Black Dragon Envoy heard it, the bloodline in his body was instantly suppressed, and his combat strength decreased by 30%. Moreover, this was not the main point. Wei Zhentian Myriad Beasts Diagram. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian instantly changed from the Mystic God armor to the Myriad Beasts Diagram. The Myriad Beasts Diagram suppressed 50% of the combat strength of the surrounding beasts. Although Zuyoists could transform into humans, they were still beasts in essence. Therefore, the Myriad Beasts Diagram was also effective against the Black Dragon Envoy who had transformed into his true form. In an instant, the Black Dragon Envoy's aura rapidly decreased to an extremely low level. In addition to his injuries, his combat strength was now less than 10%. It was the best opportunity to be beaten up. Heaven's startling 108 strikes. Although he did not have the Mystic God armor, the attack power of the heaven-breaking ape god was still not to be underestimated. Moreover, the Black Dragon Envoy's defense had decreased. Therefore, this strike directly blew up his head. Bang! The Black Dragon Envoy's head exploded. The Black Dragon blood was like a volcanic eruption, and black rain fell. However, the Black Dragon Envoy's dragon heart was still there. Although the Black Dragon Envoy was not dead, he would not live for long. Netherfire, doppelganger. The old tree quickly burrowed into the wound and then punched the Black Dragon Envoy's dragon heart. Chapter 1819. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. In the distance, Yi Xian heard the system's notification in his head. Then he quickly broke through the void and brought the old tree and the others back. Then he left. This battle was really thrilling. During the battle, Yi Xian's celestial heart of dazzling speed was beating nonstop. He felt that the middle-aged man in white would be here soon. Sure enough, it was as he had expected. Just as he left, the middle-aged man in white really came. After he sensed the aura, he saw the two escaping ninth-grade half-step immortals. However, these two ninth-grade half-step immortals did not know anything. They only knew that the Black Dragon Envoy was collecting the World Annihilation Dragon Scales. At this time, Yi Xian had already escaped far away. Wow, there are 15 World Annihilation Dragon Scales in there. What a haul! Yi Xian was overjoyed. 15 World Annihilation Dragon Scales could increase the strength of the World Annihilation Ghost Dragon by 15%. Including the previous scales, it would be more than 20 scales. Then, Yi Xian carefully searched the Black Dragon Envoy's interspatial ring. He found that other than those treasures, there was nothing else that could identify him. It seemed that he could only search his soul. However, Yi Xian's current cultivation level was too low. It would take a long time to search his soul. After all, he could not enter the planting space by himself. However, the old tree, the world annihilation ghost dragon Luo Luo, and the others could. However, the old tree and the others' cultivation levels were too low. It was still a question whether they were qualified. Oh, right, the soul-absorbing bell that Wei Jintian transformed into has the effect of searching one's soul. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of this. However, the soul-absorbing bell was rarer than the sky-splitter axe. Therefore, Yi Xian was hesitating whether to spend one devour point to fix the soul-absorbing bell. Forget it. Let it come. I guess I will use it often in the future. Then Yi Xian spent one devour point to fix the soul-absorbing bell. In the future, Wei Jintian could transform into the soul-absorbing bell anytime. Ding! Soul-absorbing bell fixed successfully. As a result, Yi Xian only had 2 devour points left. Wei Jintian, search his soul. Yi Xian ordered Wei shakes the world. The soul-sucking bell was a pretty good magic treasure. Even though Wei Jintian was the one doing the soul-searching, Yi Xian could see it through his contract with Wei Jintian. This was equivalent to him doing the soul-searching himself. Although the soul-searching time was not short, it was fortunate that it was in the planting space. 100 years in the planting space was only a day in the outside world. So that's how it is. These Black Dragon envoys belong to the Black Dragon cult, but they are only external members of the Black Dragon cult. The Black Dragon cult taught them how to fuse with the World Annihilation Dragon Scale, and they collected extra World Annihilation Dragon Scales for the Black Dragon cult. Yi Xian immediately understood. No wonder he felt that there was something wrong with the Black Dragon envoy's strength. Even so, Yi Xian did not want to fuse with the Dragon Scale of Annihilation. He was afraid that something would happen to him. However, Yi Xian was most concerned about this Black Dragon envoy and the other Black Dragon envoys. Moreover, there was a Black Dragon token in his interspatial ring. It was a token for someone to join the Black Dragon sect and become a peripheral envoy. If I can join the Black Dragon sect, I might be able to grasp the whereabouts of many people. It will be easier for me to do things then. However, I don't know what this person looks like. If I want to replace him, I might have to find him first. Yi Xian thought to himself. According to the Black Dragon envoy's memories, the person he was looking for was only a half-step perfected person. However, the Black Dragon sect did not know who he was looking for. They only had a portrait. Therefore, Yi Xian still had a chance. However, he had to find this half-step perfected person first. This person is the son of a friend of the Black Dragon envoy. He is the city lord of a city. He is a 9th grade half-step perfected person. Yi Xian quickly checked the map and found the location. He immediately rushed over. Along the way, he thought that his people's realms were too low. He was not even a half-step perfected person. If he went to the Black Dragon sect, he would definitely be discovered. Therefore, he wanted to control this 9th grade half-step perfected person. If he wanted to hurry, it would take at least a month. Fortunately, there were teleportation portals in the nearby cities. Yi Xian used these portals to teleport to his destination. The city lord of White Feather City. After landing, Yi Xian sensed the aura of a perfected person in the White Feather City Lord Mansion. It seemed to be the friend of the Black Dragon envoy. Just in case, Yi Xian decided to stay here for a few days. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now an 8th grade immortal emperor. Ding! The world devastator ghostly dragon, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghostly Lord, and Sky-Breaking Ape God have broken through. The host is now a third-grade half-step perfected person. After they broke through again, Yi Xian decided to take action. Let's go. Yi Xian came to the front of the City Lord Mansion and gave the order. This time, the World Devastator Ghostly Dragon was not needed. In an instant, the old tree, Luo, and Sky-Breaking Ape God moved out. With lightning speed, they captured the City Lord of White Feather City and his father. The two of them were forcefully brought into White Feather City by Yi Xian. After that, they were forced into the planting space by threats. The plant dimension was very slow, so Yi Xian had plenty of time to torture them. In the end, the two of them had no choice but to become Yi Xian's puppets. Now that the matter of the people is settled, the next step is to go to a branch of the Black Dragon sect. Yi Xian thought to himself, this branch of the Black Dragon sect could be reached directly through White Feather City's teleportation portal. However, before that, Yi Xian used the City Lord of White Feather City and his father as a trump card to ransack the City Lord Mansion. After that, he left. The Black Dragon sect was spread all over the world. In this branch, there were only a few Black Dragon envoys, but they were all at the perfected person level. Yi Xian asked the City Lord of White Feather City to take the order of the Black Dragon envoy and enter the Black Dragon sect's branch. Of course, before that, Wei Zhentian had turned into a hairpin. Just like that, the City Lord of White Feather City naturally became a Black Dragon envoy. At the same time, he came into contact with other Black Dragon envoys. Next, it was time for Yi Xian to use the death warrant to mark these people. The Black Dragon sect's branch was very hidden, but Yi Xian already knew about it. He was guarding there and marked 5 targets of the death warrant, including one of the branch lords. This branch lord must have a connection with the higher-ups. I'll deal with him later. Yi Xian thought to himself. Chapter 1820. These 4 Black Dragon ambassadors were all rank 1 true masters. Moreover, they were all Zioists who had fused with 1 to 3 dragon scales. Their strength was much stronger than ordinary people. As for the branch leader, he was a rank 2 true master. No one knew how many dragon scales he had fused with, but he was very strong. Yi Xian actually had the strength to destroy this branch now. However, he didn't want to expose himself, so he had to do it secretly. Soon, one of the Black Dragon ambassadors left the branch, preparing to return to his faction to cultivate. It would take time for people to collect the world-destroying dragon scales. They would only leave once in a while. After all, the number of world-destroying dragon scales would only decrease. Yi Xian followed this Black Dragon ambassador out, preparing to attack after he was far away. During this time, he had finally reached rank 9 Immortal Emperor. Old Tree, world-destroying Ghost Dragon, Wei Zhentian, and the Sky-Breaking Divine Ape had also reached rank 4 True Masters. This time, he didn't need to follow them anymore. He could just attack. Old Tree, Luo, go. Yi Xian said to the two. A mere rank 1 True Master didn't need the world-destroying Ghost Dragon or the Sky-Breaking Divine Ape. A rank 5 True Master like Luo was enough. Luo, who had transformed into her true form, and Old Tree, who had put on the Mystic God armor, caught up with the Black Dragon ambassador in an instant. Netherworld soul-shattering strike. Claw of the Demon God. Old Tree and Luo attacked with all their strength, quickly finishing off this Black Dragon ambassador. As expected, this Black Dragon ambassador only had 2 world-destroying dragon scales in his interspatial ring. He was preparing to fuse with them himself. He must have given the rest to the branch leader. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he didn't lose anything this time. After all, it was a free win. Since he had already broken through. The next step would be to destroy this black dragon sect branch. Whoosh! Yi Xian immediately broke through the void and returned. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian put on the sky-breaking divine ape. Even without the mystic divine armor, the sky-breaking divine ape's combat power was much stronger than Luoluo's. If he put on the mystic divine armor, even if Old Shu, Luo, and the World Annihilation ghostly dragon worked together, they would not be his match. Kill them all, leave no one alive. After Yi Xian gave the order, Old Tree and the others charged in. Their target was the 3 black dragon ambassadors and the branch leader. Bang! 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 A series of shocking explosions echoed in the city. The sneak attack of Old Tree, and the others instantly killed the 3 black dragon envoys. Damn it, have we been exposed? The expression of the rank 2 true master of the black dragon cult's branch changed. Before he could transform, 108 stick shadows fell on him. Boom! This time, the Black Dragon Society's branch leader's head and heart exploded, and he died instantly. After his death, the Old Tree quickly swept over and collected the corpse and the interspatial ring. Then, it tore open the void and left. This time, the World Devastator ghostly dragon did not attack. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried that the middle-aged man in white would come after him. After that, Yi Xian did not care about the others. He tore open the void and left. Now that he had enough cultivation resources to break through, he did not have to worry about anything else. He focused on collecting the World Devastator dragon scales. However, the harvest this time was the largest in Yi Xian's history. There were a total of 30 World Devastator dragon scales in the branch leader's interspatial ring. Moreover, there was even a pinky-sized World Devastator dragon bone. A World Devastator dragon bone could increase one's strength by at least 10%. This was equivalent to 10 World Devastator dragon scales. Haha, ribs, you're having a great time. Yi Xian did not say anything. He directly handed the World Devastator ghostly dragon scales and dragon bones to let it absorb them all. Including the previous ones, the World Devastator ghostly dragon's strength had increased by nearly 70%. If this continued, it would not be a problem to increase it by 100% or even 1,000%. From now on, Yi Xian would have to rely on the World Devastator ghostly dragon for a living. Speaking of which, after the branch leader died, his soul was also searched by the soul-sucking bell. The branches of the Black Dragon sect were all promoted 1 level at a time. They did not know the locations of the branches of the same level, but they knew the locations of the higher-level branches. The branch leader of the higher-level branch was a 5th-stage true master. He was not weak and had a large number of black dragon envoys under his command. Therefore, Yi Xian had to be fully prepared before he went there. After a while, the World Devastator ghostly dragon's strength will probably catch up to the sky-breaking ape god. When that time comes, it will be able to kill anyone in its way. Yi Xian thought to himself and continued on his way. Their next destination was a faction called the Green Feather Sect. Their leader was the branch leader of the Black Dragon Sect. Although they could use the teleportation formation, some parts of the journey still required them to fly. During this time, Yi Xian finally broke through to the half-step True Master realm. As for the Old Tree and the others, they were 5th-stage True Masters. The second immortal grade bloodline can be exchanged. At this moment, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he noticed this change. The second immortal grade bloodline required 4 devour points to exchange. However, Yi Xian only had 2 devour points at the moment. Therefore, he could not exchange for it. What a tragedy! I can only hope that I can trigger the Trial Tower's refresh mission. Yi Xian sighed, helplessly. As long as the trial tower refreshed, he would be able to reach the 9th floor again and obtain 9 devour points. At that time, the second immortal grade bloodline could be unlocked. However, Yi Xian only had 2 devour points at the moment. Therefore, he did not consider this problem for the time being. After a few days, he finally arrived at the Green Feather Sect. However, with his current strength, it would not be easy for him to destroy the Green Feather Sect. However, just as he was feeling surprised, at this moment, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows as he saw puppets walking out of the Green Feather Sect. Why are these puppets so similar to the ones that Spiritual Heart Enlightened Master gave me? Yi Xian trembled. Could it be that the Green Feather Sect was related to Spiritual Heart Enlightened Master? Although the previous 100 puppets were strong, they were only at the level of a first-grade half-step Enlightened Master. However, the current green puppets were at least at the level of a 5th-grade half-step Enlightened Master. If 100 of them were to be added together, they would be able to challenge several realms higher. This Green Feather Sect was not simple. Yi Xian recalled that Spiritual Heart Enlightened Master had said that as long as he could find it, Spiritual Heart Enlightened Master would accept him as his disciple. Of course, this was under the condition that Yi Xian learned the 100 machine drill. If Spiritual Heart Enlightened Master was related to the Green Feather Sect, then he could sneak in and take a look. However, if they were related, then it would be difficult for him to take action. No matter what, Yi Xian had to take a look. After all, Spiritual Heart Enlightened Master had contributed to his arrival in the Holy World. At this moment, Yi Xian approached the Green Feather Sect. "Sir, is there a problem?" Chapter 1821. "Excuse me, is Taoist Spirit Heart here?" Yi Xian asked directly. He didn't ask if there was a person called Taoist Spirit Heart in the Blue Feather Sect. The green-clothed disciple glanced at Yi Xian. The latter was only a half-step Taoist master, so in his eyes, he was like an ant. "Why are you looking for the Vice Sect Master?" The green-clothed disciple asked impatiently. After all, Yi Xian was only a half-step Taoist master, yet he wanted to look for the Vice Sect Master. Didn't he know that they were of the same level? Is it really here? Hearing this, Yi Xian was slightly surprised. Combined with the puppet, he should be able to confirm that this Taoist Spirit Heart was the one he was looking for. "It's like this." Taoist Spirit Heart left behind a ruin outside. Yi Xian began to explain, but before he could finish, the green-clothed disciple interrupted. "Stop, I understand." Then, with a wave of his hand, 100 puppets appeared. He said to Yi Xian, "If you want to see the Vice Sect Master, you have to use the 100 machine drill." "That's easy." Yi Xian grinned. With a thought, the 100 puppets moved in the next moment and formed various battle formations. "Okay, you pass." The green-clothed disciple nodded. "Wait here, I'll go in and report." Now, Yi Xian was 100% sure that Taoist Spirit Heart was in the Blue Feather Sect. However, he wasn't too interested in becoming Taoist Spirit Heart's disciple. Even if he used the 100 machine drill, he would only be able to face a half-step Taoist master of the 3rd or 4th stage. However, Yi Xian's strength was enough to face a half-step Taoist master of the 7th stage. He didn't need these things. After a while, the disciple returned with another person. It was a middle-aged man with great strength. He was at least a 2nd stage Taoist master. "Is it him?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes." The disciple nodded. "All right, show me the drill of 100 machines again." The middle-aged man turned his head and said to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not know who this middle-aged man was, he still did as he was told. After the middle-aged man confirmed, he nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it is indeed the 100 machine drill. Come with me." "Yes." Yi Xian responded and immediately followed. My name is Ling Mu Yun, the seventh disciple of Spiritual Heart Reverend. However, my master is in seclusion now, so I can only accept it on behalf of him. After Ling Mu Yun finished speaking, he asked, What's your name? Where did you see Spiritual Heart Venerable? My name is Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. However, when he reported the location, Ling Mu Yun shuddered and said, Our clan was in the vicinity previously. Family? Upon hearing this, it was Yi Xian's turn to be shocked. He suddenly remembered Ling Mu Yun's surname and immediately asked, Senior brother, are you from the Ling family's escort agency? What? Ling Mu Yun stopped in his tracks and asked in shock, I accidentally entered Spiritual Heart Reverend's relic and met Ling Kai there. However, when he returned, the Ling family's escort agency had already moved. Yi Xian said slowly. He did not expect Ling Mu Yun to be from the Ling family. At this moment, he recalled that Spiritual Heart Reverend said that Ling Kai was the descendant of his old friend. Then, it made sense that the Ling family had moved to the Green Feather sect. Ling Kai? That's my nephew. Where is he now? Ling Mu Yun asked in surprise. He's still at the same place, but there's a Lin family's escort agency. It was established by Lin Miao. Yi Xian replied, The Lin family's escort agency? I thought that group of people had already disbanded. I didn't expect them to still be there. Ling Mu Yun was quite shocked. Yi Xian was the same. He did not expect the Ling family to improve so quickly after moving away. One had to know that the strongest person in the Ling family's escort agency was only a first-grade, half-step perfected person. But now, they had reached the level of a perfected person. It seemed that they were riding on Spiritual Heart Reverend's coattails. However, why did the Ling family leave in such a hurry back then? And why did they only take away their own clansmen and not outsiders? What was the reason? Yi Xian did not want to think too much about it and decided to observe the situation first. Is Ling Kai still in the Lin family's escort agency? I'll send someone to pick him up later. Ling Mu Yun said. This time, it was really unexpected. He did not expect to meet someone from the Ling family in the Green Feather sect. However, this place was very far away from the Lin family's escort agency. After all, Yi Xian had arrived by teleportation several times. It was no wonder that the Lin family's escort agency could not find him. Then, Ling Mu Yun brought Yi Xian to a large hall and accepted Yi Xian as his disciple on behalf of his master, Spiritual Heart Reverend. Yi Xian did not care about this. He thought that after becoming Spiritual Heart Reverend's disciple, he might be able to investigate some things. Master has a total of 10 disciples. I'm the 7th, and you're the 10th. However, Master is now in seclusion and has not come out for 10,000 years. When he comes out, you can give him the formal apprenticeship ceremony. Ling Mu Yun said to Yi Xian, Yes, 7th senior brother. Yi Xian nodded. He estimated that he would not be able to see Spiritual Heart Reverend. After all, he had been in seclusion for 10,000 years. He was only going to stay for a few days. Then, Ling Mu Yun brought Yi Xian to meet the other members of the Ling family, such as Ling Kai's father and grandfather. When everyone heard the news about Ling Kai, they were very happy. They had moved quickly because they were afraid of being wiped out. That was why they disbanded the Ling family's escort agency. At that time, many of the Ling family's disciples were still outside, including Ling Kai. They did not know about this. Yi Xian looked at this group of people and could not help but feel puzzled. Why did the Ling family move back then? However, this question did not have much to do with him. What he cared about now was how to get in touch with the Black Dragon Society's branch leader. from the memories of the previous branch leader. He knew that every time he sent the dragon scale to the designated location in the green feather sect, someone would take it away. This branch leader was the sect master of the green feather sect. He was the one who collected the dragon scale of annihilation. However, the Ling family and Spiritual Heart Reverend were both in the green feather sect. Furthermore, Spiritual Heart Reverend was the vice sect master and had a close relationship with him. Therefore, Yi Xian was in a dilemma. Right, I can first kill the green feather sect master and then search his soul. Finally, I can use the time reversal skill. This way, the memories of others will disappear, but mine won't. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of this. Time reversal could be used like this. This is going to be fun. In that case, he could first kill the Ling family's people, and then search their souls. Finally, he could use the time reversal skill to return to the time before he joined the green feather sect. This way, he would know why the Ling family moved. However, at this time, Patriarch, this is bad. Chapter 1822. What's the matter? Why are you making such a big fuss? Ling Kai's grandfather, Ling Xiong, asked. He was the current clan leader of the Ling family and was once the deputy chief of the Ling family escort agency. I heard that the sect leader is going to attack us. The Ling family disciples said directly, ignoring the presence of Yi Xian, an outsider. What? As soon as these words came out, it immediately shocked everyone. The sect leader was going to attack the Ling family? Even Yi Xian was surprised. Could it be that the sect leader was not on good terms with Spiritual Heart Spiritual Master? If that was the case, it would be much more convenient. That bastard. He doesn't care about the friendship between the two families. He wants to destroy the Ling family just for a destructive dragon bone. Ling Xiong shouted angrily. Now, Yi Xian understood the reason. So it was for a world destruction dragon bone. A destructive dragon bone was equivalent to 10 destructive dragon scales, which could increase the combat power of the destructive ghost dragon by 10%. Could it be that the Ling family wanted to move away because of this tens of thousands of years ago? The sect leader of the green feather sect happened to be the chief of the black dragon sect. It seemed that the Ling family would not be able to escape. Father, the Ling family is not weak. Even if the sect leader wants to destroy us, he will have to be prepared to suffer heavy losses. Why don't we fight it out with them? Ling Kai's father, Ling Mutian, said. No. Ling Xiong immediately said, if the two sides fight, we will be the ones to die. What's the benefit of doing that? Quick, use the messenger token to inform the deputy sect leader. The Ling family was under the command of the green feather sect's deputy sect leader, Spiritual Heart Spiritual Master. Now that the Ling family was facing a great disaster, it would not make sense for Spiritual Heart Spiritual Master to cultivate in seclusion. Father, Master is now focused on developing a new puppet. I have sent him many messages, but he has not responded. Ling Muyin said, try again. He might have seen it, but he has no time to care about you. Ling Xiong said. Ling Muyun immediately sent a message to Spiritual Heart Spiritual Master in front of everyone. However, he still did not get a reply. This time, the Ling family was in trouble. They were like a turtle in a jar. Don't worry, the deputy sect leader has many subordinates. They will help us. It is precisely because of this that the sect master does not dare to act rashly. Ling Xiong calmed down and said, Taoist Ling Xian had accepted 6 disciples before Ling Muyun. These 6 people were not weak. The weakest was a rank 3 true master, while the strongest was a peak rank 4 true master. As for the Sign Feather sect master, he was only a peak rank 5 Taoist. If they were to truly fight, both parties would definitely end up seriously injured. Furthermore, Daoist Spirit Heart was even more powerful than the Azure Feather Sect master. If he were to return and find out about this matter, he would definitely not spare the Azure Feather Sect master. When Yi Xian heard the conversation, he also felt that the situation was a little serious. However, with his current strength, he should be able to help. He was now a rank 1/2 step enlightened master, while the old tree and the others were rank 5 half-step enlightened masters. If they were to really fight the heaven-breaking ape god, and the others would be enough to mess up the entire battle. However, right at this moment, another person suddenly landed outside and walked in. It's the sect leader's first disciple, Wen Tianrui. Everyone immediately recognized him. Why was the sect master's eldest disciple here at this time? Ling family. Master said that he would give you one last chance. Hand over the Dragon Bone of Destruction, and your Ling family can continue to stay in the Azure Feather Sect. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. When Tianrui said, "It's just a Dragon Bone of Destruction, and you want to kill us?" Ling Xiong said angrily, "You said it yourself. It's just a Dragon Bone of Destruction. Why do you have to make the two families unhappy?" When Tianrui said, Ling Muyun immediately stood out and said, "Don't be too arrogant. My Ling family is under my master, not the sect master. When my master returns," before he could finish, when Tianrui interrupted him, "Since your Ling family has been suppressed until now, has he ever appeared?" This sentence, indeed, left Ling Muyun speechless. Daoist Spirit Heart had not been heard from since he left. It was unknown whether he had received a message or met with an accident, but he had already died. Master didn't make a move because he saw that your Ling family was good and wanted to subdue you. Therefore, Master is giving you one more chance. As long as you obediently hand over the Dragon Bone of Destruction and submit to my master, your Ling family will be fine. When Tianrui continued, this time, everyone in the Ling family fell silent. When Tianrui, are you trying to destroy my master's forces one by one? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Then, 6 people walked in from outside. These 6 people were all Daoist Spirit Heart's disciples. Damn it! When Tianrui's expression changed, when he saw the 6 people, previously they had purposely leaked the news to let the Ling family know, and then directly came to force the Ling family to compromise. Unexpectedly, these 6 people also knew about this matter. Ling Xiong, don't worry. The 6 of us will advance and retreat with you, the leading middle-aged man said. With these 6 people and the Ling family, Vice Sect Master Spirit Heart's faction was not afraid of the sect master of the Azure Feather Sect. Seeing that his plan had failed, when Tianrui could only say, "If we start a war, no one will benefit. In that case, I will take a step back." What? Ling Xiong was shocked. The sect master actually took a step back. This meant that he did not want to have a falling out with them. "I propose that we have a bet with the Dragon Bone as the wager. If we win, you have to hand over the Dragon Bone. If we lose, we will take out the Dragon Scale. What do you think?" When Tianrui said, hearing this, the Ling family members couldn't help but look at each other. Bet, using the Dragon Bone and Dragon Scale as the wager? There is one thing I don't understand. Why does the sect master insist on taking the Dragon Bone from my Ling family? Ling Xiong said, "My Dragon Bone is equivalent to 12 Dragon Scales. Is the sect master just trying to comprehend the World Annihilation Attack faster?" The World Annihilation Attack was the strange energy that people comprehended from the World Annihilation Dragon Scale and Dragon Bone. It could increase their attack power. The Dragon Bone's comprehension speed was much faster than the Dragon Scale, so it was much more valuable. Under normal circumstances, one would not be able to exchange for 10 dragon bones, so it would be 1 to 12. After all, between 10 dragon bones and 10 dragon scales, everyone would choose the former. If they wanted to exchange for the dragon bone, they naturally had to add more points. You don't need to worry about why my master needs the World Annihilation Dragon Bone. Similarly, if you are willing to take out the World Annihilation Dragon Bone, my master will definitely take out 12 World Annihilation Dragon Scales to exchange for it. When Tianrui said, "There must be something fishy about this,"